Hey you all, welcome to Just a Shinobi. Today, we dive into an exciting what-if scenario. What if Naruto was Instinctive Shinobi? Hope you enjoy this. Hit subscribe for more thrilling content. Explore my other videos, share with friends, enjoy them too, and drop your thoughts in the comments below. It motivates me. Let's not waste any time. Jump into today's what if. Naruto panted in exhaustion as he looked at his opponent and former teammate, Sasuke Uchiha. The Uchiha only looking slightly tired from the fight they just had, along with looking at Naruto in annoyance. This encounter having started not too long ago, after Naruto and Jiraiya had managed to stumble onto one of Orochimaru's hideouts, where the snake Sannin was currently staying, along with his right hand, Kabuto Yakushi, and Sasuke himself. It had been a few days ago, nearly a year into Naruto's 3-year training trip with Jiraiya, where they had gotten very lucky in getting a lead to Sasuke's current location, in the Land of Water. At first, Jiraiya had been vehemently against following the lead, knowing that if Sasuke was there, then it's likely Orochimaru was as well, along with Kabuto. And the Toad Sannin knew his student wasn't anywhere near ready to face any of them, especially with his emotions clouding his judgment, in regards to his former teammate. But Naruto had been determined to go and find Sasuke, so he can bring him back to Konoha, whether Jiraiya went with him or not. With Jiraiya reluctantly agreeing, knowing that if he didn't go, then the Uzumaki would just run off and probably get himself killed. Or worse, used as an experiment by Orochimaru. So, the two had gone off to the Land of Water and gotten lucky in locating Orochimaru's base, which the snakes Sannin and Sasuke were currently inhabiting. Jiraiya had engaged both Orochimaru and Kabuto, making sure to keep their focus on him, while Naruto had gone to confront Sasuke. The blonde at first trying to convince his rogue teammate to come back to Konoha, only for Sasuke to be less than amused at Naruto continuing to chase after him. This leading to an intense battle between the two boys, similar to the one they had at the Valley of the End. Though this time, with Sasuke having the advantage, thanks to the training he's received from Orochimaru. While Naruto fought as hard as he could, he eventually couldn't keep going, but was still refusing to give up. You really can't seem to take a hint, can you, loser? No matter what you do, I won't go back to Konoha, not until Itachi's dead by my hand. So do yourself a favor, and leave me alone. Sasuke said, not wanting to continue entertaining the blonde's delusions of saving him. I already told you, I'll never stop. Even if I have to break every bone in your body, to bring you back, retorted Naruto, with Sasuke scoffing at his words. Break every bone in my body? You can barely even touch me. Look at the difference between us. I've spent the last year training to grow stronger, while you're still the same as you were before. Maybe if you weren't so busy chasing me, you would have actually improved as well. Instead, you've stayed the same fool you always were. Face it, you'll never be able to beat me, fulfill some childish promise you made to Sakura, and you'll never achieve that pathetic dream of becoming Hokage. Zabuza was right, you're not a ninja, just some child playing dress up. Sasuke said coldly, hoping that'd be enough to get through that thick head of his. Only to see his words fall on deaf ears, when Naruto chuckled. Yeah, maybe I am a fool, maybe I'll stay a fool my entire life. And you're right, maybe I'll never achieve my dream. But how could I ever call myself a Hokage, when I couldn't save a single friend from himself? Said Naruto, refusing to give up on bringing Sasuke back. Sasuke glared at Naruto coldly, as his Sharingan activated, while the sound of 1,000 birds filled the hideout. Being Hokage means making difficult decisions, and putting the needs of the many above the needs of the few. The Sandaime failed to do that, when he couldn't bring himself to kill Orochimaru, and we all know what that led to. The fact that you're still chasing after me shows you'll be a horrible Hokage. If you're going to let your bonds with a single friend that went rogue dictate your actions. Though, if you can't take a hint and realize that, then you can die. Sasuke stated, before rushing towards Naruto with his Chidori, realizing that nothing he says would convince Naruto to leave him alone, meaning the only option left was to kill him. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw Sasuke charging towards him with the Chidori, not having the strength or energy to dodge the attack. Though just before Sasuke reached him, the Uchiha gritted his teeth in annoyance. Before canceling his jutsu, while instead sucker punching Naruto in the face, hard enough to knock him back and knock him out. I'm not Itachi, Sasuke said, refusing to be like Itachi and awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, nor would he kill Naruto, no matter how annoying he is. But that didn't mean he wouldn't send him somewhere, where he can no longer get in his way. The Uchiha pulled out a scroll, something he had snatched off Orochimaru, after learning Naruto and Jiraiya infiltrated the base. It was an experimental space-time fusion jutsu, Orochimaru had been developing in this specific hideout, which Sasuke figured he could use on Naruto. Opening the scroll and channeling chakra into it, Sasuke tossed it at Naruto. Watching as it began glowing, before a swirling blue and white portal opened on the ground, with Naruto falling through it. Immediately afterwards, the portal closed with the Uchiha just hoping that he didn't send Naruto somewhere, where he'll die. Consider that the last favor I give you, Sasuke thought, seeing this was mercy in a way, for his former teammate. As now, wherever Naruto ended up, he would be free of all the promises and obligations that he had in Konoha. He could do whatever he wanted, wherever he ended up, with no one to tell him what to do anymore, or control him. Knowing he had nothing left to do here, Sasuke reverse summoned himself to a different base to resume his training. And so he didn't get caught in the crossfire between the two Sannin and Kabuto. Chasm. Meanwhile, Naruto fell out of the portal, right above a gigantic rocky valley with numerous chasms scattered around it, along with a forest situated around the solid ground. Though Naruto was still unconscious and couldn't see any of this, or that he was falling straight down into one of the chasms, to his inevitable death. Thankfully, before Naruto could hit the ground, a white/gray blur leapt into the air, and grabbed him, before attaching itself to the side of a chasm wall. The blur revealed to be a large bipedal creature, with gray fur covering most of its body. White fur around its chest and neck, long jagged claws on its hands and feet, as well as spiked protrusions along its shoulders. Along with curved tusks growing from the sides of its mouth, and solid red eyes. This creature was Ursus, a resident of Chasm, and a powerful creature to face. Soon another, much smaller creature landed beside Ursus, resembling a gray and white flying squirrel. This was Ariak, another resident of Chasm, and despite his diminutive size, was capable of taking down creatures even larger than Ursus. Ursus and Ariak were among the few creatures in Chasm that possessed some intelligence, outside of acting like wild animals that attack or kill anything they see. Along with being willing to work together to survive the treacherous chasm they called home. With Ariak's ability to fly and Ursus's strength, making them a deadly pair. Though both of them had been surprised when they saw something appear out of thin air, in the sky. Even more so, to see that it was a human. What's a human doing here? Ariak wondered, confused as to how a human could get to Chasm, given it was in one of the more remote parts of Parim, and nearly impossible to reach. I don't know. Perhaps he's one of those chaotic players, said Ursus, since the two being aware of the game humans played, using different creatures like them, battle gear, musics, and locations. Having been made aware of it by Codemaster Krellin, the only human they regularly see in Chasm. Any other humans they see are few and far between, with most of them not surviving the dangers of the chasm. Whether it's the constant earthquakes, the dangerous terrain, or the creatures themselves. No, he doesn't have one of those scanners on him. Ariak said, searching Naruto's pockets and didn't find a scanner, but was confused by the kunai and shuriken he had. Ursus frowned at this, before he and Ariak were surprised when they began noticing the wounds that Naruto had on him seemed to be healing. I don't think humans can do that, Ariak stated, surprised that this kid's wounds were healing so quickly, something that could only be done with music, as far as they knew. No, they don't. Let's go, we'll wait until the next time Krellin comes here, to see if he knows anything, said Ursus, while picking Naruto up and began making his way to his den, with Ariak nodding and flew into the air, to keep an eye out for any threats. Later, Naruto groaned when he woke up, with his body feeling slightly sore, only for that to soon fade away, much to his relief. Guess you're good for something, other than making threats, Fox, Naruto thought, only hearing a growl from within his mind, in response. Taking in his surroundings, Naruto was confused when he saw that he was in what looked like a cave. How did I get here? Did Pervy Sage bring me here? Naruto thought, wondering if Jiraiya grabbed him and left the base, probably after Orochimaru and Sasuke got away. That thought made Naruto mentally curse at failing to bring Sasuke back again. Along with feeling particularly hurt by what Sasuke had last said to him. How he had attacked his dream, while telling Naruto that he would be a horrible Hokage. Though, despite how much it hurt, Naruto couldn't refute Sasuke's words. But can I really be Hokage, if it meant that I might have to give up on Sasuke? I'd better go find where the pervert is and see what he thinks. He's probably out peeking on girls again, thought Naruto as he got up and went to leave the cave, only to stop and pale, when he saw Ursus and Ariak by the entrance. What the hell? Naruto shouted, getting the two creatures' attention as they looked to see he was now awake. Seeing that the two strange and dangerous-looking creatures were now staring at him, Naruto pulled out a kunai, ready for a fight. Only to be confused when they didn't attack and only looked at him, before glancing at each other then back to him. If you're looking for a fight, human, you'll need more than that toothpick, Ariak said, with Naruto looking at the squirrel-like creature in shock. Why, you can talk? Naruto stuttered in surprise. Yes, we can talk, said Ursus, with Naruto being even more surprised that both these creatures could talk, and didn't seem to mean him any harm, given they haven't attacked him yet. Alright, sorry. I was just surprised, Naruto said, while putting his kunai. It's fine. So, where did you come from, human? Questioned Ariak. Well, first, my name's Naruto Uzumaki. And where are we exactly? Naruto asked, while wondering where he was. I am Ursus, and this is Ariak. We're currently in Chasm, a remote location, and one of the most dangerous in all of Parim, Ursus said, with Naruto looking at them in confusion. Chasm? Parim? Naruto asked, having never heard of places like that. Ursus and Ariak looked at each other, now even more confused that he didn't know where he was, which any chaotic player should be able to know. Meaning that Naruto likely wasn't a chaotic player. You ever meet a guy named Codemaster Krellin? Ariak asked, wanting to be sure Naruto knew nothing, and if he's never met Krellin, who should be the only one able to give someone a scan of Chasm, then he definitely wasn't a chaotic player. No, I've never met anyone named Krellin. And what's a Codemaster? Questioned Naruto, with the two creatures looking at each other again, knowing that definitely wasn't good. I believe you should sit down, to understand where you are, Ursa said, knowing this will be a long story. Time skip 3 months. 3 months have passed since Naruto's arrival in Chasm and Parim itself, having learned where he was from Ursus and Ariak. It had shocked Naruto that he was very likely in an entirely different world, inhabited by creatures like Ursus and Ariak. With most of Parim being divided into 4 territories and tribes, the Overworlders, the Underworlders, the Danians, and the Mypedians. And it figured that Naruto would land in one of the most dangerous locations, filled with mostly savage creatures, that'd be more likely to kill him on sight. He's just thankful that Ursus and Ariak found him, before any of the more dangerous creatures did. Naruto had also been angry at Sasuke for sending him to a different world, with probably no way back. Though Naruto did have hope, when Ursus and Ariak told him about Codemaster Krellin and that he might be able to help him get home. Unfortunately, his visits were few and far between, so Naruto would have to wait until the next time he shows up. This led to Naruto staying in Chasm with Ursus and Ariak, getting to know the two creatures, while even becoming good friends with them. Along with spending his time training to get stronger, given Chasm was the perfect place to train in, with its dangerous landscape, constant earthquakes, and the few times Naruto encountered the other creatures. While Ursus and Ariak were only further confused when they saw more of Naruto's abilities, such as walking up trees and cliffsides, walking on water, making copies of himself, and that strange energy ball he called a Rasengan. If they didn't know any better, they'd think Naruto was a creature himself. Which wouldn't be that strange, as they knew of some creatures that looked human in appearance, with some minor differences. Currently, Naruto was training in the forest, having set up some targets to work on his aim. Excuse me? Someone said, getting Naruto's attention. Looking, Naruto saw a male teenager that looked to be a couple years older than him, with black-brown hair and dark eyes, while wearing a sort of blue turtleneck and gray jean. What are you doing here? Asked the teen, confused as to how Naruto was in Chasm. Before I answer that, are you Codemaster Krellin? Naruto asked, with the teen looking at him in surprise. Yes, I am. How did you know that? Questioned Krellin, having foregone wearing his mask and robes, knowing they weren't the best attire to wear in Chasm, along with wondering how Naruto was here. Maybe he got a location scan from a friend, who was able to beat him in a match. Ursus and Ariak told me. They said you could help me, Naruto said, while Krellin was only further surprised to hear he knew Ursus and Ariak. Well, I guess I can try to help. But how about we go find Ursus and Ariak, then you three can tell me just what you need help with, said Krellin, wanting to get to the bottom of what was going on. Nodding, Naruto led Krellin to where Ursus and Ariak were, soon arriving, and saw both creatures were present. The two recognizing Krellin and went over to the two humans. Alright, now how about we start with how you ended up in Chasm, said Krellin, wanting them to start at the beginning. Nodding, Naruto began telling him that he was from a different world and how he ended up in Parim, with Ursus and Ariak adding how they found him. Krellin was obviously skeptical of this claim, but was willing to believe it, if Ursus and Ariak were telling him the same thing. Even more so, when Naruto gave a demonstration of his abilities. This definitely had the Codemaster believing what Naruto was telling him. Okay, yeah, I believe you. And while I'm not sure if I can help, I can take you back to Chaotic with me, to talk with the other Codemasters about this. Krellin said, willing to try and help, but wasn't sure if he could do much, as this was new territory for him. This made Naruto frown, as while he'd like to get out of Chasm, he was hoping that he would be able to return home and not to another world. You should take the offer, Naruto. While you might be strong, you've just gotten lucky enough to not encounter any of the nastier creatures here. Ariak said. He's right, there are beings far worse than us in the chasm. Many of which would do everything they could to kill you. Added Ursus, knowing there are many creatures in Chasm that would kill Naruto the moment they saw him, like Chromax. With Krellin nodded in agreement, knowing Naruto was lucky that he hadn't been found by Chromax, one of the most dangerous creatures he's ever come across. Even when he transforms into Chromax during a match, Krellin felt himself wanting nothing more than to rip his opponents apart. Alright, let's go. Naruto said with a sigh, knowing they were right and he shouldn't risk staying in Chasm, waiting for a way home. Okay, just grab my arm and I'll port us to Chaotic. Krellin said, while pulling out his white scanner, something only the Codemasters have, with it also having an emergency function to allow Codemasters to transport other Chaotic players that lose their scanners, so none of them get stuck in Param. Nodding, Naruto grabbed Krellin's arm, with the Codemaster pressing a button on his scanner, as both of them immediately vanished from Chasm. Chaotic Krellin Drome. When they reappeared, Naruto saw they were in a strange room with dark-colored panels lining the wall and lights running between them, up to the ceiling. This is the Krellin Drome, one of 7 battledromes, where Chaotic players can battle each other. Once they have 7 wins in a single battledromes, they get to challenge that drome's Codemaster. Krellin explained, with Naruto looking around in amazement. Give me a minute, I'll contact the others and have them meet us here, said Krellin, docking his scanner and sending a message to the other Codemasters. After a few moments, 6 holographic screens appeared around Naruto and Krellin, each one showing a different Codemaster. Though Naruto could only make out 2, with one wearing black and gold metallic robes and a gold helmet, while the other wore blue and white robes with geometric blue patterns and a matching helmet with 2 protrusions, shaped like bunny ears. Though Naruto couldn't really make out the Codemasters, with their images looking all fuzzy on the screens. Krellin, why did you call us? And why is this kid here? Demanded the blue and white robed Codemaster. This is Naruto, I met him during my latest trip to Chasm. As for why I called for all of you, Hotek. Well, that's rather hard to believe and I wouldn't believe it either, if I didn't hear it and see proof of it. Krellin said, his word making the Codemasters intrigued as to what he meant. Believe what? Questioned the gold and black armored Codemaster, Imther. That Naruto isn't a Chaotic player nor is from Earth, at least not the one we know. He's from a world completely separate from Chaotic and Param. Krellin revealed, before looking at Naruto and nodding, wanting to show them proof. Nodding, Naruto jumped up to the ceiling and stuck to it, much to the shock of the Codemasters, before jumping back down, and transforming into a copy of Imther before transforming back into himself. As you can see, I'm not making this up, said Krellin, with the Codemasters remaining silent, completely stunned by what they just saw. Explain everything, said Emzen. Naruto began telling them the same thing he told Krellin, all the way up to when he met the Codemaster before they came here. With the Codemasters listening to all of this silently, knowing if they didn't see proof of Naruto's abilities, they wouldn't believe half of what he was saying. I see. Krellin, meet with us personally, so we may discuss this, Imther said, with Krellin nodding as the screens suddenly vanished. I'll be back in a few moments, just wait here until we get back, Krellin said to Naruto with the blonde nodding, as the Codemaster pressed another button on his scanner before the area he was standing on began lowering into the ground, before closing up once Krellin was gone. Sighing, Naruto sat down and began waiting for the Codemasters to return. Thankfully, it was only about 10 minutes later that Krellin returned, with the screens showing the other Codemasters reappeared. After discussing this amongst ourselves, we'd like to apologize, as we have no way of helping you return to your original dimension, Naruto. However, we are permitting you to stay in Chaotic for the foreseeable future, along with granting you your own scanner and a starter deck if you will, consisting of 6 creatures, 6 battle gear, 6 music, and 10 locations, Imther said, with Naruto looking shocked and devastated that he wouldn't be able to return home anytime soon, possibly never. But he's also grateful that the Codemasters were willing to help him out. "Thank you for your help, Codemasters, and I understand," said Naruto, with the Codemasters nodding, before the screens vanished again. Krellin then pulled out an orange scanner, as opposed to the standard blue, red, yellow, and brown ones that represent the tribe a player uses. "Here you go, Naruto. Your scanner, with the starter deck already uploaded. The color of the scan shows which tribe it's affiliated with. Blue is for Overworlders, red for Underworlders, yellow for Mypedians, and brown for Danians," Krellin explained, with Naruto nodding as he began looking through his scans, while seeing he had one creature and music from each tribe, along with 2 generic music. I thought I'd have 6 creatures." "There's only 4. Said Naruto, after only finding 4 creatures in his scanner. "Yeah, you'll also see that you have a scan of Prexicasm. But that's only a temporary one. If you want a permanent scan of it, you'll have to defeat me in a match. As for your other 2 creatures, I think you already have 2 good choices for your first scans," Krellin said, with Naruto looking confused for a moment, before realizing what he meant. Nodding, Naruto and Krellin pressed a button on their scanners, before teleporting away. Prexicasm. Reappearing in Prexicasm, Naruto and Krellin went to go find Ursus and Ariak, soon finding the 2 creatures, with Naruto explaining what happened. Both seeing he was saddened at being unable to return to his world, before Naruto scanned them both, confused when he saw their scans were white with hints of silver. Silver shows Ursus and Ariak are generic creatures or tribeless ones, so they aren't allied with any of the 4 tribes. But that also means that because they aren't affiliated with any of them, they can use any type of music, Krellin said, with Naruto nodding in understanding, while slowly starting to understand how Chaotic works. With that done, the 2 teleported again back to Chaotic. Chaotic Port Court. Reappearing again, Naruto saw they were in what looked like a food court with a few dozen other people hanging around, eating, talking, or watching large screens, showing matches. This is the Port Court, where Chaotic players first go when they port to Chaotic. Here, they can talk, trade scans, eat, and watch matches, said Krellin, with Naruto nodding. Looking at the blonde, Krellin saw the downcast and solemn expression on his face and nodded in understanding. This wasn't his world and he likely has no way back. So it'll likely take a while for Naruto to get used to being here. Timeskip 1 year, Tom Majors, or Major Tom as he's known in Chaotic, sat with his best friend, Kaz, as well as his new friends, Sarah and Peyton, in the Port Court. Tom had only recently discovered that Chaotic was more than just a game, and that the creatures in it were very real. Having discovered this after getting his code to travel to Chaotic. It was a lot to take in, but Tom was excited that he'd get the chance to battle as his favorite creatures, rather than just play with them. Along with even getting the chance to meet them. It was also here that he met Sarah and Peyton. Sarah, after he was tricked into going to Param by another Chaotic player, named Clay. And Peyton, after they had a match against each other 3 days ago, with the Mypedian player proving to be an alright guy, despite his strange behavior during their match. Though Tom was pulled from his thoughts when he saw one player sitting by themselves. The player seemed to be around their age, looking to be either 15 or 16 with spiky blonde hair, lightly tanned skin, bright blue eyes, and oddly enough, whisker marks on his cheeks. His attire consisted of black shoes, navy blue pants, a gray shirt, and a silver jacket. "Hey guys, who's that over there?" Tom asked, pointing to the lone player, having not seen him recently since coming to Chaotic, and wondered if he was a new guy, like him. Looking at who Tom was talking about, Kaz, Sarah, and Peyton nodded in understanding. "That's Naruto Uzumaki, he's the Chaotic Phantom," Sarah answered, with Tom looking at her in confusion. "Chaotic Phantom? I've never heard of a player by that name before," said Tom, while wondering if he played on any of the foreign servers, given how his name seems to be Japanese. It's not his player name, it's a nickname everyone's taken to calling him. He's called the Chaotic Phantom, because that's basically what he is. He just showed up one day and hasn't left Chaotic ever since. All he does is eat, hang around, and watch matches. He's never assigned any matches nor challenges anyone, he's just there. Kaz explained, with Sarah and Peyton nodding in agreement. "Yeah, but we've all seen the way he watches the matches. Like he wants to take part in them, but he just doesn't for some reason," Sarah added, with Tom looking at Naruto with a confused frown. "Well, you said he stays in Chaotic. As in he's here a lot or he literally never leaves?" Tom asked, wondering what they meant by that part. "He never leaves, dude. It's all freaky, since while everyone else leaves to go home, he just sticks around, even when the place is completely deserted. It's rumored that the him back on Earth threw his scanner away, with it either being lost or destroyed, leaving his code trapped in chaotic. Answered Peyton, with Tom giving him a deadpan expression. Did you really have to mention that possibility, Peyton? Asked Tom, given that's what nearly happened to him when he thought his scanner was broken, and he threw it away, nearly trapping him in chaotic forever. Sorry dude, Peyton said, knowing that was a sore spot for Tom. Kez patted Tom on the back comfortingly, while chuckling. With Sarah also giggling, as that was how she met Tom, still finding it funny that he first ported to chaotic in his underwear. Still, it's pretty strange that he doesn't participate in matches. I'm gonna go see if he'll want to battle me, Tom said, while getting up and going over to Naruto, sure that all he needs was a little push to see how great chaotic is. Naruto sighed as he looked away from the match, wishing he could take part in matches, having seen how fun they were, and actually wanting to use the scans he has. But the Uzumaki had decided that he wouldn't participate in matches, or really connect with any of the other chaotic players. Still holding on to the hope that eventually he'll be able to find a way home and that it'd be better to not get attached to people or a place he'll probably never see again. Doubting that his scanner would work in the elemental nations. Though when he looked away, Naruto saw Tom walking towards him, recognizing him as the newest chaotic player that showed up about 2 weeks ago. Along with knowing why he was approaching him, this not being the first time a player has challenged him and likely won't be the last. Hey there, Naruto, right? I'm Tom. I wanted to see if you'd like to have a drone battle in the Krellin Drome, Tom said with a friendly smile. Hearing this, Naruto was very tempted to accept the challenge, even more so that it'd be in the Krellin Drome. Having wanted the chance to win 7 matches and battle Code Master Krellin to win a scan of Prexarchasm, as it'd be nice to see Ariak and Ursus again. But Naruto held himself back, knowing he couldn't get caught up in the game and lose focus on what's important. Sorry, but no thanks, Naruto replied, getting up and walking away, only for Tom to follow him. Come on, what's the harm in one match? Everyone has to have at least one match in the battle dromes, Tom said. I'm just not interested in entering matches, said Naruto. Alright, then how about looking at each other's scans and trading a few? That should get you interested in a match. Seeing some new scans and getting a few, Tom said, while pulling out his blue scanner. I'm fine with the scans I have, right now, Naruto replied, starting to walk a bit faster to escape, only for Tom to walk faster as well. Then how about making things interesting? The winner gets 3 scans from the loser's collection, said Tom. I already said I'm not interested, said Naruto, now really wanting to escape, only to be stopped when Kez ran in front of him. Come on, just one match against Tom. I swear you won't regret, he's one of the best chaotic players I know, Kez said, now wanting to help Tom and see how good Naruto was. I'm sure he is. I'm also sure there are plenty of other players he could challenge, said Naruto, only for Sarah to join in as well. Yeah, but I'm sure you're a really great player too, and wouldn't it be fun to get a challenge? Sarah said. Yeah, dude. You should see Tommy in action, he rocks those overworlders, said Peyton, appearing as well, and began doing several karate moves to emphasize his point. Naruto could only sigh at how none of them would give up, mentally thinking they're just as stubborn as him. I wonder if this is how Sasuke felt when I was trying to bring him back to Konoha, Naruto thought, now kind of emphasizing with his wayward former teammate somewhat. Alright, fine. One match, and no giving the winner any scans either. Just a regular match, Naruto said, while relenting and going against Tom. Great. I swear you won't regret it. Let's go, Tom said, with Naruto nodding as the two headed for the Krellin Drome, while Kaz, Sarah and Peyton went back to their table and waited for the match to start. This also getting plenty of other players' attention, interested to see the match between Naruto and Tom, this being the first any of them would see Naruto battle. Meanwhile, Naruto and Toom soon reached the Krellin Drome, both deciding to have a one-on-one match, one creature, one battle gear, one music, and one location. Players lock your decks, said the AI. Doing so, Naruto and Tom revealed their creatures, with Tom using his ace creature, Maxer, while Naruto was using Nevena. So he uses Underworldus. Good thing I picked Maxer and equipped him with an Aqua Shield. And I picked Song of Embernova for some quick offense, Tom thought. Chaotic Phantom, activate the location randomizer. Doing so, Naruto spun the randomizer, watching as the various locations cycled through before settling on one. Underworld City, Nevena attacks Maxer, Naruto said as the two pressed their respective creatures with the screens vanishing, while code began swirling around them, transforming them into the creatures. with Tom turning into the green-skinned leader of the Overworlders, while Naruto turned into a female humanoid with short, messy red hair, blue-gray skin, pointed ears, while wearing a black cloak and armor. So that's what it feels like. Naruto, or Navenna, thought while looking over their transformed body, before smirking and looked at Tom, or rather Maxer. Let's get chaotic. Underworld City. Navenna jumped across the rooftops, before stopping and looked around, searching for any sign of Maxer, along with taking everything in. I'll admit, this is pretty cool. Being here and becoming an actual creature, it's unlike anything I've ever seen or done before. Navenna thought while looking at herself, feeling as if this was her real body, unlike with the transformation jutsu. Iron balls. Navenna's eyes widened, before quickly jumping up, dodging a barrage of iron balls that were shot at her by Maxer. Looking for where the Overworlder was, Navenna saw him at the streets below. Delirium! Navenna shouted, firing the blue/green beam at Maxer with the attack impacting the Overworlder, who cried out, before grabbing his head and feeling himself become dizzy. Shaking his head, Maxer tried focusing on where Navenna was, but couldn't see straight. If I can't focus on where she is, then I'll just hit everywhere around her, Maxer thought. Lavalanche? Maxer said, throwing his hands out, unleashing blasts of lava from his hands at Navenna with the Underworlder's eyes widening, before she jumped up to avoid the attack, only for Maxer to direct the lava blasts in her general direction. Navenna crying out as the attack hit her, throwing her back into a wall. Okay, attacks definitely hurts, Navenna thought, as she stood and leapt up to a roof. Shriek shock, said Navenna, unleashing a high-pitched scream at Maxer, who quickly summoned his aqua shield and blocked the attack, but grunted as he was still pushed back. Rock wave, Maxer said, slamming his fist into the ground and sending a wave of rocks towards Navenna, with the Underworlder quickly jumping into the air and summoning her own battle gear, a cyclance. Let's see how good that shield is, with a little lightning, Navenna said, sending a blast of lightning at Maxer, who raised his shield on instinct, only to still be electrocuted. How could I be so stupid, to momentarily forget that water conducts electricity? Maxer thought as he mentally berated himself for that oversight. Holding his ground, Maxer gritted his teeth before using one of his magicians. Song of Ember Nova, Maxer shouted, activating his music. Navenna's looked up and saw the Ember Nova coming down straight towards her. Quickly pointing her cyclance to the side, Navenna unleashed a blast of wind, pushing her off to the side, and thankfully dodged the music. Song of Geonova, said Navenna, using her own music, along with blasting lightning at Maxer. Maxer went to jump out of the way of the Geonova, only to be blasted by lightning, holding him in place and leaving him open for the Geonova to hit him dead on. This also resulting in Maxer being reduced to code. Krellindrome. Navenna was surprised that she won as she turned back into Naruto. Wow, that was a great battle. I'm actually surprised you didn't take part in them before, if you're that good, Tom said, while smiling at the fun battle. Yeah, thanks. That was actually really fun, more than I imagined, said Naruto, having had fun during the match. So, does that mean you might be up for a rematch in the future, with bigger teams? Tom asked, with Naruto smiling as he took his scanner. You know what, yeah? And maybe it's time I started taking part in battles, said Naruto, wanting to enter more battles and use his other scans, and even start taking trips to Parim to get more. Along with starting to accept that even if he never finds a way home, maybe being here wouldn't be so bad. Awesome. Hey, come on, and I'll introduce you to my friends. I'm sure they want to meet the famous Chaotic Phantom, personally, Tom said, with Naruto nodding as the two left the Krellindrome. Naruto may not know what's in store for him here, but he knew one thing. It's certainly going to be chaotic. Antidian jumped out of the water, landing on a small rock, as he looked around the riverlands for any sign of his opponent. Where did he go? Thought Antidian, searching for where his opponent could be hiding, unaware of something moving under the water behind him. Not a moment later, Nauthilax burst out of the water, getting Antidian's attention. Sludge gush! Nauthilax shouted, unleashing a blast of slime at Antidian, with the Overworlder acting fast by jumping out of the way. Frostblight, said Antidian, releasing 2 jets of snow, freezing winds, and razor-sharp ice shards at the aquatic Underworlder, with Nauthilax attempting to escape by diving underwater, only for the water to begin freezing around him until he was trapped within the ice. Jumping into the unfrozen water, Antidian smirked seeing Nauthilax was trapped. Iron balls, Antidian said, blasting Nauthilax with a barrage of iron balls, with the attack being strong enough for Nauthilax to burst into code. Hotecdrome, and the winner is Chaotic Phantom, the Drome Master said as Antedian transformed back into Naruto, with the blonde smiling at having won his second match. Huh, I guess the Phantom is more than just a ghost, said his opponent, an underworld player, who wanted to challenge Naruto after everyone saw that he was now participating in matches. Grabbing their scanners, the two exited the Drome with Naruto going to the port court, where he found Tom and Kaz. Hey, way to go in that match, Naruto. You were really great with Antedian, Tom said, impressed at the skill Naruto showed, not only with Navenna in their match, but now Antedian as well. Yeah. Though I thought you were an underworld player, since you have Navenna and Underworld City. Why do you have Antedian? Kaz asked, since the group having originally believed that Naruto used an underworld deck. Thanks, but it was a tough fight. As for my deck, I don't really stick to a single tribe. I use all of them, see? Naruto said, while pulling out his scanner and showing the two his scans. Huh. Why do you use all the tribes? Tom asked, as while it wasn't unheard for players to use creatures from different tribes together, they usually stick to only one. That has to do with my rather unique circumstances when I arrived in Chaotic. It happened when I was somehow teleported to Perim from where I was, resulting in me landing in a location known as Prexarchasm. After I arrived there, I eventually met Codemaster Krellin, who took me to Chaotic, along with giving me my scanner and a starter deck, if you will. Which are the cards I have right now? Naruto explained, surprising Tom and Kaz to hear that he somehow ended up teleporting to Perim, without a scanner. They would have asked how that was possible, but held themselves back, after seeing the downcast look on their friend's face. Figuring that whatever happened was likely personal, and whatever caused it is likely the reason why he can't go home. Who's Codemaster Krellin? Tom asked, still not having learned everything about Chaotic, after arriving. Codemaster Krellin is one of the 7 Codemasters, each of them being in charge of one of the 7 battle dromes. They're also the strongest players in Chaotic, with other players getting the chance to battle them, if they manage to win 7 matches in their drome. Kaz explained, surprising Tom, while Naruto nodded in agreement. Yeah, and it wasn't just my scanner and deck that Krellin gave me. He took me back to Prexarchasm, where I was able to skin these two, said Naruto, showing them his scans of Ursus and Ariak, much to Tom and Kaz's amazement at seeing creatures they've never seen before. Wow, please tell me you'd be willing to trade for them, Kaz said, willing to trade any one of his cards for those two. Same here, I'll trade any cards you want for one of those two, said Tom, also wanting to get such rare scans. Sorry, but I'm not trading these two for anything. When I first ended up in Prexarchasm, I was found by Ursus and Ariak. They helped me survive and became the first friends I had since getting here. I was only able to skin them, because Krellin also let me have a temporary skin of Prexarchasm, so I could go back and skin them. Naruto said, not willing to trade Ursus or Ariak for any cards, no matter how many or how rare they are. With Tom and Kaz nodded in understanding. Knowing the feeling of having rare cards, they wouldn't trade for anything, Kaz with Chire and Tom with Maxer. Though if you want, you can get your own scans of Prexarchasm, if you're able to beat Krellin in a Codemaster match, said Naruto, knowing that's what he was aiming for. Really? Ah man, I'm definitely gonna have to get some wins in the Krellin Drome then, Tom said, excited at the chance to face a Codemaster, along with be able to get new and rare scans from Prexarchasm. Whoa, slow down there, Tom, Codemasters are no walk in the park. They're the strongest for a reason, because almost no one can beat them. I was once able to challenge Codemaster Amzin and she completely annihilated me, with her battle gear. She turned Chire into a shock absorber, Kaz said, knowing from personal experience that battle a Codemaster was tough, and a player would be lucky to code just one of their creatures. Then it just means I'll have a lot to do before I can challenge a Codemaster myself, Tom said, now even more excited to face a Codemaster and was sure he could do it, with enough preparation and Maxa on his side. Yeah, though I'm not sure about the other Codemasters. I plan to take on Krellin to get a Prexarchasm scan, so I can see Ursus and Ariak again, along with seeing what other creatures are there. Though Tom, be warned that if you do face Krellin and beat him, be careful when you go to Prexarchasm. The entire place is dangerous with ravines, sharp rocks, and constant earthquakes, while most of the creatures there would be more likely to kill you than talk to you. So if you do manage to get a scan of it, be careful and don't hesitate to pour out if things get too dangerous, Naruto warned, knowing Prexarchasm was a dangerous location for regular people. Even with his chakra, it was still dangerous, and knew that it was only thanks to Ursus and Ariak that he was able to survive just arriving there. Wow, yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the tip, replied Tom, grateful for the warning, so he wouldn't go to an unknown location unprepared. Nodding in response, Naruto showed Tom and Kaz the rest of his scans, with the two nodding at everything Naruto had. The three also eating some pizza that had just arrived as they looked. Well, this definitely works as a starter deck for a new player. Having a creature and music from each tribe, a good variety of locations and battle gear, while Ursus and Ariak make for a good surprise. It's definitely a good way to get you experienced in using all the tribes, along with explaining why your scanner's color is different from the 4 standard ones. Kaz said, seeing Naruto had some good cards to get started and build upon. Yeah, no matter which tribe you pick, you'll already have a good start for them. By the way, have you thought about what tribe you'd use, once you have more experience in drone matches? Tom asked, wondering what tribe Naruto will favor later on. I haven't really decided on a tribe. All of them are pretty interesting, along with having their own strengths and weaknesses, replied Naruto, shrugging, while not knowing if he'd stick to just one tribe or use all of them instead. Well, I think Overworldus would be a good fit, especially with how you were with Antidian in the Riverlands. And being able to take out Nauthilax, like that, Tom said, figuring Naruto would be great as an overworld player. I don't know, I think Underworldus would be a better fit. After all, he was able to take out Maxo with Navenna, stated Kaz, believing his match against Tom showed that Naruto could be a powerful Underworld player. I guess, but Overworldus are better and stronger than Underworldus, Tom said, while shrugging nonchalantly. What? Demanded Kaz. Oh no, Naruto thought, knowing what was about to happen, this not being the first time he's seen players get into arguments over whose tribe is better. You heard me, Tom said while smirking at his best friend. Oh yeah, Overworldus are better than Underworldus. In your dreams. Compared to Underworldus, Overworldus are wimps, said Kaz, smirking back at Tom, who gained a look of indignation before grabbing his scanner. Wimps? Then I guess Maxa is a wimp, and Belrith is a wimp, and Maglax is a, Tom said, while showing his strongest Overworldus. Look, I'm not saying Overworldus aren't great creatures, I have them in my deck too. I'm just saying that one tribe has the guts to do whatever it takes to win. And that tribe is the Underworldus. Chire, Takinam, Magmon, all the Underworldus, said Kaz, while showing his own scans, completely unaware that someone was listening in on their conversation. They've got totally fierce firepower, and they're not afraid to use it. Underworldus toast Overworldus for breakfast. Face it, Tom, Underworldus rule and Overworldus drool, said Kaz. Kaz, Tom said, while seeing someone walking up behind Kaz. I think you should dash. Naruto joined in, knowing exactly who that is. Just a minute, I'm almost done. Compared to Overworldus, Underworldus are, Kaz said, only for someone to interrupt him. Lame OS, said the person standing behind Kaz. The person being a male teen, with spiky blue hair and green eyes, wearing blue and white shoes, dark purple shorts, along with a blue shirt with various shades of blue and a lightning bolt in a circle. With Underworld fans to match, the person said while smirking. Did you just say that Underworld fans are lame OS? Questioned Kaz, narrowing his eyes with the person nodding as his smirk never left his face. You just bought yourself a match with an Underworld fan. My screen name's Kidshire, Kaz said, while smirking at his soon-to-be opponent. That's Leon, Kaz. Herculeon to be more precise, said Naruto, having seen Kaz brag about Underworldus before and knew it would be a matter of time before it got Leon's attention. You mean the Herculeon? As in the undefeated Herculeon? Kaz asked, hoping that Naruto was either mistaken or pulling his chain, and that it wasn't really Herculeon. The one and only, meet me at the Krellindrome at noon, where we'll see who rules and who drools, Leon said, pushing Kaz lightly before walking away, as Kaz remained frozen and feeling faint. Are you alright, Kaz? Tom asked, putting a hand on Kaz's shoulder, only for him to suddenly fall to the floor. Later, it was noon, with Kaz having left for the Krellindrome to face Leon, while Naruto and Tom sat at a table, looking at the screens to watch the match, with the two soon being joined by Sarah and Peyton. Yo! How's it going, guys? Peyton asked, before looking at the screens to see what match was going on, only to be surprised to see Leon. Whoa, Herculeon! This should be quick and sick, stated Peyton, knowing whoever was challenging Leon wouldn't last long. Yeah, for Kaz, Tom said, revealing just who Leon was facing. Kaz? Sarah and Peyton asked, shocked to hear it was their friend that was battling Leon. He's just being his usual self, going on about Underworldus, and Leon overheard him, Tom said, with Naruto nodding in agreement since this wasn't the first time they've seen Kaz brag about Underworldus. Heh. Dude, that dude only cares about two things, slamming underworlders and dissing the players that love him. Peyton said, with Sarah nodding in agreement. Leon wants to annihilate anyone with an underworlder deck. Overworlders hate underworlders and the feeling's mutual, but Herculeon takes the entire thing personally. Added Sarah, knowing certain players could be really defensive about their preferred tribes, and completely hate the other three. Yeah, we could tell. But why do the overworlders and underworlders hate each other? Tom asked, not knowing about all the grudges the actual tribes have against each other, especially the overworlders and underworlders. Before anyone could answer him, they heard a siren go off, signaling the match was about to start. Krellin Drome, lock your decks, please. The boards have been revealed, said the Drome Master, showing the 3-on-3 creatures that Kaz and Leon had picked. Herculeon, you are undefeated, you have earned the privilege of attacking first. Activate the location randomizer. Sweet, said Leon, smirking, while spinning the randomizer, with it eventually stopping on the Riverlands. The first battle will take place in the Riverlands. Choose your attacking creature. Sure. Crosectus attacks the repulsive princess of the underworld, Takenam, Leon said, selecting his creature, while turning into the large red lobster overworlder. Ugh. You think Takenam's repulsive? Check out a mirror, Kaz said, while selecting Takenam before transforming into the harpy-like underworlder. You look like last month's seafood combo, said Takenam. Let the battle begin. Riverlands. Takenam stood on a rock, overlooking the Riverlands, searching for her opponent before flying up into the air, for a better view. Flying around the location, she soon spotted Crosectus under the water. Game on, Takenam said, as Crosectus leapt out of the water and onto a rock, growling at her. Flame orb, said Takenam, throwing a fireball at the overworlder, only for Crosectus to summon his battle gear, the Ring of Niren, to absorb her attacks. My Ring of Niren absorbs your attacks, Crosectus said, smirking as her fireballs were absorbed into the force field. But it won't forever, retorted Takenam, before throwing multiple flame orbs at Crosectus, whose shield continued absorbing them, until eventually it deactivated from being overloaded and rendered unable to absorb any more attacks. Oh, said Crosectus at seeing his battle gear was out, while Takenam dived towards him, firing another flame orb that knocked him back. Shaking off the hit, Crosectus glared at Takenam. Surf's up, sucker! Rip tide! Shouted Crosectus, unleashing two high-powered jets of water at Takenam, knocking her into the water. Port court. Since the match is in the Riverlands, whenever Crosectus deals damage with water attacks, he'll be able to recover energy, Naruto said, remembering how Antedian and Nauthilax were able to regain energy from their water attacks in his last match. Correctamundo, bro. Herculeon definitely knows his creatures, answered Peyton. Yeah, well, so does Kaz. And Takenam looks pretty tough. I doubt she'll be taken out that easily, Tom said, knowing that this battle was far from over. I guess we'll see how well, stated Sarah, as they watched the match, to see what happens next. Riverlands. Takenam burst out of the water and flew above Crosectus. This isn't over yet. Cannon of casualty, Takenam said as she used one of her music to attack Crosectus. Refrain of denial. Destroy her music, said Crosectus, while using his own music to protect himself from Takenam's. Time to put you on ice. Frost blight, Crosectus shouted, unleashing a blast of snow, freezing winds, and razor-sharp ice shards, with Takenam's eyes widening before she quickly turned around and tried flying away. Only for the attack to be faster, as she found herself frozen in midair before falling back to the ground. Port court. Oh, I can't watch, Tom said, not wanting to see Kaz be coated. Wait, look! He's using Takenam's special ability, said Sarah, watching as one of Kaz's creatures, Gull, vanished while Takenam's energy was restored. I definitely have to get my own Takenam scan, Naruto thought, upon seeing such a useful ability, along with being impressed by Takenam's power, and knew he had to scan her. Riverlands. With her energy restored, Takenam managed to break the ice, freeing herself. Sorry, but I had to break the ice. Torrent of flame, Takenam shouted, while unleashing a large blast of fire into the water, causing it to bubble around Crosectus, boiling him until he burst into code. Krellin Drome. Guess your Crosectus got a little steamed, Takenam said, as she transformed back into Kaz. Beginner's luck, that just ran out, retorted Leon. Well played, Kidshire. Herculeon, move your creatures if you wish. I'm moving Heptad to the front line, said Leon, moving Heptad to Crosectus's place. Kidshire is the attacker, Select the location, please. Doing so, Kez spun the dial, waiting for it to stop, until it finally stopped on the lava pond. Alright, Takanam will do great in the lava pond. Takanam attacks Heptad, Kez said, as the two selected their creatures. Port Court, Takanam in the lava pond, that's awesome. Kez might have a real shot at winning, Tom said, only for Peyton to put a hand on his shoulder. Not against Heptad, bro. He's an ultra-rare creature and can use all of the elements, earth, fire, air, and water, along with being capable of using any music from any tribe, Peyton said. Wow, he sounds really strong, said Naruto, impressed at Heptad's abilities and knew he'd definitely be a tough opponent, but also a great ally, while making another note to get a scan of Heptad as well. Some players say he's tapped into the Kathika, Sarah said. The what? Tom asked, not knowing what the Kathika is. The Kathika is huge, it's why the tribes are always battling each other, or so the legends say. Okay, the Kathika was like this source of everything in Param, an ancient energy thing that the creatures found in the underworld, Peyton said. Excuse me, Peyton, it was in the overworld, interrupted Sarah. Look, in my version it's the underworld, thank you very much. So back in the olden times, all the tribes lived in totally blissed out peace, 'cause the Kathika gave them everything they could ever need. Until one tribe got a little greedy, the underworlders got all aggressive and wanted the Kathika for themselves, Peyton said. Can we just watch the match? Asked Sarah. You watch with your eyes, not your ears, Peyton retorted. Peyton, Naruto said, starting to get annoyed with the repeated arguments about overworlders versus underworlders. Alright, zip in the lips, said Peyton, as they went back to watching the match. Lava pond. Meanwhile, Takanam and Heptad were flying through the lava pond, with Heptad using a torweg. Takanam then flew up high and lit her arms on fire, slicing through several stalactites, causing them to fall onto Heptad, who flew around them, before glaring at the underworlder, before unleashing a blast of ice at Takanam, who merely dodged the attack as it hit the lava. Discord of disarming, said Takanam, using her second music to get rid of Heptad's battle gear. Vine snare, Heptad said, managing to save himself from falling into the lava as vines shot out of his fingers, while wrapping around a stalactite, allowing him to swing to safety. Heptad then unleashing another blast at Takanam, this time succeeding in hitting her. Before the underworlder unleashed another flame orb, which ricocheted and hit Heptad, knocking him down. Getting back up, Heptad slammed his fists on the ground, unleashing a rock wave at Takanam, who flew up to dodge it. Heptad then began glowing, before turning into Tartarak by using the latter's ability to trade places. With Takanam being surprised at the sudden transformation long enough for Tartarak to hit her, sending her falling into the lava. Pulling herself out of the lava, Takanam coughed slightly, before looking at Tartarak. Nice trick, know any others? Said Takanam. Yeah. Now I make you disappear. Rock wave. Tartarak shouted, slamming his fist onto the ground with Takanam flying up to avoid the rocks. Viper lash. Tartarak said as Snake shot out of his staff, wrapping around Takanam's legs, pulling her back to the ground. Getting up, Takanam jumped at Tartarak to kick him, only for the overworlder to push her back with his staff. The underworlder, not being deterred, rushed at Tartarak to punch him, but ended up hurting her hand on his shell. The two then began fighting each other, until Takanam flew up and started throwing several flame orbs at Tartarak, who went into his shell protecting himself, before kicking Takanam away when she landed, and unleashing a pebble storm at her. Any last words, Underworlder? Tartarak said. Yeah, see you later, Perithian, said Takanam, sacrificing her third creature to restore her energy. The two then resumed fighting around the lava pond, with it ending in Takanam using lavalanche on the lava, sending a wave of it crashing down onto Tartarak, reducing him to code. Krellin-drome. Underworlders, do it again. 2 down, 1 to go, Kez said, now confident that he could win. It's your Takanam versus my Heptad. And we're gonna crush both of you, stated Leon, before spinning the randomizer. You beat Heptad in the lava pond, but now you're on my turf, Leon said, as the two transformed into their last creatures. Port Court. Wow, Kez really might win this. Maybe he was right, maybe Underworlders are better, Tom said, while starting to think that Kez was right. Despite what the Overworlder defender has to say, said Sarah, with Tom about to say something before Peyton spoke. Objection, Your Honor, Peyton said. I'm sorry, but your Param history is all out of whack. There was an all-powerful source called the Kathika, but it was in the overworld. The overworlders are the ones who wanted it for themselves. They were all high and mighty about how the Kathaka should be used, and whoever didn't agree was the bad guy. Sarah said, with Naruto's eyes twitching at the continued arguments. Okay, you know what, I'm going to pair him, Naruto said, getting tired of the arguing and wanting to get away from it, while taking the chance to go collect some scans. Same, I want to see if I can get any new music or battle gear, said Tom, also getting tired of the arguing, when they just wanted to watch the match. While they wanted to stay and support Kaz in winning, they couldn't really focus, while also acting as mediators between Sarah and Peyton, with their respective views on the tribes and the Kathaka. I would have thought you'd stay to support the Overworlders, Naruto said, while raising a brow, having figured that Tom would be on Peyton's side with what happened with the Kathaka. Personally, Naruto didn't think the Overworlders or Underworlders were evil. They were simply different factions with their own beliefs and ideals. That didn't make them evil. Hey, I like the Overworlders as much as any player. But I don't enjoy the arguing that this match is making about who the good guys and bad guys are, Tom replied, with Naruto nodding in agreement as they reached the porters. So, where are we going? Asked Tom, as they pulled out their scanners. Underworld City. There should be plenty of creatures to scan there. I'm also hoping we encounter Takanam, so I can get a scan of her. Maybe even find some battle gear and music, said Naruto, with Tom nodding, as that did sound pretty good and he would like to get his own Takanam scan, after seeing her in action as well. With that, the two ported to Parim and Underworld City. Underworld City. Reappearing just outside of Underworld City, Naruto and Tom looked around, to make sure there weren't any guards. Alright, I'm not sure where Takanam could be, but from what I've heard, she's one of Chire's trusted advisors. So, she'd most likely be in his palace, Naruto said, only stopping when Tom put a hand on his shoulder, getting his attention, with the Uzumaki seeing him pointing up. Looking, Naruto was surprised when he saw Takanam flying overhead, away from the city. Or she could be right there, said Naruto, not believing their luck at managing to find Takanam, without having to sneak through the city. Nodding to each other, Naruto and Tom began following Takanam at a distance, making sure they wouldn't be seen, along with making sure they didn't lose sight of the Underworlder. The two followed Takanam for a while, wondering where she was going. Soon getting their answer, when they arrived at a gigantic black and green fortress. Whoa, what is this place? Tom wondered as they hid behind a rock, so they wouldn't be seen. Not sure, but I'm pretty sure whoever lives here isn't friendly to intruders, said Naruto, before they pulled out their scanners and scanned the location, while seeing it was called Gaho's Tower. Looking around for any sign of Takanam, the two figured she must be in the castle somewhere, and snuck in to find her. Thankfully, they were able to avoid the patrolling guards by ducking into alcoves or hiding in empty rooms, while still having not seen any sign of Takanam. Though soon, Naruto and Tom reached an upper-floor balcony, overlooking what looked like a dining hall, where they could see three creatures at one end. The first and only one sitting down resembled a male harpy mixed with a skeleton. Having blue-green skin that closely resembles bones, as well as one black eye and a mechanical red eye, along with huge teal feathery wings. He was wearing a blue fur loincloth and metal arm guards. Most of his head was bald, to further reinforce his skeletal-like appearance, but he does possess a long, slim brown ponytail. The second was standing at the first creature's right, clearly female and looked like a blue demon, wearing black leather one-piece armor, black leather boots with a spike on the toe and black fingerless gloves, also with spikes. The third creature had the appearance of a thin yellow gargoyle, while having a cyclopes-like face with one giant eye. He also has pointed ears and a single horn on his head. Whoa, I've never seen those creatures before. Have you, Naruto? Tom whispered so they wouldn't be heard, with the Uzumaki shaking his head. No, but just from this location and how those two are standing beside the harpy-looking one, I'd say he's a high-ranking member in the underworld, said Naruto in a low tone with Tom nodding in agreement, figuring the guy was an underworld leader, like Chire. Suddenly, the two felt themselves being pulled back from the balcony, their mouths being covered to muffle any noises they might make. Looking at who had grabbed them, Naruto and Tom gulped, when they saw Takanam glaring at them. You humans better have very good explanation as to why you are here, and why you were following me. Takanam hissed quietly, angered that their presence was interfering in her mission. We were hoping to get a scan of you and saw you flying here, Tom said nervously, with Takanam scoffing, figuring she should have expected that being the reason with chaotic players. Well, you both are stuck here, until I'm finished, said Takanam, confusing the two at what she was even doing here. Finished doing what? What even is this place, and who are those creatures down there? Naruto asked, as the three looked over the balcony at the creatures down below. Those are Lord Van Blut, Scythia, and Krek. Officially, Van Blut is the second in command of the Underworld Army, Takanam answered. And unofficially? Said Naruto, sensing the hostility Takanam had for the three. He's a conniving traitor, who's only loyal to himself. Scythia is his most trusted advisor and willingly serves him, while only serving Chire when she's forced to. While Krek, he's only loyal to whoever inspires the most fear in him. Takanam replied, having low opinions of the three underworlders, along with despising Scythia as much as interests. Okay. But why are you here? Asked Tom, wondering why Takanam was here, when she was loyal to Chire. I'm here because I was sent here to spy Van Blut by Chire, human, along with infiltrating his ranks. A mission I was doing, until you two had to get in the way. Takanam said, while glaring at the two, knowing their presence has made her mission even harder. Right, sorry. Though why do you have that? Naruto asked, pointing at the battle gear that Takanam was carrying, which looked like a scope inside a skull with a handle. It's called a spectral viewer, useful for seeing my pedions, whenever they turn invisible, or anything else hidden from view. Van Blut also has such an ability since he can turn invisible here, in Godho's tower. I brought this, just in case he was using that ability. Takanam replied, with Naruto and Tom being amazed at hearing Van Blut could turn himself invisible within Godho's tower. And given Chire sent Takanam to spy on / infiltrate his ranks, Van Blut was likely a powerful creature even without his invisibility. It made Naruto tempted to get a scan of Van Blut to go with his Godho's tower scan, but decided to wait, so he could get a scan of Takanam. Preferably, when they were safely away from Godho's tower. That didn't mean they couldn't get a scan of the spectral viewer, as both boys pulled out their scanners and got their own scans of the battle gear. Knowing such an item would be useful in any matches against my pedions or those that can render themselves invisible, either in certain locations or with battle gear and music. Though while Naruto wanted to wait to get a scan of Takanam, Tom couldn't pass up the chance to get a scan of a powerful and rare creature, like Van Blut. As while Tom usually prefers overworlders, he wasn't opposed to using members of the other tribes. Plus, Van Blut would go great with his newly acquired Godho's tower scan. Pointing his scanner at Van Blut, Tom quickly started scanning him. With the underworlder, unfortunately, taking notice of the lights on him. Intruders! Van Blut shouted as he flew up and turned invisible, while Scythia and Krek went running to alert the guards of the intruders. What have you done? Takanam growled, glaring at Tom, who gulped at the angry underworlder. I just... Tom stuttered, afraid that Takanam might decide to attack him. No time, we have to get out of here, said Naruto, before pulling them away from the balcony and towards the exit, with Tom nodding in agreement, while Takanam grunted in annoyance, but knew that escaping would be prudent. Unfortunately, before the three could make their escape, Van Blut appeared in front of them. Shadow strike! Van Blut shouted, as the surrounding shadows rose up and launched towards the three. Torrent of flame! Said Takanam, unleashing blasts of fire at the shadows, dispelling them. Delirium! Van Blut said, blasting Takanam with an energy ray, impacting the female underworlder, disorienting her. Thankfully, Takanam managed to shake off the attack and focus her sight again, only to see they were now surrounded by guards. Seeing they were now surrounded, Naruto, Tom, and Takanam could only raise their arms in surrender, as Van Blut smirked wickedly. Well, isn't this a nice surprise, Chire sending me his most trusted advisor, accompanied by 2 chaotic players. Take them to the dungeons. Van Blut ordered the guards, who nodded as they forced the three to start walking, while taking Naruto and Tom's scanners along with Takanam's spectral viewer. My lord, we found these on her as well, one of the guards said, while handing Van Blut some music that Takanam had on her. Well done, now our little spy won't have a means to escape, Van Blut said with a smirk, while Takanam cursed. She had used a magician's lyre earlier, giving her 2 extra musicians, before going on this missions. That way, she can use up to 3 musics in the event that anything went wrong, and she had to make a quick escape. Now though, that little backup plan went up in smoke. It wasn't long, until they had arrived at the dungeon with the 3 being shoved into a cell, as the door was locked behind them. Way to go, Tom. You just had to get Skin Happy and Skin Van Blut, while we were on his home turf, didn't you? Naruto said, annoyed at having been caught and now locked up. I didn't mean for us to be caught. And don't act like you wouldn't have tried the same thing, retorted Tom in his defense. Yeah, I would have, but at least me scanning Van Blut would make sense. I use all 4 tribes. You specialize in using overworlders. Naruto said. So? That doesn't mean I can't use Underworlders, retorted Tom, since he did use Dracnus on the same battle team as Maxa and Thunder in the online match he played, right before he got his password to Chaotic. Would you both shut up? Takanam shouted, glaring at them both while giving Tom an especially scathing glare, at learning he was an Overworlder player. It's bad enough you both blew my cover and got me trapped, along with one of you being an ally to the Overworlders. I'm not dealing with listening to you humans bickering, like children, growled Takanam, making Naruto and Tom falling silent under her anger, not wanting her to start attacking them. Seeing they were silent, Takanam started pacing the cell while thinking of a way to escape, along with how she could still fulfill her mission of infiltrating Van Blut's ranks. So, any ideas on how to get out? Tom asked after a few moments. Well, we could always use these, said Naruto, before to Tom and Takanam's shock, he pulled out their scanners. Our scanners? But I thought they took them, Tom said, relieved that they could now port out of here. Yeah, but I managed to swipe them off the guard, when they weren't looking, replied Naruto, while handing Tom his scanner. Though Takanam scoffed, now believing they would simply leave, abandoning her to be tortured and interrogated by Van Blut. Something she'd expect from an overworld player, leaving the Underworlders to fight each other. Okay, we have our way out. But what about Takanam? Tom asked, with Takanam now looking at him surprised. What about me? Demanded Takanam, suspicious of what he meant. Well, we can't just leave you trapped here. Since it is kind of our fault you were caught in the first place, so we'll help you get out too, Tom said, once again surprising Takanam, even more so when Naruto nodded in agreement. Yeah, and it'll help that I also grabbed these, said Naruto, smirking as he pulled out the keys to the cell, shocking the two once again, that he was able to steal the keys as well. Thank Kami for the transformation jutsu and substitution jutsu, Naruto thought, relieved he was able to swap some transformed items for the scanners and the keys. How are you able to do that? Tom asked, not believing that Naruto was able to get not only swipe back their scanners, but steal the keys as well, without the guards noticing. I'm just that good, but I wasn't able to get Takanam's spectral viewer back. Though it won't be long until someone notices, so we need to hurry and get out of here quickly, Naruto said, knowing if he took too much, Van Blut and the guards may get suspicious, before opening the cell with the key. Nodding in agreement, the three exited the cell before running for the exit. Why were you two even interested in getting a scan of me? You're an overworld player, and I can only guess you're the same, Takanam said, mildly curious as to why an overworld chaotic player would want to scan an underworlder. I'm actually not aligned with any of the tribes, I think all of them are pretty cool. So rather than using one, I use all of them. As for why I wanted a scan of you, before we came here, our friend was in a match where he used you. And after seeing how strong you were, both with your attacks and ability, I really wanted to get my own scan of you, Naruto answered with Takanam smirking, pleased at the praise of her power, knowing she's among the strongest in the underworld. And what about you? Why would an overworld player want to scan an underworlder? Why would you even scan Van Blut? Questioned Takanam, while glancing at Tom. The same reason as Naruto, I thought you were pretty strong with the way Kaz was using you in his match. And yeah, I'm an overworld player, but I don't mind using creatures from other tribes if I see they're really great and strong. As for getting a scan of Van Blut, we got scans of Gaho's tower when we arrived. And after hearing about his ability to turn invisible here, I couldn't pass up the chance to get a scan of him as well, replied Tom. Takanam glanced at the two for a moment, before looking ahead, wanting to focus on escaping. L'avalanche? Shrieked Shock. Hearing the sudden attack, Takanam stopped before pulling Naruto and Tom back, avoiding the blasts of lava, while covering their ears from the high-pitched shriek. Looking, Takanam scowled when she saw Scythia and Krek standing in their way. Scythia, I'm going to enjoy this. Iron balls! Takanam shouted, unleashing a barrage iron balls on the two, with Krek flying into the air and Scythia dodging to the side. Ash torrent! Krek shouted, releasing a torrent of ash at Takanam. Ectospasm! Said Scythia, throwing a blue ball of pulsating power at her archenemy. Takanam dodged the attacks by flying into the air and flew straight at Krek, slamming her fist down on his head and sending him crashing back to the ground, straight onto Scythia. Unsanity! Takanam said, blasting Scythia and Krek with the attack as the two cried out as they lost their will and their minds. Flame orb! Said Takanam, unleashing several fireballs at the two, ensuring they were taken out for a while. Once seeing her enemies were dealt with, Takanam looked at Naruto and Tom before motioning them to follow. That'll likely have attracted attention. We need to go now, said Takanam, with the two nodding in agreement before they continued heading for the exit. The three continued running through the castle, until they soon saw the exit down the hall. Unfortunately, it seemed like luck wasn't on their side, as over a dozen guards came running around the corner, blocking their path. Skeletal strike! Van Blut shouted, revealing himself flying above them as he unleashed a skeleton version of himself that charged at Takanam. The female underworlder flew into the air, with the skeleton chasing her, before using a flame orb to destroy it. Both of you, stay back! Takanam ordered Naruto and Tom, with both of them nodding and getting away from the fighting, though Naruto was also ready to step in and try to discreetly help Takanam, if it came to that. You should be more worried about yourself than the humans, Takanam. Power pulse! Said Van Blut, throwing his fists out, as several flowing green fists were launched towards Takanam. And you should be worried about what I'll do to you. Torrent of flame! Takanam retorted, releasing a blast of fire at the energy fists, vaporizing them, while Van Blut flew out of the way. Flame fright! Shouted Van Blut, expelling a blast of fire at Takanam with the female underworlder grunting in pain, before screaming as she began to experience her worst fears, while attacking unseen enemies. Don't just stand there, you fools! Get the humans! Van Blut ordered his soldiers, while pointing at Naruto and Tom. Nodding, the soldiers began running towards the humans as Takanam shook her head to banish the illusions. Lavalanche? Said Takanam, releasing a blast of lava between the soldiers and the two chaotic players, though leaving herself open for Van Blut to attack her with Shadow Strike. Inferno Gust! Said Takanam, flapping her wings and unleashing a flaming gust of wind at Van Blut, with the underworld second-in-command flying underneath it and turning invisible, making Takanam tense up and look around for where he could be, before noticing the soldiers advancing on Naruto and Tom again. Mentally cursing, Takanam went to fly down and stop them, only for Van Blut to reappear right above her. Thunder shout! Van Blut shouted, unleashing an intense burst of sound that slammed right into Takanam, launching her back to the ground, landing in front of Naruto and Tom. Takanam! Are you alright? Naruto asked, worried she wouldn't be able to keep fighting and that he'd have to reveal his abilities. I'm fine. But you two can't stay here, you need to leave now and return to Underworld City. Takanam said quietly, so they wouldn't be overheard on what they were planning. Restrain her! Ordered Van Blut, landing behind his guards, wanting Takanam restrained this time so she couldn't escape. We can't just leave you, Tom argued, not wanting to leave Takanam imprisoned by Van Blut. Yes, you will. We don't have time to argue, just do as I say. Hissed Takanam, knowing they'd only have one chance, where all of them could escape. This made Naruto and Tom frown, but nodded reluctantly to do what she said. Naruto especially, since he really didn't want to reveal his abilities to a creature like Van Blut, knowing it'd only create a lot of problems. Good, when I give the signal, leave and return to Underworld City. I'll meet you there, said Takanam, before looking at the approaching guards. Once they were close enough, Takanam held out her hands and used her ability to begin absorbing all the soldiers' energy, restoring herself to full strength. As she was absorbing the energy, Takanam was engulfed in a flaming aura, as she felt her power returning, even greater than before with all the energy she's absorbed. Takanam then gave a shriek as her aura exploded off her, incinerating everything around her, including the shocked Naruto and Tom. With Van Blut being surprised, both by Takanam's boost in power and that she incinerated those chaotic players she had just been protecting earlier. Impressive Takanam, but futile, said Van Blut, smirking while believing he could still defeat her with ease. Only to be surprised again, when Takanam bowed before him. Forgive me, my lord, for my attack. I was originally sent here to spy on you for Chire, but now I have seen the truth. Chire is no longer worthy of ruling the underworld, it is you who deserves the right to lead our tribe. Takanam said, with Van Blut narrowing his eyes at her. You just admit you were sent here to spy on me. And yet now you say you wish to serve me? How do I know this is simply not another trick? Demanded Van Blut. Because I have seen proof of your right to rule the underworld with my own eyes. You even came here to deal with the intruders in your own castle personally, refusing to accept such an insult to your power. Chire would never do such a thing, preferring to sit on his throne and let others to clean up his messes. You are a true leader, Lord Van Blut, one who would be able to show the other tribes the true power of the underworld. Something Chire has failed to do, time and time again. Takanam said, playing on his ego while Van Blut smirked, pleased at the praise being given to him, and seeing that even Chire's own advisor was growing tired of his rule. Indeed, and once I have established myself as the one true ruler of the underworld, I shall show the other tribes our power. But what of the humans you were protecting, and instead, incinerated? Van Blut questioned. They were merely a means to an end, and were nothing but a flight risk, as well as a way to prove my loyalty. Now there is no risk of them going to Chire and telling him of what they learned. He will remain ignorant, and by the time he's realized what's happened, it will be too late. Takenam said, with Van Blut chuckling wickedly, pleased to hear this. Indeed. Very well, Takenam, as you have seen the truth, I shall forgive you for infiltrating Gaho's tower and allow you to join my ranks. Now return to Underworld City, report back to Chire what has happened here, and inform me of anything that happens within his inner circle. Van Blut ordered, with Takenam nodding as she stood up. I will return at once, my lord, said Takenam, bowing once again before exiting Gaho's tower. Once outside, Takenam took flight and flew back to Underworld City. Fool! Takenam thought, while smirking, since the only ruler she'll ever serve is Chire himself. It didn't take long until she arrived back at Underworld City, landing outside the gates. You can come out now, Takenam said, crossing her arms as Naruto and Tom came out from where they were hiding. The two having ported out just as Takenam's aura would have hit them, making it look like they were incinerated. With both Naruto and Tom having immediately ported back to Underworld City, waiting outside for Takenam to return. Thanks for helping us get out of there, said Naruto, glad they were able to escape Gaho's tower in one piece. Yeah, thanks. I don't think we would have made it out without your help, Tom said, also glad they managed to escape with Takenam nodding, before looking at the two. I owe you both my thanks as well. You could have simply left me imprisoned. But instead, you were willing to risk your own lives to help me escape and successfully infiltrate Lord Van Blut's ranks. I suppose you can be some of the few chaotic players I can tolerate, even if one of you is an overworld player, said Takenam, willing to admit they earned her respect for helping her and even refused to abandon her, when it looked like she would lose. Surprising the two, only to gulp when Takenam held her hand up, with it becoming coated in flames. But do be aware, if we ever encounter each other again and you are on the side of the overworlders, I will treat you as my enemies and my attacks won't miss, Takenam warned. This made Naruto and Tom laugh nervously, at the backhanded way Takenam said that she likes them. So, would I be able to get a scan of you? Naruto asked, still wanting to get a scan of Takenam, while Tom already got his Van Blut scan. I suppose you may skin me for your game. Be sure to show your opponents the power of the underworld, said Takenam, while standing in front of Naruto, allowing him to scan her. Nodding, Naruto pulled out his scanner and scanned Takenam. Nice. So, we each got a location, creature, and battle gear scan out of this, said Naruto, smiling when he saw Takenam was even stronger than normal, due to her still being overpowered from the energy she absorbed. Along with having the ability to use 2 mujiks, instead of the standard single mujik. It would have been 3, if Takenam didn't lose one of her extra mugicians from Lord Van Blut's flame fright. Yep, I'd say this was a pretty good skin quest, Tom stated, pleased at the scans they got, despite the trouble they had gotten in to get them. They even got a new friend out of this, in Takenam. Or an acquaintance at the very least. With that, the two waved to Takenam, as she flew back to Chire's palace to report what happened and her success. With Naruto and Tom porting back to Chaotic, once she was out of sight. Chaotic. Arriving back in Chaotic, Naruto and Tom went and found Sarah, Peyton, and Kaz, showing that the latter's match had ended. There you guys are. I tried finding you after the match, but Peyton and Sarah said you went to pair him, Kaz said, a little annoyed that they missed the last of his match against Leon, even if he had lost in the end. Sorry Kaz, we tried to watch it, but got tired of the overworlder versus underworld arguments, Tom replied, with Naruto nodding in agreement. Yeah, if someone wasn't siding with the overworlders, they were siding with the underworlders. It just got too annoying, when they should have just enjoyed the match, added Naruto, with Kaz sighing and nodded in understanding, knowing his and Leon's match had really divided Chaotic, in regards to overworlders and underworlders. It's fine, I guess we did go a little overboard, Kaz said. We're sorry too, Sarah said, knowing she and Peyton also got too into the match and argued over the 2 tribes, as well as the Kathaka. Yeah, sorry dudes, said Peyton. It's fine. Besides, we did get some pretty cool scans out of our trip, Naruto said. Check it out, said Tom, as they showed them their new scans, with the 3 being shocked and envious to see they got scans of Gaho's tower and spectral viewers, along with Naruto getting a scan of Takanam and Tom getting a Lord Van Blut scan. Dude! You got Lord Van Blut? That guy is like a super ultra rare scan, like Heptad. Peyton said, shocked to see Tom somehow manage to get a scan of Van Blut. How did you manage to get a Takanam scan on your first try? I had to wait weeks to get a chance to scan her. And how are her attributes so high? Said Kaz, having had to wait forever to sneak into Underworld City and get a scan of Takanam. Even longer to get one with 2 magicians, which he used in his match against Herculeon. And even then, it isn't anywhere near as powerful as Naruto's scan of her. Actually, she just let Naruto scan her, Tom said, while being amused by their shocked expressions. She let him? How did that happen? Asked Sarah, not believing Takanam would just let Naruto scan her, and that they even met Takanam personally, as well. I asked nicely. Naruto replied, while smiling in amusement. Kaz, Peyton, and Sarah immediately began pestering them with questions of what happened on their scan quest, along with trying to get them to trade with them for their new scans. All while Naruto and Tom found it to be sweet karma, for how they were arguing over Overworldus and Underworldus earlier. 3 days have passed since Kaz's match against Herculeon, with Naruto and Tom's having gone on a scan quest near the end. Both of them having managed to obtain scans of Gaho's Tower, a spectral viewer, with Naruto getting a scan of Takanam, with an extra magician and higher stats, while Tom got a scan of Lord Van Blut. Currently, both of them were in the Betadrome, wanting to try out their new scans and get a feel for them, with Kaz talking to them over their scanners, telling them about the Betadrome. Okay guys, so the Betadrome is kind of like a training area in Chaotic. Players use it to test out new creatures, battle gear, locations, and music. Unlike the Battledromes, the normal rules don't apply, as there's no Drome Master. Players mostly use them, either to settle bets between each other, and any matches that take place in them aren't official. So, it's the perfect place to try out Takanam and Van Blut. Kaz explained, with Naruto and Tom nodding, as they set their boards. So, we could have any number of creatures, locations, and music? Even if they're different from their opponents? Naruto asked, with Kaz nodding. That's right, so you could have Takanam and one other creature to use her ability, while Tom could just Van Blut, answered Kaz. Well, that makes things easier, Tom said, planning to just use Van Blut to get a feel for him, along with only having Gaho's Tower as his location, to take full advantage of his invisibility. Alright, that's about the gist of it. Good luck, guys, said Kaz before ending the call. Nodding, the two resumed setting their boards, with Naruto having Takanam and Navenna as his 2 creatures, along with equipping Takanam with the spectral viewer. For music, he put Song of Desperation and Melody of Mirrored Actions. While Tom was using just Van Blut, equipped with a Ring of Nyren and Gaho's Tower, while having Melody of Malady and Song of Future Sight. Alright, ready when you are, said Tom. Let's do this, Naruto replied, eager to fight as Takanam. Both players revealed their boards to the other, with the location already set for Gaho's Tower. Van Blut attacks Takanam, Tom said, pressing his creatures, before code began swirling around him, as he transformed into the Lord of Gaho's Tower. Naruto did the same with Takanam, soon transforming into the female Underworlder, staring down Van Blut across from her. Let's get chaotic. Gaho's Tower. Walking up the large castle, Takanam summoned her spectral viewer, and gave a quick look around, to see if Van Blut was waiting for her, somewhere, with his invisibility. After seeing that Van Blut wasn't lying in wait for her, Takanam took flight, stumbling slightly, with it being her first time flying. That'll definitely take some getting used to, Takanam thought, as she didn't have any flying creatures. Taking a few moments to get used to flying, Takanam flew up to one of the upper windows, using her claws to cut a hole in the glass, big enough for her to fit through. Once the hole was made, the female Underworlder quickly grabbed the glass, and threw it off into the distance, before flying inside the castle. Rather than land on the ground, Takanam flew up to the ceiling, digging her claws into the stone, and began crawling across. Van Blut would expect me to take the front door, and is likely hiding away somewhere near there, or in the dining hall, Takanam thought, knowing Van Blut would expect her to enter through the front door, and was lying in wait to strike, or he was in the dining hall, probably to see if she'd go to the same spot as before. Making her way to the dining hall, Takanam soon reached it, and detached from the ceiling, while sticking to the shadows. Peeking out of the corner, the female Underworlder pulled out her spectral viewer again, and scanned the area again. This time, spotting Van Blut invisible in a corner on the ceiling, watching the entrance, or giving a few quick glances around, waiting for her. Found you, you worm? Takanam thought, creating a flame orb, before quickly throwing it at Van Blut. Van Blut not having time to dodge, too surprised at the sudden attack, as the fireball impacted him, sending the second-in-command crashing to the ground. Grunting at the impact, Van Blut immediately flew into the air, and looked to where the attack came from, seeing Takanam step out of her hiding spot. Very clever Takanam, entering through a different area than before. However, you made a mistake in revealing yourself. Skeletal strike! Van Blut shouted, as a skeletal version of himself emerged from his body, and charged towards Takanam, with the female underworlder quickly flying into the air, as the skeleton chased her. Toxic gust! Takanam said before expelling a breath of green gas, that caused the skeleton to melt away. This, however, left her open, as Van Blut flew in behind her. Ash torrent! Said Van Blut, blasting Takanam in the back, with a cloud of ash, with Takanam crying out as she was blinded by the ash. Shadow strike! Van Blut shouted, as his shadow rose up and attacked Takanam, knocking her back to the ground, with the Lord of Gaho's tower landing in front of her. You made a mistake returning here, Takanam. Now you'll learn what happens when you challenge Lord Van Blut, said Van Blut, creating an ectospasm in his hands to throw at Takanam. Sink scream! Takanam said, releasing a loud scream at Van Blut, blocking and nullifying his attack, while throwing him back, where he crashed through a wall. Grunting, Van Blut pushed the rubble off him, and stood up. Embers swarm! Said Takanam, unleashing a barrage of embers at Van Blut, with the underworlder attempting to dodge, only to find his speed had taken a severe hit. What? Van Blut thought, confused at how his speed was so low, before crying out as the embers impacted him. You forget, Van Blut, Sink Scream reduces your speed to 0, when used by a creature who can use air attacks. And here's another. Wind Slash! Said Takanam, swiping her arms, unleashing a blast of wind at Van Blut. And you forgot my battle gear. Ring of Nairan! Van Blut retorted, summoning the ring, while activating its shield, to absorb the wind slash. That won't last forever. Delirium! Said Takanam, unleashing the energy blast at Van Blut, who once again had his battle gear block and absorb the attack. Perhaps, but you can't hit what you can't see. Van Blut chuckled sinisterly, before turning invisible, with Takanam frowning, and summoned her spectral viewer to see where he was. Song of Future Sight! Van Blut said from somewhere, as Takanam heard music start playing. Though rather than focus on the music, Takanam soon spotted Van Blut. Flame Orb! Takanam said, throwing several fireballs at the male underworlder, only for Van Blut to dodge of the attacks, and flew in close to Takanam. Power Pulse! Said Van Blut, throwing his fists out, unleashing several green energy fists, that slammed into Takanam, knocking her back, with the female underworld grunting at the hits. Iron Balls! Shouted Takanam, releasing a barrage of iron balls at Van Blut, the close range allowing a few to impact him, before he used his ring to block the rest. Melody of Mirrored Action! Takanam said, using her own music as a light came down on top of Van Blut, before his ring of Nairan suddenly vanished. Making a TSK sound, at the loss of his battle gear, Van Blut glared at Takanam. Rock Wave! Said Van Blut, slamming his fist on the ground, causing several rocks to shoot out of the ground, towards Takanam, who flew into the air, avoiding the rocks. Lavalanche! Said Takanam, unleashing a blast of lava at Van Blut, who quickly dodged and turned invisible again, with Takanam using her spectral viewer again, as well. Thunder Shout! Van Blut yelled, giving a loud shout that disoriented Takanam, and knocked her out of the air, along with knocking her spectral viewer out of her grasp, which Van Blut immediately incinerated with a flame orb. Now that's how you fight when you can't see your enemy, said Van Blut, Takanam now unable to see where he was and could only look around waiting for him to attack and reveal himself. Ferocity! Van Blut said, unleashing a blast of black, spirit-like heads with sharp teeth that swirled around Takanam, and attacked her. Funnel Blast! Said Takanam, spinning around, creating a tornado of air that dispersed the spirits, but didn't hit Van Blut. Skeletal Strike! Van Blut said, as another skeleton appeared, and tackled Takanam to the ground, lowering her energy even further. Any last words, Takanam? Said Van Blut, reappearing above Takanam, with a dark smirk on his face. Just two. The first, Song of Desperation, Takanam said, using her second music. Van Blut tensed as the music activated, and hit him, only to feel his energy being restored, rather than lowered. Ah, you have my thanks for restoring my energy, but it is far too late to surrender. Shadow Strike, Van Blut said, using one last attack to end the match. Only to be confused, when rather than the shadows rising up to attack Takenam, they didn't do anything. What? Said Van Blut, confused as to why his attack didn't work, as Takenam smirked. And here's my second, so long, Nevena, Takenam said, sacrificing Nevena to restore her own energy, as she stood feeling empowered. Torrent of flame! Shouted Takenam, blasting Van Blut with 2 bursts of fire, throwing him back into a wall. Wind slash! Takenam said, continuing her assault on Van Blut, before he had a chance to recover, slamming him back into the wall. Now, here's a taste of your own medicine. Flame fright! Yelled Takenam, unleashing a blast of flames at Van Blut, the second in command crying in pain and fear out, before not a moment later, he burst into code. Later Port Court. That was an awesome match, you guys. You really connected with Takenam and Van Blut, it almost felt like I was watching a real fight between them, Kaz said, as he, Naruto, and Tom sat at a table with pizza and sodas, going over the latter two's match. Yeah, we tried acting in character, so we could really connect with them, replied Naruto, with Tom nodding in agreement. Yeah. It was pretty weird acting like Van Blut, but halfway through the battle, I started really getting into it, like I really was him. Though it did take some getting used to learning to fly, Tom said, glad about how well he did with Van Blut on his first try, and couldn't wait to use him in an actual match. Though he was also feeling a bit down at losing to Naruto again, even if it was just a practice match. That's a good idea, acting like the creatures to help get a better connection with them. Though Takenam and Van Blut are naturally enemies in the underworld, so it's not all that surprising they already hate each other. But against, say, Overworlders and Mypedians, you'll have to really connect with them. Just remember, if you use Underworlders against those two, get angry, really think like an Underworlder, who's tired of Overworlders, looking down on you. Kaz said, with Naruto and Tom nodding, knowing any Underworld advice from Kaz would be useful in future matches. Thanks, but I don't think I need to worry about something like that. I've already won 2 drone matches and a practice match. Just a few more and I'd be ready to take on a Code Master, said Naruto, confident that he could take on Krillin, after getting the rest of his wins in the Krillin Drome. Yeah, Naruto, Tom said, sharing an uneasy look with Kaz. While they'll admit their friend has shown great skill in matches, despite having only just started participating in them, the way he's talking now made them think he was getting overconfident in his skills as a player. The two hoping they'll get the chance to fix that soon, before it becomes a problem. Well, anyway, I'm gonna be heading to Parim. I need to go pick up more Dractyl scales for hearing, Kaz said as he stood up, knowing he'll need to get a lot more scales for his creature friend, to make up for how he left him to be attacked by Ulmer, when he scanned the Vile Driver. Cool, could we come? Naruto asked, hoping to get some Overworlder scans for his deck, with Tom also wanting to get some scans. Sure. You both have scans of the Forest of Life, right? Kaz asked, with Naruto and Tom nodding, both having scans of the location. The 3 boys then headed for the porters, and stepped onto 3 of them, before pulling out their scanners, and porting to the Forest of Life. Forest of Life. Reappearing the Forest of Life, Naruto looked around, taking in the vibrant forest around him. Alright, Dractyl's nest is that way, and luckily, we've arrived at a time where he's out patrolling the forest, for any Underworlders. So, no worries of him finding us, and attacking, said Kaz, with him and Tom turning to head towards Dractyl's nest. You guys go on, without me, I'm gonna see if I can find Dractyl, and get a scan of him, Naruto said, wanting to get another flyer in his deck, with Tom and Kaz nodding. Okay. So, once we're done, we'll port back to Chaotic. Agreed? Tom asked. Agreed, Naruto and Kaz replied. The 3 boys then went their separate ways, Kaz and Tom heading for Dractyl's nest, and Naruto going to search for the Overworlder himself. Walking through the forest, Naruto had his scanner out, and pointed at the sky, looking for any sign of Dractyl. While he could have jumped to the top of the trees to get a better look around, he didn't want to risk being seen by any creature, or other chaotic players, that might be nearby, with his abilities being discovered. Besides, it wouldn't be as fun searching for Dractyl if he used his chakra to find the Overworlder too quickly. After some time and no sign of Dractyl, Naruto was about to give up, until he caught sight of something big and red in the sky. There he is! Naruto thought, glad he managed to find Dractyl, and went to scan him. Only to frown when he couldn't get a clear lock on Dractyl, either because he wouldn't hold still long enough, or he was too far away. I need to get closer, thought Naruto, running to catch up with Dactyl. Seeing how fast Dactyl was flying, Naruto channeled a little chakra into his legs to speed up and reach him. Eventually, Naruto felt he was close enough and went to skin Dactyl, only to frown when he saw he still wasn't close enough. Either I need to get higher up, or Dactyl needs to get closer to the ground, Naruto thought. Hey Dactyl! Naruto shouted to get Dactyl's attention. This doing the trick as Dactyl looked and narrowed his eyes when he saw Naruto, not getting a good look from how high he was, but the overworlder knew he hasn't seen him before. Intruder! Dactyl shouted, turning and dive-bombing straight towards Naruto. Okay, he's coming towards me, gotta scan him quick, and then get out of here, Naruto thought, aiming his scanner, only for his eyes to widen at how quickly Dactyl was coming towards him. Turning around, Naruto started running away from Dactyl, only for the overworlder to grab Naruto in his talons and lift him into the air. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Put me down, W! Naruto said, flinching when he hit a branch, then another, then another. Ow! Damn it! Fuck! Shit! Stop! That! You! Ass! Hole! Shouted Naruto, as Dactyl seemed to be purposefully flying low, so Naruto would hit every tree in the way. With Kaz and Tom, okay, that should do it. Hearing will definitely enjoy these, Kaz said, as he finished putting a few dozen Dactyl scales in his backpack. Great, let's go. I want to see if I can find any creatures nearby to scan, said Tom, with Kaz nodding, and slung his backpack over his shoulder. The two chaotic players began walking through the forest, searching for signs of any creatures to scan, but so far haven't found any. Though after a few moments, Tom and Kaz peeked out from behind some bushes, and saw a tree that looked different from the others. It took them a few moments before their eyes widened when the tree began moving, showing it had a face. Whoa, that's Ikatosh, Tom said, pulling out his scanner and eagerly scanned the overworlder, knowing Ikatosh would be a great addition to his deck. Alright, let's get out of here. I'm sure that by now, NAR Tom said, only stopping as he and Kaz looked up with wide eyes when Dactyl flew past them. Was that? Said Kaz, shocked at what he just saw. Yeah, replied Tom. And carrying? Kaz said, Tom nodding. Uh-huh, Tom said. Sharing the look, the two ran off to where Dactyl flew to make sure Naruto didn't get hurt or dropped. Meanwhile, Naruto grunted as he continued hitting tree after tree, with Dactyl showing no signs of letting go. Screw it. If he won't let go, I might as well scan him while I can, Naruto thought, pulling out his scanner and worked to get a lock on Dactyl. Thankfully, he managed to get one, and quickly scanned the overworlder, relieved at seeing he got the scan. Only to yelp, when not a moment later, Dactyl dropped him right into a lake. Scowling, Naruto swam to the surface, swearing the next time he sees Dactyl, he's roasting that overgrown turkey. His mood only lowering further, when he saw Tom and Kaz standing on the edge of the lake, working to suppress their laughter. So, did you decide to go for a swim after scanning Dactyl? Kaz asked, with Naruto glaring at the both of them. Bite me, retorted Naruto, before porting back to Chaotic, with Tom and Kaz laughing, as they soon followed him. Chaotic. Reappearing, Naruto went over to a nearby table, and sat down, before slamming his head against the table, while Kaz and Tom joined him, still amused at what just happened. Yo-ho-ho, dudes! Whoa, Naruto, what happened to you? Peyton asked, as he and Sarah approached their friends, having just arrived in Chaotic. Yeah, what happened? And why are you all wet? Asked Sarah. I don't want to talk about it, Naruto said, his voice muffled from still being pressed against the table. This confused the two, before looking at Tom and Kaz, who only shook their heads, with amused grins on their faces. Naruto snuck through Omer's lab, while avoiding being seen by the mad scientist himself, as he did so. The reason he was currently here was so he could get a scan of a Dragon Pulse for Dactyl, knowing it'd be a perfect battle gear for the overworlder's low courage. Looking around the lab, Naruto soon spotted a Dragon Pulse, and quickly scanned it, pleased at having gotten what he came here for. Though just before he poured it out, Naruto caught sight of a very large battle gear. Whoa, that thing's huge, Naruto thought, looking at the large battle gear that looked like a pair of giant legs with a cockpit for someone to pilot it in. Seeing it made Naruto wish he could get a scan of that as well, knowing it'd definitely be a shocking surprise for any opponents he'd go against. The only thing stopping him was the fact he already got a scan of the Dragon Pulse, and looking at the battle gear, Naruto could see that it seemed to be damaged and beat up. Oh well, I can always come back later, when it's repaired, and see what else Ulmer has made. Thought Naruto, having also gotten a scan of Ulmer's castle. This way, he could come back here, whenever he needed some new battle gear, knowing while Ulmer was crazy, he definitely made some powerful gear. But before Naruto could pour it out, he heard footsteps coming up the stairs, making him realize that Ulmer was coming back. And while he could quickly escape by porting back to Chaotic, Naruto figured he might as well get a scan of the mad scientist, himself, while he's here. His decision made, Naruto quickly hid behind a counter, watching as Ulmer came up the stairs, grumbling to himself. Stupid humans, and their stupid game. Always showing up and destroying my creations. Do you know how long it took me to make this, human? Ulmer shouted, as he stepped onto the lift, and continued repairing the damage done to the vile driver. If I ever see that chaotic player again, I'll turn him into a battle gear, growled Ulmer, with Naruto raising a brow at the underworlder's annoyance. Man, I wouldn't want to be whoever pissed Ulmer off, right now, Naruto thought, shaking his head, and pulled out his scanner. Waiting until Ulmer's back was turned, Naruto aimed his scanner and began scanning Ulmer, with the inventor taking notice of the lights on him and screamed in anger. Chaotic player! Ulmer shouted, pulling out several vials from his coat and throwing them to where Naruto was. Seeing the vials coming towards him, Naruto's eyes widening, and looked quickly to see he managed to scan Ulmer. Seeing he got the scans he needed, Naruto immediately ported out of the lab, just as the vials impacted where he was, and exploded. Chaotic. Reappearing in Chaotic, Naruto sighed in relief, at managing to escape Ulmer's lab, in one piece, and managing to get 3 new scans out of it, as well. Looking around, Naruto spotted Tom, Kaz, and Sarah sitting at a table, watching a match. Hey guys. How much did I miss? Naruto asked, walking over, and sitting with them, while looking at the match, knowing it was Peyton against an overworld player. Peyton just took out his opponent's Tartarek, putting them both at 1 creature each. Tom answered. What about you, Naruto? How'd your scan quest go? Questioned Sarah, wondering if he got a Dragon Pulse. It went pretty good. I managed to get a scan of a Dragon Pulse, along with even getting a scan of Ulmer and his lab, as well. Though he definitely wasn't in a good mood and was holding a serious grudge against the chaotic player that wrecked the newest battle gear he made. Threatened to turn them into battle gear the next time he saw them. Replied Naruto, with Tom and Sarah shivering at this, while feeling sorry for whoever got on Ulmer's bad side. Meanwhile, Kaz looked away with a sheepish and nervous expression, while making a mental note to avoid Ulmer for a while until he's calmed down. Marquis Daraini attacks Maglax. Turning their attention back to Peyton's match, they saw the final round was starting, with the location being the Mypdim Oasis. Mypdim Oasis. Maglax walked through the desert, raising a hand to cover his eyes as he looked around for where Marquis could be hiding, mentally cursing himself for not equipping a spectral viewer, leaving him blind to attacks. Cyclone Slam! Maglax cried out as he was hit by a blast of wind, knocking him back into some rocks. Quickly standing up, the overworlder looked to where the attack came from, seeing Marquis reappearing. Iron Balls! Maglax shouted, unleashing a barrage of iron balls at the Mypedian, only for Marquis to turn invisible and dodge the attack. Sorry dude, but you can't hit what you can't see. Tornado Tackle! Said Marquis, reappearing right in front of Maglax, and blasting him with a swirling gust of wind, launching the overworlder into the air. Once he landed, Maglax immediately stood up and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth Pulse! Said Maglax, and waves began moving through the sand around him, with Marquis stumbling slightly from the ground, destabilizing around him. Lavalanche! Maglax said, slamming his fist onto the ground, cracking it open, as lava shot up and towards Marquis. The Mypedian's eyes widened at seeing the lava come towards him, before summoning his battle gear, a liquializer, and blasted the lava, causing it to slowly harden, before stopping just inches from him. Relieved at having avoided the attack, Marquis turned invisible again, moving around the cooled lava, and saw Maglax searching for him. Rust Toxic! Marquis said, unleashing a blast of corrosive toxin on Maglax, causing the overworlder to start rusting, becoming frozen in place. Hee sorry dude, but you gotta go down, said Marquis, aiming his liquializer at Maglax, before blasting him with the high-pressured water. Not a moment later, Maglax burst into code from the hit. Later Port Court. Way to go Peyton, that was a great match, Sarah said, with Naruto, Tom and Kaz nodding in agreement. Yeah, you really pulled out a win there, in the last battle, said Kaz, knowing it had been a close battle, Even closer if Maglax didn't have a spectral viewer to even the playing field. Ah, thank you. It was nothing, Peyton said while sitting down. While I only saw the ending, the match was really good. It actually makes me want to go and get some more Mypedian scans for my deck. Even more so, after I won that match in the Amazondrome with Bratha, said Naruto, interested in getting more Mypedians for his deck, knowing their ability to turn invisible would be really useful in matches. The others looking at Naruto in concern, at seeing his growing confidence from his winning streak, knowing they had to bring him back down from it. Don't get ahead of yourself, Naruto. There are ways to stop a Mypedian's invisibility, whether with a spectral viewer or music, that can trap them in a single spot. Tom stated, having done the latter in his match against Peyton. Even if it didn't give him the win, he still knew where Peyton was. Yeah, and I doubt any invisibility will help hide that ego you have, Sarah said, with a teasing smirk, hoping Naruto will start coming down from his overconfidence. They're right, dude. I'm all for Mypedian power, but even I know they aren't invincible and can get taken down hard. But if you really want to get some Mypedian scans, I can take you to get some. You got any skin locations of the Mypedian desert? Peyton asked, with Naruto nodding, and pulled out his scanner. Yeah, I have one of Mypedom Valley, replied Naruto. Sweet, that's a good place to get some awesome Mypedian scans, Peyton said before he and Naruto waved to their friends and went over to the porters. Once there, the two pulled out their scanners and ported to Mypedom Valley. Mypedom Valley, reappearing, Naruto looked around before covering his eyes from the intense sun. Yeah, the heat takes some getting used to, but Mypedom Valley has it easier than most of the desert, thanks to the water. Just be glad we didn't go to a place like Chakri Flats. That place is hotter than anywhere else in the entire Mypedian desert, Peyton said, with Naruto nodding at his words. So, what can you tell me about the Mypedians? Asked Naruto, wanting to learn more about all the different tribes. The Mypedians are one of the more solitary tribes, preferring to stick to their own turf and ignoring the problems of the other three, unless it concerns them. But they are willing to help out the overworlders every now and then, but that doesn't mean they're all buddy-buddy all the time. They also set up these things, called water stones, that absorb the moisture from the air, so they have little rest stops throughout the desert. But the one place they protect the most is the Mypedom Oasis. They guard that place like it's a palace. The security is tighter than any other location in Parim. Anyone who wants to get in will be searched for anything that could be considered dangerous to the oasis, and even if you are allowed inside, the Mypedians will still keep an eye on you. The Mypedians are also ruled by a royal family. The current king is Debsar, who is in self-imposed exile, which all Mypedian kings do as a rite of passage. Right now, the Mypedians are ruled by the crown prince, Ifler, while the royal guard are led by Prince Mudinu, Ifler's cousin. Though the one tribe that the Mypedians absolutely don't along with are the Danians, those two tribes hating each other, as much as the overworlders and underworlders hate each other. Peyton explained, with Naruto nodding at the information. The two then continued searching for any Mypedians to scan. Naruto and Peyton soon happened upon a large muscular Mypedian, resembling a green lizard, wearing a brown tunic and silver armbands. Dude, that's Majkan, a Mypedian elementalist. He's one tough lizard, even tougher, if you've got a Danian on your team, Peyton said, with Naruto raising a brow at the latter information. But I thought that Mypedians and Danians were enemies? How could he get stronger if he's on the same team as a Danian? Questioned Naruto, wondering how that could work, while Peyton shrugged, not knowing how that worked either, but knew it was still a useful ability, especially if he was on an entire team of Danians, to really boost his earth attacks, and take advantage of the Danian's hive ability. Shrugging, Naruto pulled out his scanner and scanned Majkan, knowing he'd be a great addition to have on a team with Tassinal. With his new scan, Naruto and Peyton then ported back to Chaotic. Reappearing the port court, the two were about to head back over to their friends, when Naruto's scanner started beeping, showing he was getting a call. Chaotic Phantom, you have been challenged to a match in the Orandrome. Surprised to see he was getting challenged to a match, Naruto also smirked. Cool, I'll get to try out Majkan sooner than I thought, Naruto said, while pocketing his scanner. Dude, maybe you should hold off on using Majkan until you've tried him out in the beta drome, said Peyton, knowing it was never a good idea to use a new creature you just scanned in a match, unless you've tried them out in practice matches first. Don't worry, I've used Bratha, and I doubt there'd be much of a difference between how the two fight. Besides, I'll use Tassinal as well, making him even stronger, Naruto said, while waving off his concerns. Okay, maybe, but why not go with creatures you have more experience with, like Navena, Takanam, even Antidian? Peyton said, knowing Naruto's overconfidence would bite him hard if he kept this up. Peyton, it'll be fine. Just go tell the others I'm having a match. You'll see there's nothing to worry about, said Naruto, while exiting the port court to head for the Orandrome. Seeing this, Peyton couldn't help but sigh and head back to their friend's table. Hey Peyton, how'd the scan quest go? And where's Naruto? Sarah asked, only to be confused when Peyton sat down and face planted onto the table, while letting out a groan. It went fine. Naruto managed to get a scan of Matchcan, and he's currently heading to the Orandrome for a match, Peyton answered. Really? That's great, let's see how it goes, said Kaz, only for Peyton look up at them with a deadpan expression. A match he's going to use Matchcan in, along with Tassinal, Peyton added. This immediately made Tom, Kaz, and Sarah freeze and look at Peyton with wide eyes, hoping they heard him wrong, only to see he wasn't kidding or joking about what he said. That's not good, stated Tom, knowing if Naruto used those two, the match definitely won't be going in his favor. Orandrome. Meanwhile, Naruto had soon arrived at the Orandrome and entered, seeing his opponent was already there. With both of them immediately started making their decks, with it being a 3-on-3 match. Okay, I'll put Dractyl and Matchcan up front and equip Dractyl with the Dragon Pulse to boost his courage. For Matchcan, I'll give him a Valeric Shard to really boost his earth attacks, in addition to his ability. While in the back, I'll have Tassinal and equip him with a Pyroblaster, giving him both fire and water attacks. And for music, Melody of Mirage, Song of Ember Nova, and Danyan Element Choral. Naruto thought, pleased at his setup, and knew his opponent would be in for a tough fight. Once both of them had finished setting their decks, they locked them, revealing them to the other. Naruto, seeing his opponent was a Danyan player and had Kavak, Cannon, and Ikyud on his side. Chaotic Phantom, as you were the one who was challenged, you shall have the first attack. Activate the location randomizer. Nodding, Naruto spun the dial, waiting until it landed on a location, which it soon did after a few moments. The first location, Fear Valley. Matchcan attacks Ikyud, said Naruto, selecting Matchcan, before he transformed into the Mypedian, while his opponent did the same with Ikyud. Let's get chaotic. Later port court. This really isn't looked good, guys, Sarah said, as they watched Naruto's match, seeing Naruto only had Tassinal left, while his opponent had all three creatures. While Naruto had managed to put up a good fight, even managing to code Cannon with Dractyl, only for him to be brought back by Kavak, with Chorus of Kathika and Song of Returning. After that, Dractyl had been coded, just like with Matchcan, in the first round. Yeah, even worse, since he doesn't have any other Danians, Tassinal can't use the Hive ability, said Kaz, knowing the only possible way for Naruto could win is if he got very lucky. But given he only Tassinal left, that didn't seem likely, who was wandering around Glumuk Swamp. Glumuk Swamp. Tassinal moved through the swamp, with his Pyroblaster already equipped, along was starting to feel a little nervous. With Dractyl and Matchcan coded, he was on his own against his opponent's three creatures. And he was stuck facing Ikyud again, with Cannon having been brought back by Kavak, which had annoyed him slightly. But he pressed on, believing that if he coded Cannon, then he could code Ikyud, as well. Then take out Kavak, leaving only Cannon to deal with. Unless he uses Cannon's ability to bring back Ikyud or Kavak, but then they'd still only have one creature left. Tassinal thought, as while he was growing nervous at having one creature left, he still had some confidence that he could win. Rock Wave. Whoa! Tassinal cried out, as he thrown back, as rocks shot out of the ground, grunting when he impacted the ground. Looking, he saw Tassinal step out from behind a tree, with his own battle gear, revealing that he had equipped a Valeric Shard, as well. Ice Sheet, said Tassinal, slamming his hands on the ground, causing ice to spread out and cover the ground, with Ikyud slipping on the ice, allowing Tassinal to blast him with his Pyroblaster. Hive Call, Ikyud said, sacrificing a magician to activate Hive and regain some energy, before facing Tassinal. Ash Torrent, shouted Ikyud, releasing a torrent of ash that blinded Tassinal, making him cry out and rub his eyes. Dry Liquid, Tassinal shouted, holding his hand out, firing a blast of water shaped like his claw, only for Ikyud to dodge the attack. Vine Snare, said Ikyud, his hands turning into vines that wrapped around Tassinal, and threw him into the swamp. Looks like that winning streak of yours is about to come to an end. Lavalanche, Ikyud shouted, pleased that he will be the first one to defeat the chaotic phantom, while unleashing a blast of lava at Tasano. Tasano's eyes widened at the lava rush towards him, not having time to dodge or defend himself from the attack before it hit him, with his body exploding into code. Orandrome. Naruto's eyes were wide open at what just happened. I lost. Naruto thought, shocked that he just lost a match. Port Court. Oh man, that's not good. Tom said, all of them also shocked at seeing Naruto lose his first match. Yeah, and from his expression, he definitely didn't expect to lose, said Sarah, frowning at Naruto's expression. Dude's gonna take this hard, Peyton stated. Sarah, Tom, and Kaz couldn't help but nod in agreement, and could only hope that Naruto would recover from this loss. Naruto sat at a lone table, by himself with downcast expression on his face. Having been in a slump ever since he lost against that Danyan player, with it only getting worse, as the Uzumaki began losing even more matches. Meanwhile, sitting at another table close by, Tom, Kaz, Sarah, and Peyton looked at their friend in concern. After his first loss, along with all his following losses, they had tried comforting him, to help get Naruto out of his slump. But nothing they did seemed to work, so the four decided to just give him some time alone, before trying again. Guys, I'm starting to get worried about Naruto. Ever since he lost that match, it's like he's been on a downward spiral, going back to how he was before. Isolating himself, and not interacting with anyone, only now, it looks even worse than before. Sarah said, worried that Naruto would going back to his former behavior, where he just sat alone and didn't talk to anyone, or accepted matches. Only this time, there might not be a way to bring him out of his isolation, this time. A man's confidence and pride are very fragile things, Sarah. One moment, it can make someone feel like they're on top of the world, and that no one can touch them. But all it takes is a single crack, and all that can come crumbling down, just as easily as it's built up. Said Peyton, having had his own share of moments, where his confidence was shaken, and it took him a while to come back from it. Peyton's right, Sarah. If I ever lost my Maxiscan, or Kez lost Chire, we'd probably be in the same place as Naruto, right now. Tom said, knowing if he ever lost Maxer, he'd be pretty shaken and doubting his abilities as a player, while Kez nodded in agreement. Yeah. But guys, it's not the loss itself that's the cause for Naruto's slump. Think about it, he's only just started taking part in matches. His match against Tom was even the first time he's played chaotic, and he won. Then all the following matches he won, he got too overconfident in his winning streak, despite being a new player. I'm sure if it was any other defeat, while it would be humbling, it wouldn't cause him to go into a slump like this. But that was probably the worst way to suffer his first defeat, after growing overconfident from his winning streak, like that. He was only able to code canon, only for him to brought back the next round, with chorus of Kathaka and Song of Returning. Not to mention, this was also his first match against a Danyan player, and they can be tricky to deal with, thanks to the Danyan's hive ability. Kez explained, with the others nodding in agreement, both at the explanation of the problem, and that Danyan players are difficult to go against, with even Sarah agreeing with that part. You're right. It's my own fault that I lost. I got too overconfident in my ability as a player, and now I'm paying for it, said Naruto, walking over and sitting down at their table, having heard what they were saying, and agreed with Kaz's explanation, knowing it's his own fault he lost. Though Naruto supposed it's also something he should expect as well, knowing that despite all his confidence and talk, he knew that he had a very fragile emotional state. But it's to be expected, with the childhood he had. Naruto having always felt that he needed to be the best at everything, to prove to both the villagers and himself that he could be somebody important. Always boasting about his skills and how nothing could stop him, it was all to assure himself that he wasn't a failure and dead last, like everyone saw him as. But whenever something came along to shake his confidence in himself, it really shook him. 3 notable examples being, when Naruto first learned he was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, which was the reason everyone hated him. The second being when he failed to convince Sasuke to come back to Konoha, not only failing to keep his promise to Sakura, but also being the first time he failed to change someone with his words. Having been able to change Zabuza, Niji, Gaara, and Tsunade, but couldn't do the same to Sasuke, his own teammate and friend. And the third was when he was sent to Paran by Sasuke, and first arrived in Chaotic, realizing that he'd likely never see his home again. And while Naruto knows why he suffered his first defeat, that didn't make how he lost any easier. Not to mention, another reason why Naruto was down about his loss was the fact that, unlike everyone else in Chaotic, he's had real combat training and experience. So, for him to lose in a game, where the goal is to defeat your opponent, it really damaged his pride, since unlike the other players, he was a trained warrior. With all his following losses, only lowering his confidence and pride, even more. So, what are you going to do now? Kez asked, wondering if Naruto will keep taking part in matches, to build his confidence back up. I think that I'm actually going to take a break from entering any matches for a while. At least until I'm able to get my head back in the game, and rebuild my confidence as a chaotic player, replied Naruto, with the four nodding, in understanding. Well, what are you going to do, in the meantime? Questioned Tom, wondering what Naruto plans to do, while he's taking a break from matches. Naruto shrugging in response, not really having had any plans to do anything. Knowing he'd either stay in chaotic and watch matches, maybe go to Param to get some more scans, or even do some training, in the Beta-drome. Well, I have a suggestion. Since this all started, because you lost to a Danyan player, then maybe a good way to start to getting out of your slump is to confront the tribe itself. We could go to Mount Pillar, so you could see how the Danians operate in person. This way, the next time you have a match against a Danyan player, you'll be better prepared, and know what to expect, Sarah said, with Naruto thinking about it for a moment before nodding. Okay, that sounds like a good idea. But I don't have any scans of Mount Pillar, or any locations close to it, said Naruto, only for Sarah to wave it off. Don't worry about it, you can have one of my scans of Mount Pillar, to get there. In fact, I'll go with you, since I know most of the layout, and can guide you through it, Sarah said while standing up, since she wanted to go with Naruto, to Mount Pillar, as well. Are you sure, Sarah? Asked Naruto, not wanting her to feel like she needed to go with him, to help him. Yeah, I'm sure. Besides, you've already gone to Param, with Tom, Kaz, and Peyton on scan quests. Now it's my turn to go to Param, with you. Plus, while we're there, we might be able to get Danyan creature, music, and battle gear scans as well, Sarah said, wanting to go on her own scan quest with Naruto, and refused to lose the chance, right now. Alright, I just need the Mount Pillar scan, and we can go, said Naruto, Sarah nodding, before pulling out her own scanner, and sending Naruto one of her Mount Pillar scans. Once getting it, Naruto and Sarah went over to the porters, and ported off, to Mount Pillar. Mount Pillar. Reappearing, Naruto looked around, taking in the sight of Mount Pillar, while finding it to be very different from the other locations, in the underworld. It's like a bunch of individual stone castles, all connected by bridges, Naruto thought, looking at the massive stone castles, with various windows carved into them. Come on, we gotta be quick and quiet, getting in. No matter what, we can't be seen here, Sarah said quietly, while motioning Naruto to follow her, with the whiskered blonde nodding, as they began searching for a way in. Why can't we be seen? Naruto asked, while knowing that the other tribes can be pretty territorial, with some creatures not liking humans being in their locations. From what he's heard and seen, most creatures are usually neutral towards chaotic players, with a few being even friendly towards them, while others are hostile. He didn't think the Danians would be any different, and not care if chaotic players appeared, as long as they didn't get in the way of their business. Because out of the four tribes, the Danians are the most territorial. They aren't welcoming to Overworlders, Underworlders, and especially Mypedians, due to having the worst relationship with them. They also aren't welcoming to chaotic players either. They simply see them as just more intruders to deal with. Sarah warned, knowing that out of all the tribes, the Danians were the least welcoming to any outsiders, whether they're creatures from the other tribes, or chaotic players. Gee, thanks for the info. I'm so glad that I'm just now learning that I'll be in the home of a tribe that's known for being xenophobic, said Naruto, in a dry tone, figuring that would have been useful information to know beforehand. Well, in the Danians' defense, it's likely due to the fact that unlike the other tribes, the Danians have a strict matriarchal hierarchy. So they have to be distrusting of outsiders in case they might be a threat to the queen. Since, if something happens to the queen, the entire tribe will suffer, Sarah said in her favorite tribe's defense, knowing they had to be distrustful in order to not take any chances and risk the queen's safety in the event an outsider proved to be a threat. Naruto nodded in understanding at that, knowing that the safety of the queen would be the utmost priority of all Danians, no matter what. Given the Aburame clan in Konoha specialized in using insects, even having them colonize their bodies to use as hives. Naruto was aware of at least the basics of how an insect hive worked, from his interactions with Shino. With that out of the way, the two continued searching for a way inside, eventually finding one, which thankfully didn't have any Danians nearby. But the two still remained careful and vigilant, in case any of them showed up. Alright, I think that the best thing to do is go meet with the only Danyan I know we can trust to not rat us out, capture us, or kill us. My friend Wama? Sarah whispered. Who's Wama? Asked Naruto. My Danyan friend, who helps me get scans of Danyan creatures, music, and battle gear. Don't worry, he's probably the only Danyan we can trust to help us. I helped him out of a jam, a while back, and we've been friends ever since, though he's also rather lazy, compared to most mandiblers. And I know where he should be, right now. Sarah said, with Naruto nodding, as he followed her through the various caverns of Mount Pillar. It wasn't long, until they saw a large red Danyan that looked like a large beetle. Wama! Sarah whispered loudly, with Wama looking in their direction, where he saw Sarah and Naruto hiding, around a corner. Taking a look around, to see if any of his fellow Danians were nearby, Wama went over to the two. Sarah? What are you doing here? And who's this? Wama asked, while looking at Naruto. This is Naruto, a friend of mine, and a fellow chaotic player. I brought him here, because he's been in a bit of a slump, after suffering terrible loss to a Danyan player. So I was hoping it may help him, if he learned more about the Danians, and who better to teach him, than a Danyan. I was also hoping we could get some scans, while we're here, as well. Sarah said, with Wama nodding, as he looked at Naruto. Hey, nice to meet you, Wama. Sarah told me you two are friends, she also told me you're lazy, as well. Said Naruto, as he shook Wama's hand. Hey, I resent that. I do my duty, just like every other mandibler, and I work hard. At avoiding work. Wama said with a smirk, making Naruto laugh lightly, since it reminded him of Shikamaru, a little, in terms of laziness, with Wama having a better sense of humor than the Nara. So you want to learn about Danians, do ya, kid? Wama asked, with Naruto nodding in confirmation. Yeah, I've already learned about Overworlders, Underworlders, and Mypedians. Now I want to see how the Danians work, replied Naruto. Well, you came to the right place. Come on, I'll tell you about the tribe, while taking you two to a good location you can scan for your game, said Wama, with Naruto and Sarah nodding, as they began following the Danyan, with the three being sure to remain out of sight as they walked. So first, what do you know about the Danians so far? Wama asked, wanting to see what Naruto knew already. Not much, outside of Danians having a matriarchal hierarchy, and in chaotic, they're able to use abilities, when they're one the board together, answered Naruto, with Wama nodding. That's our hive ability, something all Danians have. It allows us to grow stronger, the more of us there are, whether it's granting us energy, elemental attacks, or even reviving a mandibler that's been defeated. Wama explained, giving Naruto the basics of the hive ability, while making sure not to reveal too much, as despite the kid being a friend of Sarah's, he just met Naruto, and still didn't know him personally, yet. Plus, Wama didn't want to risk getting arrested for treason, by revealing too much information about the tribe. Even if Naruto is just a chaotic player. Naruto nodded, as Wama continued telling him the basics of the Danians, such as the different ranks of mandiblers, squad leaders, battle masters, nobles, controllers, muges, warriors and elementalists. It wasn't long, until they reached the location that Wama was taking them to. With Naruto and Sarah seeing that it was a large cavern, with numerous interconnecting pools of water, and a few waterfalls, making it look like a large underground lake. This is the Mount Pillar Reservoir, a wellspring of life for all Danians, and what helps at the foundation, for the hive. If it was ever destroyed, we'd be forced to leave, and make a new hive, elsewhere, said Wama, with Naruto and Sarah looking around in amazement, before scanning the location, with Naruto knowing it'd be an actual good place to use Tasanal in, once he gets more practice, with the Danyan, in. Wama also allowed Naruto to scan him, before telling the two to stay hidden, and that he'd come back with a music and battle gear they could scan. Once Wama left, Naruto and Sarah sat down, in a nice secluded spot, just in case any Danians showed up. So, why exactly do you use Danians, Sarah? Naruto asked, curious as to why Sarah used Danians, rather than Overworlders, Underworlders, or Mypedians. I've just always had an interest in insects, so it only seemed fitting that I used Danians as my main creatures, replied Sarah, with Naruto looking at her in surprise. You're interested in insects? Naruto questioned, not expecting that, given most of the girls he's met are freaked out by bugs, and wouldn't want anything to do with them. Yeah, I know it's not something a girl is usually interested in. But I've just always found them interesting, how so many insects could be part of a single colony or hive, while having one queen to keep them in line, and command them. You must think that's weird, said Sarah, knowing it wasn't expected for a girl to be interested in insects, but she was, and didn't care what others thought of it. I don't think it's weird. I think it's pretty cool, and fitting, Naruto said, with Sarah looking at him in surprise and curiosity. How is it fitting? Asked Sarah. Because you're really smart, and good at coming up with plans, along with thinking of ways to get out of trouble, or getting the others out of trouble, whenever they do something stupid. So, it's good to know we have our own queen, looking out for us, Naruto said, while smiling at Sarah, who was surprised at his words, and that he called her a queen. Thank you, Naruto, said Sarah, while smiling at him, happy to hear what he said about her. You don't have to thank me, I'm just being honest, Naruto replied, before they continued waiting for Wama. Which didn't take much longer, as the Danyan returned, carrying a mujik and a sword. You two are in real luck today. I managed to find a prototype sting blade, and a swarm song mujik. A battle gear, perfect for dealing more damage and taking less, and a mujik to deal even more damage with, to boot, Wama said, with the two getting up and pulling out their scanners. Nice. These are perfect, Wama, Sarah said, excited to get such powerful battle gear and mujik, along with a new location, as well. Yeah, these'll definitely be useful, said Naruto, as the two scanned the prototype sting blade and swarm song. With their new scans, Naruto and Sarah waved to Wama, before porting back to Chaotic. Port Court. Reappearing in Chaotic, Naruto and Sarah went to look for the others, if they were still in Chaotic. So, how are you feeling now, Naruto? Sarah asked, wanting to know if their trip helped him with his slump. Better actually, it was good to learn more about the Danians, and how they operate, along with getting more scans, as well, replied Naruto, feeling better about his losses, but knew he still had a ways to go, before he started entering matches, again. I also wanted to thank you for taking me there, and helping me, Sarah, Naruto said, while smiling at Sarah, which she returned. Glad I could help. After all, it's a queen's duty to look after her people, said Sarah, while smirking, with Naruto chuckling as he smirked, as well. Of course, your majesty, Naruto said, with a mock bow. The two smiling at each other, before they both started laughing, as they continued on their way. Heard you got a big chaotic match today, Kaz, Peyton said, as he and Kaz sat at a table, in the port court, talking about Kaz's upcoming chaotic match. Just do what I do, stay centered, stay focused, stay cool. Eye of the tiger. Other eye of the tiger. Got it? Said Peyton, while winking with one eye and then the other, with Kaz raising a brow in confusion at what his friend was talking about. So, who are you going up against? Peyton asked, patting Kaz on the back, with the redhead pushing his glasses up, when they were knocked down. Though before Kaz could respond, their attention turned to a shout. Out of my way! Looking at who it was, Kaz and Peyton saw a chaotic player shove another out of the way, knocking their drink out of their hand. The shover had combed back blonde hair, pink eyes, and a goatee. Wearing brown shoes, black pants, a tan-colored hoodie, a brown jacket, pink sunglasses, and silver hoop earrings. Him. Kaz said in resignation, not that he was facing a powerful opponent, just one he really didn't want to face in a match. Clay. Dude, not good, said Peyton, everyone knowing Clay was one of the more ruthless chaotic players, along with being known to cheat players out of their rare scans. Clay's vicious, he's liar, a cheater, and a bully. And those are his good qualities, Peyton said, with Kaz nodding in agreement, as they looked at Clay stealing someone's drink. But that doesn't mean he's going to beat me, said Kaz, knowing he could take someone like Clay, especially with the Vile Driver, which he knew no one else had a scan of yet. Technically true. But Clay's still a great player, along with having a sick collection of battle gear. Scans of practically everything, Peyton said, with the both of them also knowing that Clay could still be a dangerous opponent to face. Hey, he doesn't have this. I've got the only scan of the Vile Driver, Ulmer's newest battle gear. There was only one, and I trashed it, completely by accident, so there's no Clay has a scan of it, said Kaz, with Peyton looking at the scan in amazement, while nodding in agreement, that such a battle gear would definitely put things in Kaz's favor. Well, if it isn't my next victim. Heard a lot about you, Kaz, but you can't be as lame, as they say, Clay said, while smirking at the two, as he walked up to them. Oh yes, I mean, Kaz said, stopping himself from what he was about to say, while Clay began laughing. Ha ha! Nice comeback. But you'll have plenty of time to think up a better one, after I crush you in the battledrome. And look at it this way, now you and the Phantom can leave the matches to the real players. Two less losers stinking up the place. Clay taunted, before walking away laughing, with Peyton and Kez frowning at the insult to their friend. Yeah, he's definitely going down, Kez stated, as while he can handle Clay making fun of him, he wouldn't let him insult his friends. Totally dude. Hey, where even is Naruto, anyway? Asked Peyton, having not seen him here, when he arrived. He went on a scan quest with Tom and Sarah. He figured he could use his break from matches to start collecting more scans, and expanding his deck for when he gets back in the game. Kez answered, with Peyton nodding at this, seeing it was a good idea. Param. Meanwhile, in Poro Forest, Naruto, Tom, and Sarah were currently running for their lives, as they were being chased by an angry Staluk. Thieving little bipeds. Get back here! Staluk shouted, angry at the chaotic players for scanning him without his permission. Piece of cake, Sarah, you said. Staluk won't mind one little scan, Sarah said, giving Tom a side glare, since it was his idea. They scanned Staluk. I thought you would have learned to not get skin happy, after what happened with Lord Van Blut, Naruto said, annoyed that once again, they were being chased, because Tom couldn't resist getting a scan. Naruto swore, if it happened a third time, he was taking Tom's scanner, and only letting him have it, when he knew it was safe to get a scan of a creature. Alright, I get it. I was wrong, said Tom, willing to take the blame for this one, but still annoyed that Naruto had to bring up the last time he scanned a creature, without permission. But in his defense, Tom doubted that Van Blut would have let him, anyway. The three then ducked under a rock that Staluk threw, while looking at the angry overworlder. Ya think? Come on! Sarah shouted, as they kept running, only to stop when they reached a cliff. Any ideas? Tom asked, while looking at the two. Yeah, jump, answered Sarah, with Naruto and Tom looking at her in shock. Jump? Are you crazy? Demanded Tom. You want to deal with my angry pony? Sarah retorted, while motioning to Staluk charging towards them. Well, when you put it that way, said Tom, looking over the edge, knowing jumping was their only choice, but he was still hesitant about jumping from this high up. Though before they could, Staluk finally caught up to them. Rock wave! Staluk shouted, slamming his front hooves on the ground, cracking it open, unleashing an avalanche of rocks towards the three players. Seeing this, Naruto, Sarah, and Tom's eyes widened in shock, before the Uzumaki mentally cursed. Damn, I don't have a choice, Naruto thought, before pulling out a smoke bomb and throwing it on the ground, covering the three in a cloud of smoke. Naruto then created a shadow clone, before grabbing Sarah, while the clone grabbed Tom. The two then jumping over the cliff, down to the water below, while landing on the surface of the water. With Sarah and Tom looking in complete and utter shock at seeing two Narutos, and the fact they were walking on water. What? How? What just happened? Tom shouted, looking between the two Narutos, while starting to believe he was either seeing things, or dreaming, like when he first arrived in Chaotic. How are there two of you? How are you walking on water? What is even going on? Yelled Sarah, not believing what she was seeing, in front of her eyes. Shit. Naruto thought, knowing he couldn't exactly keep his abilities a secret. Yeah, I know this is shocking, and not something you'd expect. But I swear I can explain, Naruto said before he began telling them parts of his past as a ninja, the elemental nations, and about chakra. With Sarah and Tom listening in muted shock, learning their friend was from a completely different world, separate from Earth, Chaotic, and Param. Under normal circumstances, they would have thought what he was saying was absolutely crazy. But given they saw Naruto, and an exact copy of him, walking on water, they were inclined to believe him. Along with the fact they were currently in another world, as well, helped make it more believable. Okay. But why didn't you do anything when you, me, and Takenam were captured by Van Blut? Or when Dractyl took you flying around? Tom asked, since if Naruto had used his abilities at Gaho's tower, they probably wouldn't have been captured in the first place. Because I didn't want to reveal my abilities unless I absolutely had to. I especially didn't want to reveal them to a creature, like Lord Van Blut. I wouldn't even want to reveal them to a friendly creature, answered Naruto, since that's why he threw down the smoke bomb, so Staluk didn't see what happened. Given the fact that chaotic players were already disliked by some Parimians, usually resulting in them being attacked on sight, along with seen as suspicious, annoying, and intrusive to their affairs. Naruto didn't want all of Param to suddenly learn about, or hear rumors of, a human having powers like their own. It could lead to them starting to believe there were more humans with such powers, which wasn't entirely wrong, and become even more suspicious of them, maybe even fearful. Since chaotic players could easily move around all of Parim, with their scanners, and just as easily escape, or communicate with others. It may lead the creatures to start viewing humans as enemies to be eliminated before they could attack their tribes. Or even worse, have them be captured and experimented on, to see how they had such powers. That was the last thing Naruto wanted, to be the cause of creatures openly attacking, killing, or capturing humans, believing they had the same abilities as him. Wait a second, does this mean you can use chakra during chaotic matches? Sarah questioned with narrowed eyes, seeing that as unfair advantage for Naruto to be able to use his own powers, in addition to the powers of the creatures he turns into. Only for Naruto to shake his head. No, I can't use my chakra in matches. Since the creatures I transform into don't have it. As while it's still technically me, my body is transformed to match the creatures, entirely. So, no chakra or jutsu, just the creature's abilities and attacks. Said Naruto, having felt that, whenever he transforms into a creature, he'd lose access to his chakra. He could still feel it inside him, but he just couldn't use it. This made Sarah and Tom nod, while glad that all the matches Naruto won, he did it fairly, without any unfair advantage. Though now, they could also see why he became so overconfident, and why he fell into such a slump after his first loss and losing streak. He had previous training and knew how to actually fight, which did give him an advantage over chaotic players, who only play the game. For him to lose at a game based around fighting and defeating your opponent, it had to be a serious blow to his pride. Naruto and his clones soon reached the shore, with the clone setting Tom down, before dispelling. With Sarah looking at Naruto, expecting him to put her down as well, only to see him grinning. You gonna put me down, Naruto? Sarah asked, while raising a brow, seeing he didn't show any sign of letting her out of his arms. No, I don't think I will. After all, it'd be improper to allow the queen to walk, when she could be carried, wherever she wants. Said Naruto in a teasing tone, keeping up with the queen joke between him and Sarah, since their trip to Mount Pillar, with Sarah smirking and crossing her arms. Oh, so you think the queen is too weak to walk on her own, or look after herself? Sarah questioned teasingly. Of course not, your majesty. Just that it'd be improper, to not make sure you remain safe from any danger, replied Naruto. Well, you are forgiven this time. But I wish to walk on my own. You may out me down, good sir, said Sarah, in a haughty tone, with Naruto nodding and set Sarah on the ground, and gave a mock bow. As you command, my queen, Naruto said, with Sarah giggling, as she really enjoyed the banter between them. Well, you two seem to have certainly gotten close, stated Tom, smirking at the interaction between the two, with Sarah blushing at the reminder that Tom was still with them. Shut up. Anyway, we should port back to Chaotic now, otherwise we're gonna miss Kaz's match, Sarah said, changing the subject, with Naruto nodding in agreement, wanting to return, before they end up getting attacked by another creature. Tom nodded in agreement, having already gotten a scan of Staluk. However, before they could port back to Chaotic, they heard a shout. Yakis! Hearing the shout, the three quickly hid behind some bushes, watching as a colorful and strange-looking, bug-eyed creature ran up. The creature looked around, before climbing up a tree and crouched on a branch, looking as if it was waiting for someone. What the actually hell? Naruto thought, looking at the creature with wide eyes at just how unique he looked. You no good sucker. You think this is funny? Demanded another creature that resembled a spike-shelled crab, with 4 arms and 4 legs, and had slime covering his head. No, but this is, said the strange-looking creature, before throwing a ball of slime at the crab creature, covering them further in slime, laughing when it hit him. Wonder who that is, thought Naruto, pulling out his scanner and scanned the crab-like creature, learning he was called Therax. Nice one. Therax is a powerful underworlder. One of the more powerful ones, as he's even fought against Chire, back when he first started his reign in the underworld, Sarah said, knowing that Therax was a good scan. Naruto was surprised to hear this, and looked back at Therax, only to sweat drop, when he fell into a pit, before being catapulted through the air, and eaten by a plant. And that's absolutely hilarious, laughed the strange-looking creature, now known as Yakis. I'll get you for this, Yakis. I'll get you, Therax swore before the plant clamped down on him. See you, at the plant, Yakis said, walking away, with the 3 coming out of their hiding spot, once it was safe. Thanks for the information. But who was that other creature? Naruto asked, curious of who the other creature was, outside of his name being Yakis. That was Yakis, He's as powerful as Maxer, said Tom, excited at finding Yaki's, and knew he had to get a scan of him, with Naruto being surprised at this information. He's as powerful as Maxer? Naruto thought, knowing for Tom to compare Yaki's to his favorite creature, it definitely meant Yaki's was powerful. Yeah, he's also as smart as a doorknob, and has even worse patience with the pranks he pulls. Sarah added, knowing while Yaki's was powerful, he also wasn't the smartest creature around. This only had Naruto's interest even more, as this simply made Yaki's even more unpredictable, and a creature that someone would underestimate, from his appearance. Maybe he's not the smartest creature, Sarah. But that doesn't mean we should pass up the chance to scan him, either, said Naruto, getting a scan of Poro Forest to port back to this exact spot, with Tom doing the same. Naruto's right. Hardly anyone has a scan of Yaki's, so we can't lose this chance. You stay here, Sarah. We'll port back really quick to verify our current scans, then come back to scan Yaki's, Tom said, with Sarah groaning, as the boys ported away. Scan hogs, said Sarah, while crossing her arms. Port court. Reappearing back in the port court, Naruto and Tom were greeted by Kaz and Peyton. Yo dudes. You made it back just in time, Kaz's match is about to start, Peyton said. Where's Sarah? Asked Kaz, not seeing her port back, as well. She's still in Poro Forest. Sorry Kaz, we can't stay long, we just came back to verify our current scans, Naruto replied. Yeah, sorry. But we ran into Yaki's while there, and we want to get back to scan him. Hopefully it won't take long, and we'll be back before the match is over, said Tom, with Kaz nodding in understanding, knowing how powerful Yaki's is, and couldn't fault them for wanting to scan him. It's fine, we'll see about recording the match, so you can watch it later, said Kaz, with Peyton nodding in agreement. Yeah, and good luck, dudes. If you're going after Yaki's, you'll need it, Peyton said, knowing Yaki's was a difficult creature to find, and even more difficult to get a scan of him. Nodding, the two went over to verify their scans. Tom, do you want the Poro Forest skin you lent me back? Naruto asked, having been lent a scan of Poro Forest to port there, with Tom waving it off. Nah, you can keep it. It's always good to have multiple scans of the same location, you never knowing when they'd be useful, replied Tom, with Naruto nodding in agreement. Once their scans were verified, Naruto and Tom ported back to Poro Forest. Poro Forest. After returning to the forest, and meeting up with Sarah, the three went to where Yaki's lived, to get scans of him. Alright, I'm going in, Tom said, with Sarah stopping them, hoping to try, one last time, to talk them out of this. Naruto, Tom, Yaki's is a complete nutcase. Nobody ever scans him, said Sarah, wanting them to see how impossible this is. And we aren't nobodies, Sarah, Naruto stated, as the two walked up to Yaki's house. Yeah, you're both somebodies, alright. Somebodies without brains, muttered Sarah, while standing back, as she simply watched. Deciding to try the simple approach first, the two walked up to Yaki's house, and knocked on the door. Hello, Yaki's? Tom said, wanting to see if they could try asking Yaki's to let them skin him. What they didn't see was Yaki's climbing on top of his house, holding a beehive. Yeah hey! What's buzzin' cousins? Yaki said, throwing the hive down at Naruto and Tom, with the two players' eyes widening, before running away from the bees, with Sarah sighing, as they ran past her. Though Naruto and Tom soon tripped, and fell right into a mud pit, with the bees past them, as they fell. Well, are you two ready to hit the showers yet? Sarah asked, smirking, as Tom frowned and wiped the mud off his face, while Naruto sat up with a neutral expression, as he looked to where Yaki's was. This means war, stated Naruto, swearing he will pay Yaki's back, 1,000-fold, for this. Later, Yaki's peeked out his home, looking around for those chaotic players that are trying to scan him, but didn't see them anywhere. I guess they gave up. That's a new record, Yaki said, stepping outside, only to yelp in surprise when his doormat began rolling under his feet, with the overworlders soon tripping and falling on the ground. Only to then cry out when he landed on dozens of mousetraps, all covered in dirt, to hide them. Yaki's yelped and screamed as he jumped around, only to land on more mousetraps, eventually jumping up and clinging to a tree branch. This, however, proved to be a mistake when the branch suddenly snapped, with Yaki's falling to the ground, only to end up falling into a pit. When Yaki's climbed out, he was completely covered in tree sap and feathers, with Naruto standing over him, laughing wickedly. I hope you realize, this means war, said Yaki's. Bring it, chicken, Naruto said. This is gonna be a long day, stated Sarah, as she and Tom sat on a log, watching the scene. Yep. But at least it'll be entertaining, Tom replied, Sarah reluctantly agreeing with that. Later, Naruto tiptoed quietly through the forest, dressed as a stereotypical hunter, and carrying a double-barrel shotgun. He then stopped and looked to the side. Shh. Be very, very quiet, I'm hunting Yakis, said Naruto, before he resumed tiptoeing. Where did he get the shotgun? Whispered Tom, while looking on with wide eyes, with Sarah slowly shaking her head, wondering the same thing. As Naruto tiptoed around, he failed to see Yakis tiptoeing right behind him, in a similar pose. Though he soon felt like he was being followed, and quickly turned, with Yakis immediately hiding. Not seeing anyone, Naruto resumed his searching, with Yakis, once again, following behind him. This repeated a few times, until finally, Naruto turned around and saw that Yakis was standing right in front of him, eating a carrot. What's up, human? Yakis asked. I found you, Yakis, shouted Naruto, aiming his shotgun, with the overworlder quickly putting his hands up. Wait, why are you hunting me? Said Yakis. Because it's Yaki season, Naruto stated. No, it's not. It's human season, Yakis retorted. Yaki season. Human season. Yaki season. Human season. Yaki season. Human season. Yaki season. Yaki season. Human season. Yaki season. If I say it's human season, then it's human season, shouted Naruto. Well, okay, if you insist, Yaki said, suddenly holding his own shotgun, with Naruto's eyes widening, before quickly running away. Only for Yakis to pull the trigger, unleashing a shot of spiked berries that impacted Naruto's butt, with the Uzumaki crying out at the hit. Ahahaha. I knew you'd get my point in the end. Ahahaha. Oh, that's a good one, Yaki said before looking at his shotgun, with a raised eyebrow. Where the hell did I even get this? Later, Yakis ran through the forest laughing, as a slime-covered Naruto chased after him. Soon reaching the side of a cliff, Yakis pulled out a paint can and brush, before painting a tunnel on the cliffside. Once finished, Yakis quickly hid, and waited for Naruto to show up and try, and run through the fake tunnel. Only to be surprised, when Naruto did show up, but rather than smacking into the cliffside, he ran straight down the tunnel. What? Yakis exclaimed, confused as to how that happened. Jumping out of his hiding spot, Yakis ran straight towards the tunnel, expecting to go through it, as well. Only to end up smacking right into the cliffside, like he intended for Naruto to do. Groaning as he fell to the floor, Yaki's eyes shot out of their sockets, as he screamed, when a giant anvil fell onto him. Meanwhile, Naruto came out the other side of the tunnel, being greeted by the wide-eyed Tom and Sarah. Naruto? How'd you do that? Tom asked. I actually have no idea what just happened, said Naruto, not sure himself on how he did that, before laughing evilly, when he heard Yaki's scream, showing his own trap worked. Later, no more! No more! I surrender! Yakis cried out, as he walked towards Naruto, covered in a large number of bandages, and using crutches, along with having more mouse traps attached to his body, while waving a white flag in one hand. You swear you'll stop and let us skin you now? No tricks? Said Naruto, with Yakis nodding. Yes, yes. Just please, no more, Yaki said, not being able to take any more of Naruto's pranks. Good, you can go home and rest, then we'll scan you, said Naruto, pleased at having won the prank war. Yaki sighed in relief, before ditching the bandages and crutches. While Tom and Sarah stood up, glad that it was finally over. I gotta admit, that was actually pretty funny, Sarah said, willing to admit that watching Naruto and Yakis go at each other was hilarious and got a few laughs out of her. Yeah, it reminded me of those old cartoons, added Tom, glad they'll be able to get scans of Yakis now. And it's a good thing you surrendered when you did, Yakis. I was holding myself back from using my more lethal pranks. Ones so horrible, so terrifying, that even hearing about them would have left you mentally scarred, but to experience them would have driven you completely mad, said Naruto, with a demented smile, as Yakis shivered fear, feeling like he just dodged a serious bullet. Though when they arrived at Yaki's home, they saw it was on fire, with a vengeful Therax nearby. No, no! Yaki screamed, afraid at seeing his house being burned down. Laugh your way out of this one, Yakis! Shouted Therax, reveling in his revenge at his humiliation, while throwing another fireball at Yaki's house. No! My house, stop, please stop, said Yaki's, not wanting to see his home be burned to the ground. Hey, stop that! Naruto shouted, glaring at Therax, knowing he was going too far over a few harmless pranks. Stay out of this, human! This is between me and Yaki's, retorted Therax. Naruto growled in anger at this, before smirking, and looked at Yaki's. Hey Yaki's, you know what season it is? Naruto asked, with Yaki's pausing before he grinned. Therax season, said Yaki's, pulling out his spike berry shotgun and firing at Therax, with the underworlder crying out as the berries stabbing into him. Yaki's! H! Therax screamed. When he fell on more mousetraps, Naruto had laid on the ground. Seeing his attention was now on them, Naruto and Yaki's took off running, with Therax in hot pursuit, even angrier than he was before. Though soon, Naruto and Yaki's split off in opposite directions, while the underworlder kept running. Or he would have, had Sarah not pulled up a trip rope, tripping Therax, causing him to fall into another pit. Hey, what's buzzin', cousin? Said Tom, smirking, as he knocked another beehive into the pit, with the hive breaking on Therax's head, making the bees attack him. Crying out, Therax took off running, to escape the bees. Later, Therax would have turned me into a bad punchline back there. I owe you kids, if I can do you a favor, let me know. Yaki said, now fully recovered, after resting in his home, along with Naruto, Tom, and Sarah. Then you'll actually let us skin you? Naruto asked. Sure, as long as I get a rematch with you, kid, said Yaki's, having had fun with their prank war, since it was the first time someone pranked him back, and won. Definitely. And what about you, Sarah, are you gonna scan him? Naruto asked, as he and Tom scanned Yaki's, with the overworlder really letting them, rather than pranking them. You know what, yeah, I will, replied Sarah, pulling out her scanner, having changed her mind, after seeing the prank war between Naruto and Yaki's. With their new scans, the three chaotic players waved to their new friend, and left. By the way, how were you able to outprank Yaki's? Tom asked, wondering how Naruto could surpass Yaki's in pranks. I was once known as the prankster king of hell, back in Konoha. No one was ever able to catch me or escape my pranks, said Naruto, before he began telling them about some of the pranks he pulled, with Tom bursting into laughter at them, while Sarah giggled at the pranks Naruto pulled, back in his village. You'll definitely have to tell Kaz and Peyton about those. But I'm sure they'll just be shocked, learning you're actually a superpowered ninja, from another Earth, Sarah said, with Naruto nodding, figuring it'd be better to tell Kaz and Peyton, as well, so they didn't find out later or by accident. Speaking of, I wonder how Kaz's match went, said Naruto, with Sarah and Tom nodding in agreement, wondering how their friend's match went. Chaotic. Meanwhile, back in Chaotic, Kaz cheered, as he had managed to defeat Clay. While it came as a surprise that Clay also had a Vile Driver, along with being able to maneuver it better, by using Omer. Kaz had been able to ram his own Vile Driver into Clay's, after jamming the accelerator. Before bailing, just as they blew up, coding Omer, and winning him the match. Naruto walked through the port court, heading for the porters, to go on another skin quest. Having been going to and from Param the past few days since he, Sarah, and Tom scanned Yaki's. The Uzumaki wanting to build up his deck with more creatures, battle gear, music, and locations. Though, before Naruto reached the porters, he caught sight of Kaz, sitting at a table. Hey Kaz. What are you doing? Watching a match? Naruto asked, while walking over to his friend, getting his attention. Hey Naruto, and yeah, Tom's match was about to start. But I still can't believe he's using Bodil, said Kaz, while shaking his head, with Naruto raising a brow at the name of the creature. Who's Bodil? Asked Naruto, not having heard of that creature before. He's an overworlder from Kira City, in charge of looking after the overworld armory and designing battle gear. But he's also one of the weakest creatures in the entire game. I tried talking Tom out of using him, but Bodil made him a deal that if Tom used him in his next match, he'd let Tom scan a battle gear called an aerodrone. Kaz replied, with Naruto looking at the screen, before wincing when he saw Bodil and his stats. Well, at least he put Bodil in the back, and his strongest creatures in the front, said Naruto. Yeah, that's what he said. Let's just hope nothing happens that forces him to use Bodil. Are you gonna stay and watch? Kaz asked, with Naruto shaking his head. Sorry, but I can't stay. I was just about to port to Param on another skin quest. But would you and Tom be able to record the match, so I can see it later? Said Naruto, with Kaz nodding. Yeah, we can. Good luck on your skin quest, and let us know if you get anything good," Kez said, with Naruto nodding, before going over to the porters. Pulling out his scanner, Naruto looked through his locations, to decide where he'll go, to get more scans. How about Ulmer's castle? It'd be good to get more Battle Gear scans, or see what else Ulmer has, Naruto thought, while deciding to go to Ulmer's castle before porting away. Ulmer's castle. Reappearing inside the Underworldist lab, Naruto quickly hid, and looked around for any sign of Ulmer. No Ulmer in sight, and I don't hear him anywhere nearby. Good, that'll give me time to look around, to see what battle gear he has, thought Naruto, while looking around the lab, and going through the different battle gear lying around. Though Naruto was a little disappointed when he didn't see the Vile Driver anymore. Meaning, Ulmer likely repaired it, and already sent it back to Chire, before he could have a chance to get a scan of it. But he shrugged it off, figuring he can get a scan of it some other time, and continued looking around. After a few moments of searching, Naruto soon found a small spherical battle gear, with a glowing gemstone, and a gold casing around it. Wow, a flux bauble, Naruto said, surprised at finding such a battle gear here, having heard about the teleportation gear, something which would definitely prove useful in matches, if he needed a quick change of locations. Having found what he'll scan, Naruto scanned the flux bauble, pleased at getting such a useful battle gear. I wonder how this even works, muttered Naruto, while picking up the flux bauble, curious of how creatures chose the location to be teleported to. Did they just think it and then teleport, or did they record a location into a flux bauble, and then teleport directly there? Unfortunately, before Naruto could try and figure out how the flux bauble works, it was at that moment Ulmer walked up the stairs, seeing Naruto in his lab. The whiskered blonde froze at the sight of the underworld, while Ulmer's eye began twitching at the sight of a human in his lab and messing with his battle gear. This isn't what it looks like," Naruto said, with Ulmer letting out a rage-filled scream. Wah! Humans don't touch my creations! Delirium! Ulmer shouted, while shooting the beam at Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight of the attacking, heading towards him, and quickly pulled out his scanner, to pour it away. Not seeing the energy swirling inside the flux bauble, before suddenly, Naruto vanished in a swirl of light. Just as Ulmer's delirium shot past, where he was, growling at not only the human getting away, but also stealing his flux bauble. I hope you flux right into the lava pond, human! Ulmer shouted before grumbling to himself, at having to get another flux bauble, now. Forest of Life. Naruto looked around in confusion, when rather than finding himself back in Chaotic, he was now in the Forest of Life. What the hell? How did I get here? Naruto wondered, knowing he intended to port back to Chaotic, not to a different location. He then looked at the flux bauble and realized it must have been what took him here, rather than his scanner. I guess it just reacted to my desire to get away to somewhere safe, and took me to a location that I'm familiar with, thought Naruto, surprised that the flux bauble even worked for him, but thankful it got him far away from Ulmer's castle. Shrieked shock. Hearing the sudden attack, accompanied by a high-pitched shriek, Naruto looked in the direction of where it came from, along with recognizing the voice of who used the attack. Takenam? Naruto muttered, surprised that Takenam was all the way in the Forest of Life, rather than in the underworld, and seemed to also be fighting someone, from the sound of it. Curious of who Takenam was fighting, Naruto followed the sound of fighting, while remaining hidden, so he didn't get caught in the crossfire. Soon, he reached the fight, and saw who Takenam was fighting. It was another female creature, likely an overworlder, given they didn't look like a lizard, or an insect. The creature looked like a humanoid feline, with wavy red hair, dark orange fur with darker stripes covering her body, a cream-colored underbelly, and fierce, luminous green eyes with slit pupils. Along with claws on her hands and feet, while wearing a loincloth around her waist, straps that covered her breasts, and crossed over the opposite shoulder, along with having torn cloths around her legs. Whoa, that's interest, Naruto thought, recognizing the overworlder, who was basically Takenam's counterpart, being a trusted advisor to Maxa, like how the red-skinned underworlder was for Chire. Along with knowing that the two had a fierce rivalry, which he was seeing firsthand. Interest jumped out of the way of Takenam's shriek shock. Pebble Storm! Interest shouted, while unleashing a blast of pebbles at Takenam, who shielded herself with her wings, while grunting slightly at the blast of rocks. While they normally wouldn't be that effective, but Interest was also in her nature force form, giving her mastery over earth attacks, in addition to her water attacks. Rip Tide! Said Interest, creating two balls of water, before launching them as water blasts at Takenam, with the underworlder coating her hands in fire. Lavalanche? Takenam shouted, releasing blasts of lava at the water blasts, with the two attacks colliding, and producing a large amount of steam, covering the area, and blocking everyone's view. Interest crouched down to the ground, growling lowly, as she searched for any sign of Takenam in the steam. Wind slash, said Takenam, while unleashing a blast of wind at Interest from the air, with the overworlder not having time to dodge, as she slammed into a tree from the wind blast. Whirlwind scythes, Takenam said, while releasing several crescent-shaped blades of burning wind at Interest. Interest tried jumping out of the way to dodge the heated blades of wind, but grunted in pain when she couldn't dodge all of them, while feeling them slash across her body and burning her as she fell to the ground. Naruto also had to duck into a new hiding spot when the wind blades sliced through several trees around him. Takenam smirked at seeing her archenemy on the ground, beaten and injured. I have to say, Interest, I'll miss these little fights of ours, but I'll enjoy watching you burn even more, Takenam said, with Interest grunting as she stood up, while clutching her injuries. You know, Takenam, if you fought as much as you talked, you might have killed me a long time ago. Just like how you won't be able to today either. Song of Resurgence, said Interest, while revealing her music, with Takenam's eyes widening before she began growling in annoyance. Seeing the music, Naruto quickly pulled out his scanner and got a scan of it, knowing he'd always need more healing music. Torrent of Flames, Takenam shouted before shooting blasts of flames, hoping to defeat Interest before the music could heal her, only for the overworlder's injuries to be fully healed, as her energy is restored. Torrent of Water, retorted Interest, while releasing blasts of water that was able to overpower Takenam's flames, thanks to Interest's renewed strength. Seeing her flames being doused, Takenam growled, before flying into the air, to avoid the water blasts, only for Interest to anticipate this. Rust Oxic, Interest said, while blasting a corrosive acid at Takenam, with the underworlder attempting to dodge, only to cry out when she felt her body lock up on her, as she was covered in rust, before falling onto the ground. Rock Wave, said Interest, while slamming her fist into the ground, as rocks shot up, which Takenam crashed right into, with her immobilized body being thrown into a tree. Takenam's body began shaking, before she broke free of the rust, covering her, and glared at Interest, who smirked at her. I'll hang your pelt on my wall. Flame Orb, shouted Takenam, while throwing numerous fireballs at Interest, who nimbly dodged and weaved through them. They really don't like each other, Naruto thought, looking between them. Takenam and Interest, having heard they were rivals and archenemies, but from what he was seeing, Naruto felt like it ran deeper than just being from enemy tribes. Though, he didn't have time to think further on this, as he quickly dodged the flame orbs Takenam was unleashing at Interest, who was dodging them, as they hit everywhere around them, including his hiding spot. Back with the fight, Interest continued Takenam's fireballs, while moving in closer to her enemy, until she close enough. Flame Orb, Interest shouted, launching her own fireballs at Takenam, who was unable to dodge from the close proximity between them. Though they were weaker than hers, due to Interest's lack of a fire element. Takenam still had to bite back her pain, as she flew back into a tree, but remained standing. It must really hurt to be taken down by your own attack, said Interest, while smirking at Takenam, who glared at her heatedly. Not as much as this'll hurt you. Lavalanche, Takenam shouted, once again unleashing blasts of lava at Interest, who managed to jump out of the way in time to dodge them. Pebble Storm, said Interest, while launching a barrage of pebbles at the lava, sending both attacking scattering everywhere. Oh, give me a goddamn break, thought Naruto, seeing that his hiding spot was once again being hit by an attack, this time forcing him to jump out and revealing himself. Naruto's appearance also got Interest and Takenam's attention, the former being confused at why a chaotic player was here, while Takenam was shocked and worried at seeing him in the middle of their battle. What are you doing here, human? Interest questioned with a frown, as while she didn't really have any problem with chaotic players, she also didn't like them getting in the middle of her or her allies' business. Yeah, sorry, I just heard the two of you fighting, and came to investigate. Along with hearing Naruto said, only to stop, when he saw that the flux bauble was suddenly flashing rapidly, his eyes widening, when he saw that it had been damaged from the attacks. Takenam and Interest also caught sight of the damaged flux bauble, with their eyes widening, upon seeing it was no longer stable. Before any of three could react, or get rid of the damaged battle gear, the flux bauble glowed brightly, before all three of them vanished, in a flash of light. Chamber of Waves. When the three reappeared, they saw that they were no longer in the Forest of Life, but now in a rocky location, with bright lights and water. Where are we? Takenam asked, while frowning, after not recognizing this as any location in the underworld. It's definitely not anywhere in the overworld, said Intress, while also not recognizing the location. Let me see, said Naruto, while pulling out his scanner, before scanning the location, to find out where they are, only to frown when he got the location's name. It's called the Chamber of Waves. Do either of you know where that is? Naruto asked, while looking at the two, only for them to shake their heads, just as confused as he was. I've never heard of a location like that in the overworld, replied Intress. Nor have I heard of it being in the underworld. Perhaps it's a hidden location, Takenam said while crossing her arms as she looked around, with Intress actually agreeing with her rival. Hidden location? Said Naruto, not knowing what those were, or how a location could be hidden. Hidden locations are out-of-the-way locations that are in regular locations, but aren't easily found, along with having unique effects on the creatures that go there, Takenam answered. She's right. An example would be Magician's Arch, which is located near Raveno Ridge, where creatures lose the magicians they have with them, added Intress, with Naruto being surprised by this, and to learn there are such locations hidden in Parim. I wonder if Prexer Chasm could be considered a hidden location, Naruto thought, since as far as he knew, Prexer Chasm was pretty well removed from the rest of Parim, and the only ones who knew about it would be him, his friends, Code Master Krellin, and possibly the other Code Masters as well. The three then looked around the Chamber of Waves, hoping to find something familiar that can lead them to a more recognizable location. Though, Takenam did give Naruto an annoyed glance. Why is it that whenever you show up, it seems that something unexpected happens, which ruins my plans? Takenam said, feeling like this was the same as what happened at Godhost Tower. In my defense, that was entirely Tom's fault for wanting to scan Van Blut, said Naruto, while having no shame in blaming his friend for that incident. Oh, wonderful. I'm not only stuck in an unknown location with her, but also an underworld player who's friends with another one, Intress muttered, while growing even more annoyed with her current situation. Actually, Tom's an overworld player. He just scanned Van Blut, since he is a rare and powerful creature. Along with how he would go great with the Godhost Tower scans, we managed to get, after following Takenam, there. And I'm actually neutral in regards to the tribes since I don't favor any one of them, and prefer using all four of them. Naruto corrected, with Intress being surprised by this, that his friend was an overworld player, but still scanned Van Blut, while he was truly neutral, rather than favoring one specific tribe, like most of the chaotic players she's seen. Alright, now that's cleared up. What were you even doing in the Forest of Life, anyway? Takenam questioned, since as far as she knew, there weren't many creatures, music, or battle gear to scan there. I was actually at Ulmer's castle, to get some battle gear scans, and scan the Flux Bauble. But I also have very fluctuating luck, and I swear, no pun was intended there. Anyways, Ulmer walked in and saw me, before attacking me. I tried porting out, but the Flux Bauble activated, and instead, took me to the Forest of Life, where I found the two of you fighting. I was able to get a scan of the music Intress used, but then an attack hit, where I was hiding, and well, Naruto said, while holding up the Flux Bauble, which was no longer glowing, or seemed to be working, anymore. Showing they couldn't use it to get out of here. Great way to go, Takenam. You managed to get us trapped in an unknown location, Intress said in a dry tone, with Takenam glaring at her. This isn't my fault? You're the one who attacked me first, I simply retaliated, retorted Takenam, with Intress returning the glare. And I was on a scouting mission for underworld spies. The last time I checked, you qualified as one, so I acted accordingly, Intress shouted. Oh yes, following orders, like the good little kitty you are, Takenam taunted, with the overworld growling, as she flexed her claws. I'd be more than happy to finish what I started right now, hissed Intress, with Takenam smirking darkly, as she gathered flames in her hands. By all means, I'll enjoy beating you a second time. Especially since you now have no music to help you, this time around, Takenam said, eager to beat Intress again. But before the two female creatures could attack each other, Naruto got between the two, and pushed them apart. Alright, that's enough. We don't have time for the two of you to be at each other's throats. Right now, we're all in an unknown location, in an unknown part of Parim, so we can't afford to be fighting each other," said Naruto, while looking between the two. Though mentally, Naruto was annoyed that they didn't end up in Prexarchasm, a location he's familiar with, and would all home to see Ursus and Ariak again. Especially since they would be able to show them the way out of there and into the rest of Parim. But Naruto supposed it's for the best, since while he's familiar with Prexarchasm and the dangers within it, Interest and Takenam weren't, and he'd rather not have them be in danger. Though, that doesn't mean we're safe here either, Naruto thought, knowing there's a chance there were dangerous creatures here, as well, or have natural disasters, like the earthquakes, in Prexarchasm. Now then, the best thing we can do is putting aside any differences you have with each other, so we can work together to find a way out of here. Agreed? Naruto said, while looking at the archenemies. Though, before Interest or Takenam could respond, the three of them tensed, with the two creatures getting into stances, when they saw four more creatures appear before them. The first creature was female, by her build, and was a serpentine-like creature, with two small tentacles emerging from her waist, along with wearing gold and red armor on her torso and abdomen. The second creature also appeared to be female as well and had the appearance of a mermaidish creature, with fin hair. The third was male, and had a pair of large purple bat wings, a purple snake-like body, and wearing golden armor on his body, head, and arms. And the fourth creature was also male, and resembled the third creature, but lacked armor. Takenam and Interest looked at the creatures warily, not recognizing any of them, along with seeing that they definitely didn't look happy at seeing them. Drylanders. Erdak, Ryuha attacked the cat. Laminkle, we shall take care of the bat, then deal with their pet, said the third creature. Yes, Nunkworn, said Laminkle, before and Nunkworn rushed towards Takenam, while Erdak and Ryoha attacked Interest. Naruto, stay back. We'll deal with them. Power Pulse, Takenam said, flying up and unleashing a barrage of green energy fists at Nunkworn and Laminkle, only for the two creatures to dodge the attacks. Torrent of flames, shouted Nunkworn, releasing blasts of fire at Takenam, with the underworlder being shocked at the fire attack, believing these creatures only used water attacks, given their aquatic appearance. This shock caused Takenam, as she was hit by the flames, knocking her back, before shaking off the damage. Tornado Tackle, Takenam said, blasting Nunkworn with a tornado from her hand, before rounding on Laminkle. Lightning Burst, said Laminkle, while shooting a blast of lightning at Takenam. Lightning Burst, Takenam retorted, firing her own blast of lightning at her enemy. The two attacks colliding together, resulting in an explosion and shockwave, with Takenam shielding her face from it. Flame Orb, Nunkworn said, for behind Takenam, hitting the underworlder with a barrage of fireballs, with Takenam crying out as she fell from the sky. Meanwhile, Interest wasn't having much better luck with Erdak and Ryoha. Fluid Might, Erdak shouted, creating a large fist of water that rushed towards Interest. Rip Tide, said Ryoha, while blasting jets of water at Interest. Lavalanche, yelled Interest, unleashing blasts of lava at the water attacks, gritting her teeth, as she put in a lot of power to match the two attacks. Note to self, either develop an affinity for the fire element, or make sure to have him of the elements on hand next time, so I can use these fire attacks at their full potential. Interest thought to herself, as she pushed more power into the lavalanche, to make up for her lack of a fire element, which just barely managed to stop them from breaking through her lava. Seeing the attacks cancelled each other out, with her lavalanche being supercooled, Interest slammed her fists on the ground, using Rock Wave to send rocks shooting and falling towards Erdak and Ryoha. Flood Force, Ryoha shouted, as Interest suddenly found herself trapped in a ball of water, with the overworlder holding her breath. Acting quickly, Interest used Ice Sheet to freeze the water around her and shatter it, freeing herself as she breathed deeply. Cymageddon, said Erdak, blasting Interest with the attack, with the feline creature grunting as she slammed into a rock. Flash Kick, Interest shouted, while kicking her legs, unleashing several energy blasts at her enemies, with Erdak and Ryoha dodging around them. Flame Orb, said Interest, quickly throwing several fireballs at the two, managing to hit them when they dodged her flash kicks. Rain Spears, Erdak and Ryoha said, using the same attack, as they created spears of water, which they launched at Interest. Rust Oxic, Interest shouted, blasting the water spears, causing them to rust over, with Interest's body tensing up, before she rushed forward, and began jumping across the rusted spears, using them as platforms to reach her enemies. While surprised at Intress's ingenuity, the two shook it off and waited until Intress was close enough. Hailstorm! Flood force! Before Intress could attack them again, she found herself, once again, trapped in a ball of water, which was quickly frozen solid, before being slammed into the ground. With the overworlder crying out at the combined attacks, as she got up, panting, as she was getting tired. Back with Takenam, the underworlder wasn't having much better luck against her enemies. Hailstorm! Shouted Laminkle, unleashing an even more powerful blast of ice at Takenam. Consuming flame! Takenam shouted, releasing a large amount of fire at the ice, with the attacks colliding together, as they struggled to push forward. Shriek shock! Said Takenam, unleashing a high-pitched shriek that blasted through her flames and the ice, hitting Laminkle, knocking him out of the sky. Flame orb! Nunkworn shouted, throwing several fireballs at Takenam. Wind slash! Takenam said, sending a blast of wind at the fireballs, dissipating them, as Nunkworn was thrown back by the wind. Lightning burst! Said Laminkle, while hitting Takenam with a blast of lightning. Crying out, Takenam fell out of the sky, landing beside Intress, both of them panting, as their four enemies stood together, above them. Well, I must admit, for Drylanders, you were actually pretty strong. But you had no hope against the might of the Marillions, said Nunkworn, while grinning wickedly, as Takenam and Intress's eyes widened at this, shocked that these four were Marillions, the supposedly mythical fifth tribe, which turned out to actually exist, if this encounter was anything to go by. But now, this fight is over, and once we have you two, we'll deal with that little pet of yours, Erdak said, as the four Marillions' eyes glowed pinkish purple, with Intress and Takenam grunting, as they felt intrusions into their minds. Thankfully, before the Marillions could place them under their control, Naruto suddenly appeared and slammed a Rasengan into Laminkle's back. Rasengan! Naruto shouted, as Laminkle cried out from the attack, before being launched back, as the remaining Marillions, along with Intress and Takenam, looked on in shock at what they just saw. Shadow Clone Jutsu, said Naruto, using their shock to his advantage, to overwhelm them with clones, while giving him, Takenam, and Intress time to escape. Unfortunately, rather than creating dozens of clones, like he's normally able to do, Naruto was surprised when he saw he only created 12 clones. Oh, that's not good, Naruto thought, seeing he's rustier than he originally believed if he could only make a dozen clones. Though Naruto quickly directed his clones to attack the Marillions, as he went to Intress and Takenam. How did you? Takenam said, shocked at what she just saw. Later. Right now, we need to go, said Naruto, knowing they had to get out of here, along with knowing that he'll have to explain his abilities, but it can wait until after they were safe. Nodding in agreement, Takenam and Intress stood up, before the three of them took off, running, with the Marillions in hot pursuit, after dealing with Naruto's clones. I don't know how that boy was able to do that, but it won't help you escape. The only way out is through the doors of the deep mine, and they're sealed shut, Nunkworn shouted, as the Marillions launched attacks at the escaping trio. Well, isn't that just perfect? Torrent of flames, Takenam shouted, while shooting blasts of fire at the Marillions. Torrent of water, said Intress, while launching her own attack, which hit Takenam's flames, creating a wall of steam, blocking their pursuers' view. Seeing this, Naruto created more shadow clones, using more chakra, to create almost 24, before having some transform into Intress and Takenam, before they all ran off in separate directions, along with throwing down a few smoke bombs, to further obscure the Marillions' vision. Come on, we need to put as much distance between us and them as we can, Naruto said, with Takenam and Intress nodding in agreement, as they ran as fast as they could. Though the three knew that with the knowledge of where they were, and how their only way out was sealed shut, they knew that getting back to the rest of Parim was going to be difficult. After running from the Marillions for some time, Naruto, Takenam, and Intress finally stopped running, and looked back in relief when they didn't see their pursuers after them. Okay, I think we're safe for now, said Naruto, while looking around and seeing that they were now on a beach, with sheer cliffs, and the ocean spreading out as far as they could see. Yeah, we're safe. But you won't be, Takenam shouted, about to tackle Naruto, if not for Intress restraining her, with Naruto looking at the Underworlder in surprise. What are you doing? Intress demanded, as Takenam glared at Naruto and struggled to get out of her archenemy's hold. I'm going to beat this idiot into the ground, said Takanam. Me? What did I do? Said Naruto, confused at the sudden hostility from Takanam. It's not what you did, it's what you didn't do. You have these powers, and you didn't use them to help in our escape from Gaho's tower. You left me to fight on my own. Takanam hissed, angry to learn that Naruto could have helped her fight Van Blut, as well as his minions, and yet he did nothing to try and help. Even if it worked out in the end, Takanam would have liked to have some help against all those enemies, at the very least. While Naruto flinched at that, figuring Takanam would be angry about that, when she learned that he had powers. Okay, yeah, you can be angry at me about that. But I swear, I have an explanation, Naruto said quickly, not wanting to have the female underworld angry, and trying to attack him. Takanam, calm down now. He can't exactly explain himself if you're trying to attack him, said Intress, with Takanam growling before holding her hands up. Fine, just put me down, Takanam said, still scowling, while Intress looking at her for a moment, before nodding, and setting the underworlder down. See, was that so hard? But it's nice to know, you still have that short temper of yours, said Intress, smirking, while Takanam turned to glare at her. Go play with a ball of yarn, cat, Takanam retorted, before rounding on Naruto. And you start talking before I start burning, said Takanam, wanting an explanation as to why he chose now to reveal his abilities, rather than at Gaho's tower. Gulping, Naruto nodded rapidly, not wanting to have an angry female creature after him. Okay, the reason I didn't reveal my abilities at Gaho's tower is because I didn't want to reveal them unless I had to. Especially, not in front of a creature like Lord Van Blut. It's not that I don't trust you, Takanam, I do. But what do you think would happen if all of Param learned about a human with powers like them? What would happen if the tribe started believing all humans had powers like me? Naruto asked, with Intress and Takanam remaining silent. They both knew exactly what would happen, given how humans had only just started appearing in Param in recent years, along with their ability to see the memories of the creatures they've scanned for their chaotic game. It resulted in most of the tribes not liking or trusting humans, aside from a few creatures that learned to tolerate or even like them. But the majority still didn't trust them, and if they learned that one human had such powers, like Naruto, it could lead to them believing that the other humans had these powers, while becoming afraid and suspicious of them. No longer trusting humans, but instead seeing them as more enemies to capture or eliminate. With them even being more dangerous than the other tribes, given how chaotic players could port all over Param to attack them all at once. Takanam would even admit that if she didn't really know Naruto, like she does now, she probably would have actually burned him to ash. Having seen him as a threat to the underworld, with the powers he has, along with understanding why he felt the need to keep them a secret, especially if Lord Van Blut would have learned about them. Alright, I can understand why you kept your powers a secret. But that doesn't mean I like that you waited until now to reveal them. And thank you again for saving us, Takanam said, knowing this was the second time Naruto's saved her. Yes, thank you for your help back there. I doubt we would have escaped if not for you. Though even if you did help us, I still have to tell Maxer about this when we return to the rest of Param, including your abilities, said Intress, knowing she'd have to tell Maxer everything she's seen here, when or if they were able to escape. I'll also have to tell Chire as well, Takanam said, with Naruto nodding in understanding, knowing that they'd have to tell their respective leaders, not only about the Marillions, but also about him. Though we will also try to convince them to keep your abilities a secret. Given your help in saving us and escaping this place, I'm sure they'll be willing to see that you're not a threat, said Takanam, with Intress nodding in agreement, as this was the least they could do after how Naruto saved them and is currently helping them escape the Marillions. Thank you, but before that, we need to find a way out of here, Naruto said while looking around, with a frown. Where are we anyway? I doubt this is still the Chamber of Waves, said Intress, with Naruto pulling out his scanner, thankful that one of its functions was to actively scan the surrounding area of a player, to create a map, along with being able to locate nearby creatures. Once the map formed, Naruto frowned, as he looked at their current location. This place is called Numen Void Lands. Any creatures here lose their elemental types, but also gain 10 energy for each type they lose, Naruto said, while internally wishing he could scan the location, since it seemed very useful in a drone match. Unfortunately, he already had a scan of the Chamber of Waves, so he couldn't get a location scan out of scanning the area. Still, it doesn't mean that he can't port back to the Chamber of Waves and sneak back here when he has the chance. Now that he knows where the Numen Void lands are and how to get to them from the Chamber of Waves. Takenam and Interest frowned at this, as the Underworlder tried creating flames in her hands, only for them to come out much weaker than normal. With Interest getting the same results from her earth and water attacks. Well, that's just great. That only leaves us with our non-elemental attacks, while the elemental attacks that we can use are much weaker now. But at least we'll regain our energy quicker. Interest said, knowing that'll allow them to rest for a shorter period of time before continuing on their way. Not that it'll do us much good, since the only way out is through the doors of the deep mines, stated Takenam, while remembering what Nunkwon said. Yeah, that Marillion guy said something about that. What exactly are the doors of the deep mines? Naruto asked, since he didn't knowing what those were. The doors of the deep mines are a location in the underworld. No one knows why they were built, or who built them, just that they've been sealed shut for as long as anyone can remember. With most scholars believing they were made to hold back some ancient enemy to Param. Each tribe always posts a single guard at the doors. Though no one knows why, just that it's the only thing we've ever agreed on. Interest explained. And it looks like we now know what they were keeping locked away, the Marillions, said Takenam. Yeah. Though while that answers what's behind the doors, it also opens up more questions than answers. Were the doors made to lock the Marillions away, or so they wouldn't fear the tribes attacking them, as they made their plans? Naruto said, with Takenam and Interest looking at him in surprise, having not thought about that, but now that he's brought it up, they wondered who really built the doors of the deep mines. The 4 tribes, to lock the Marillions away, or the Marillions, to keep the tribes out? Let's worry about that after we find a way out, Takenam said, knowing they had enough problems to deal with Naruto and Interest nodding in agreement. Well, since the only exit are the doors of the deep mines, that means our only means of escape is getting this repaired, said Naruto, while holding up the flux bauble. If the Marillions are anything like the other tribes, then they must have someone who makes and repairs battle gear. If we find them, we can get the flux bauble fixed and then get out of here, Naruto said, since he refused to port back to Chaotic, while leaving Takenam and Interest stuck here. I doubt we can just walk up to a Marillion and ask them to fix it for us, stated Interest, with a deadpan expression. Who said anything about asking? Takenam said, while smirking at her rival, more than eager to force a Marillion to fix the flux bauble, and then turn them into fried seafood, so they couldn't try and make their own teleporting battle gear. Naruto nodded in agreement with Takenam, knowing now wasn't the time to play nice. When they found someone to fix the flux bauble, they won't have the choice of saying no. For now, let's find some place to rest, so you two can recover your energy, and then keep moving to find wherever the battle gear are made, said Naruto, with Takenam and Interest nodding in agreement, still feeling tired from their fights. Walking along the beach, the 3 soon found a cave they could rest in before continuing on their way. I'll fly around and scout the surrounding area, just in case there are any Marillions nearby, said Takenam, not wanting them to get any unwanted surprises while their guard was down. Are you sure that's safe? Asked Interest, not wanting Takenam to end up ambushed and captured. I'll be sure to fly high enough that they won't see me. You just worry about recovering your strength and be careful you don't choke on a hairball, said Takenam, while exiting the cave. And you be careful that you don't burn the place to the ground, Interest replied, as Takenam exited the cave and took flight. Naruto watched the interaction curiously, even more confused as the rather unique relationship between Interest and Takenam. 1 minute, they're at each other's throats, and now they're bickering as if they're best friends. Hey Interest. Earlier when you were holding Takenam back, that didn't seem like the first time that's happened, said Naruto, with Interest looking at him, before smirking. You'd be right. Takenam's always had a temper. So it's not that surprising she still has it, even after all these solents, Interest said, while making Naruto look at her, with a raised brow. Solents? Asked Naruto. You would call them years. 10 solents would be 5 years for you, replied Interest, with Naruto nodding at this. Well, it felt like you and Takenam used to be friends, Naruto said, believing the two used to be close, but something must have happened to change that. You could say that, muttered Interest, with a small frown on her face. Naruto saw this, and again, felt like there was more to it. But he also didn't want to poke his nose into something that's likely private between Interest and Takenam. How about you get some rest? I'll wake you up when Takenam returns, said Naruto, with interest nodding in thanks, and went to lay down. And for what it's worth, I think you and Takenam made a pretty great team against the Marillions, Naruto said, with interest opening one eye, but didn't reply, though she did have a small smirk on her face. He's definitely an interesting human, Interest thought, while feeling her growing respect for Naruto go up a little. Later, after a while, Takenam had soon returned from scouting the area, revealing that there weren't any Marillions in the immediate vicinity, but that they still shouldn't lower their guard, in case any suddenly appear, with Naruto and the awakened Interest agreeing. Interest then took her own shift of keeping a lookout, while Naruto and Takenam rested, to regain their energy. Knowing they needed to be in top condition, in case their pursuers show up, or if more Marillions appear. Once all three of them were rested, they set out to find a Marillion they could convince to fix the flux bauble and get back to the rest of Parim. With Takenam and Interest being relieved, once they left the Numen Void lands, and their elemental attacks returned to full power, restoring them to full power. Okay, now we just need to hope that we can find a Marillion that can fix this thing soon, and get out of here, Naruto said, really wanting to get out of here, with Takenam and Interest nodding in agreement. Lightning burst. Rip-tide. Hearing the sudden attacks, the trio's eyes widened, before quickly jumping back, just in time to avoid blasts of lightning-powered water. Looking, they saw their pursuers had finally caught up to them, and they brought back up, with two now Marillions. The first was an octopus-like creature that was much bigger than the four they encountered, with 2 tentacles that make up its arms, and 6 tentacles that make up its legs, along with having one large eye in the center of its body. While the second was a semi-transparent being, with a strong golden glow. At the center of its body also rested a large eye, crowned by spikes of mental energy, with several slim tentacles protruding from beneath the eye. You thought you could escape Drylanders, but you didn't. And now you can witness the true power of the Marillions. Meet Chieftains Ihan Kalin and Milian. With their help, your defeat is all but certain, Nunkworn said, while smirking wickedly, before cowering back, when Ihan Kalin looked at him. Be silent, Nunkworn, you four have already failed to capture the Drylanders and their pet on your own, requiring us to aid you, Ihan Kalin said, his voice showing he was male. Erdak, Ryoha, deal with the Drylander's pet. Laminkle, Nunkworn, you two shall help us deal with the 2 Drylanders, said Milian, with the 4 Marillions nodding, before Erdak and Ryoha rushed towards Naruto. Seeing the 2 Marillions coming towards him, Naruto jumped back, to give Takenam and Interest some space to fight their own enemies. Insanity! Shouted Ryoha, blasting Naruto with the attack, with Uzumaki managing to dodge it, by jumping into the air, before creating a shadow clone. The clone grabbed Naruto, before spinning around, and throwing him at the Marillions, with Naruto slamming his foot into Ryoha's face, knocking her back. Fluid might, Erdak said, creating a large water fist that smashed into Naruto's back, knocking him back to the ground. Groaning from the attack, Naruto's eyes widened when Ryoha appeared above him. Rot cloud, said Ryoha, releasing a cloud of green gas that began rotting away anything it touched, with Naruto quickly rolling out of the way to avoid the cloud. Rip tide, Erdak shouted, while releasing a burst of water at Naruto, with the whiskered blonde jumping, and ran across the water jets towards the Marillion, while forming an unstable Rasengan in his hand, once he was close enough. Rasengan! Yelled Naruto, slamming the attack into Erdak's chest, making her cry out, before being sent flying back, with Naruto wincing at being damaged a little by his jutsu, since it wasn't fully stable. Flood force, Ryoha said, as Naruto found himself trapped in a ball of water, with only his head being free, as the Marillion floated up to him. HMHMHM, such an interesting pet you are. If you surrender now, Erdak and I shall be generous masters to you, as long as you serve us faithfully, said Ryoha, smirking, while putting a hand on Naruto's face, with the Uzumaki shivering. Sorry, but I'm not interested in talking sushi, Naruto said, as he headbutted Ryoha, knocking her back. Grunting at the attack, Ryoha growled, before her eyes widened, upon seeing that Naruto had substituted himself with a log. A log with a paper bomb attached to it, which soon went off, throwing Ryoha back from the explosion. Naruto sighed in relief at getting some space from his opponents, only for his eyes to widen, before quickly jumping off to the side to avoid Erdak's rain spears. You'll regret that, boy, Erdak growled, as she launched several rain spears at Naruto. Why is it, wherever I go, there always tends to be some crazy girls trying to kill me? thought Naruto, as he dodged the spears, while looking for an opportunity for him, Takenam, and Interest to escape. Meanwhile, Takenam and Interest were having their own trouble against their opponents, as well. Torrent of flames! Nunkwon shouted, blasting the two with fire. Torrent of water! Said Interest, shooting out jets of water to hold back the flames. Voltorch! Takenam said, while blasting Nunkwon with a cyclone of fire and electricity, knocking him back. Interest nodded in thanks for the assist, before quickly pushing Takenam out of the way. Hailstorm! Shouted Laminkle, unleashing a barrage of ice. Vacuum hemisphere! Interest said, using her earth element, as Laminkle found himself trapped in a swirling dome of wind and stone, before feeling his wind element growing weaker as his hailstorm dissipated. No more air attacks from you. I, on the other hand, whirlwind scythe, said Takenam, while releasing several crescent-shaped blades of burning wind at Laminkle, injuring the Marillion, and throwing him back. Xenocentric wrath, Milion said, blasting the two female creatures with a barrage of energy bullets, with Takenam and Interest biting back their pain, as they got out of the way of the attack. Thunder's shout! Interest shouted, releasing a loud shout at Milion. Thunder's shout! Yelled Takenam, using her own Thunder's shout on the Marillion, alongside Interest's, managing to throw Milion to the ground. Rage of Aeon! Said Ihan Kalin, as dozens of jets of water shot out of the ocean, which he directed right towards of Takenam and Interest, with the two creatures attempting to dodge them, but couldn't avoid them all, before being slammed into the ground. Fr Frost Blight! Interest shouted, managing to raise her hands and blast Ihan Kalin, with a barrage of ice and snow, causing the Marillion's body to start freezing. Rage of Aeon! Said Milion, with Interest crying out as she was further bombarded by attacks. Perplexing heat! Said Takenam, releasing an intense wave of heat on the two chieftains, making them stumble as the heat began lowering their wisdom and affecting their minds. Feeling the barrage of water jets let up a little, Takenam and Interest managed to escape the attacks. Vine snare! Interest said, placing her hands on the ground, as it cracked open, releasing dozens of vines that began wrapping around the two chieftains. Flame orbs! Shouted Nunkwon, throwing several fireballs at the vines, burning them. Lightning burst! Takenam said, blasting Nunkwon with a blast of lightning, knocking him down, with Interest creating more vines to wrap around him, as well. Rip tide! Laminkle yelled, shooting bursts of water at Interest and Takenam. Lavalanche! Said Interest, blasting lava at his attack. Torrent of flames! Takenam said, adding in her own flames to overpower the water. The two fire attacks managing to push back Laminkle's water and smash into him, before knocking him down to the ground. Sleep sting! Shouted Milion, shooting a barrage of stingers at Interest and Takenam, the two grunting as the stingers hit them, before they began feeling drowsy. Quickly pulling the stingers out, Takenam and Interest both used Thunder Shout to throw the four Marillions away from them, knowing they had to get away soon. Interest, Takenam! Shouted Naruto, getting their attention, as the two saw Erdak and Ryoha were also knocked away, while Naruto was standing in front of a large cave, motioning them to follow him. Come on, we can get away, through here, said Naruto, with Interest and Takenam nodding before running towards him. Running into the cave, Naruto made a hand sign, triggering the paper bombs he put around the entrance, causing it to cave in. Takenam and Interest nodding at this, knowing they had to stall the Marillions to get away. Lavalanche? Said Takenam, covering the collapsed entrance in lava. Torrent of water! Interest said, cooling the lava to harden it, while reinforcing the barricade. With that done, the three continued running through the cave to get away from the Marillions. Moving through more passages, which they barricaded, along with several others, to make sure the Marillions didn't know which path they took. Eventually, they soon made it to an underground cavern, with a lake, and what looked like underwater tunnels. Okay, that should buy us a little time to rest, said Naruto, with Takenam and Interest leaning against the wall. The effects of the sleep sting made them feel tired, knowing it'll take a few moments for them to wear off. Are you two alright? Naruto asked, while looking at them in worry, upon seeing how tired they were. Yeah, we're fine. Just tired, Takenam said between a few yawns as she struggled to talk. We're hit by a sleep sting attack. Thankfully we got the stingers out quickly. But it'll take time for the affects to wear off, said Interest, in the same state as Takenam, with Naruto nodding as he looked around. Well, hopefully we can stay here for a while, so we can rest and recover, and not have to worry about any more Marillions showing up. Naruto said. Do not be so quick to assume things, boy. Someone said, making the three stiffen, and looking around warily for where the voice came from, when suddenly, something burst out of the lake. Looking, the three saw a Marillion, that was a light indigo monstrosity, resembling a butterfly. Shit! Naruto mentally cursed, while getting ready for a fight, and protect Interest and Takenam. Only to be confused, when rather than attacking, the Marillion just looked at them, in contempt. If I wanted to attack you, boy, I would have, already, said the Marillion, with Naruto relaxing slightly, but still ready, just in case it was a trap. Okay. Who are you, and what is this place? Questioned Naruto. I am Cerulean the Song Thief, and the High Muge of the Marillions. And this is where I have lived, ever since I was exiled. Cerulean said, surprising the three, that they met an exiled Marillion, and the High Muge at that. Why were you exiled? Said Interest, not knowing why a tribe would even think of exiling their High Muge. Because my powers as a fluid morpher are useless to Aeon and the other chieftains. As I am the only Marillion, with the power to silence and steal the music of drylanded tribes. A rather useless ability, when locked away behind the doors of the deep mines. Cerulean revealed, much to their shock, that he had such an ability, along with Interest and Takenam actually being thankful they didn't have any music, otherwise it'd be completely useless against him. Now tell me, why have you intruded onto my lair, Drylanders? Demanded Cerulean. We didn't know it was your home, we just came here, trying to escape from other Marillions that are after us. Naruto said. Yes, I suppose Aeon would wish to have you captured, to find out how you all arrived here, and how he can use that to get out. Cerulean said, with Naruto relaxing a little more, hoping they might have managed to find an ally. Would you be able to help us in getting out? Asked Naruto, only to step back. When Cerulean got right in his face, I am in exile, boy, not a traitor. I may despise Aeon for exiling me, but I will not betray my tribe. If you wish, I shall grant you and your dryland allies sanctuary, until you are rested. Afterwards you will leave, said Cerulean, willing to allow them to recover in his lair, if only out of spite to Aeon. Alright, that's fine, thank you, Naruto said, with Cerulean merely nodding, before diving back into the water. Can we actually trust him? Asked Takenam, doubting that Cerulean wouldn't just rat them out. If we couldn't, do you really think we'd even be conscious, right now? He had the perfect chance to capture us, but he didn't. I say we don't look a gift horse in the mouth and take the chance we have, Naruto said, with Interest nodding in agreement. Naruto's right, we just need to focus on recovering, and then leave, before Cerulean changes his mind, said Interest, knowing they needed to take the time to rest, and then keep moving, with Takenam nodding, but still kept a wary eye on the lake, just in case the Marillion was deceiving them. Later, thankfully, Cerulean hadn't returned, nor did any Marillion show up to capture them, meaning he had been telling the truth. Though, that didn't mean the three stood just around. They immediately left through one of the many underground tunnels connected to the cavern. This time, with Naruto in the lead using his scanner's map. If we keep going this way, we should reach a place called the Corals, Naruto said, when suddenly, an explosion came from behind them, making the three jump away from it, ready for a fight, in case more Marillions showed up. Only to be shocked at seeing their pursuers jumping down from a hole in the ceiling. You Drylanders are really getting on our nerves, growled Nunkworn. You sure, you just haven't been looking at your own reflection. If I was that ugly, I'd be angry too, Naruto said with a smirk, making Nunkworn snarl in anger. I'll send to a boiling grave, boy, shouted Nunkworn. Takenam, Naruto, you both need to get out of here, now, Interest said lowly. And what about you? Questioned Takenam, not liking the way Interest said that. I'll hold them off, as long as I can. But you both need to get out of here and find someone to repair the flux bauble, Interest answered, with Naruto and Takenam looking at her in shock. We're not just going to leave you, whispered Naruto, refusing to leave Interest to face the Marillions alone. Yes, you will. We can't get the flux bauble repaired, with these guys constantly chasing us, and it won't matter if we're captured anyway. One of us needs to stay behind to keep them busy, while the other two get away to get it repaired. Now you can either keep arguing and wasting more time we don't have, or you can do what I say and go, Interest said, giving them both a look, with Naruto and Takenam wanting to argue, but couldn't deny that she was right. They needed to get the flux bauble fixed, and they couldn't if they're constantly being chased. You will meet up with us, and not get yourself captured. Got it? said Takanam, with interest smirking at her rival. Be careful, Takanam, you actually sound like you're worried about me, Interest said. Yeah, worried that I won't have someone to knock around once we get out of here, Takanam stated, while looking away with a huff. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you, said Interest, with Naruto and Takanam nodding, as they took a few steps back, waiting for the signal, while Interest faced the Marillions. Lavalanche? Interest shouted, shooting blasts of lava at the 5 Marillions. Torrent of water, said Erdak. Hailstorm, Laminkle shouted. The 2 attacks hit the lava, as they began pushing each other back and forth. Go now, said Interest, aiming one of her hands at the ceiling, creating a barrier between them and the Marillions. Naruto and Takanam nodded, before they took off running down the tunnel, with Interest giving them one last look, before looking back at the Marillions. Rock wave, Interest shouted, slamming her fist against the wall, causing the tunnel to collapse behind her, as the Marillion smashed through her lava barricade, while only seeing Interest standing there. Sacrificing yourself, to allow your ally and pet to escape. A foolish endeavor, as you are now trapped with us, said Ihun Kalin, with Interest flexing her claws, and growled at them. That's where you're wrong. You're trapped in here, with me. Thunder shout, roared Interest. Naruto and Takanam ran down the tunnel, not stopping, when they heard the cave collapsing behind them, or when they heard Interest's thunder shout. We will save her, Takanam, Naruto said, with Takanam grunting. Oh please, if I haven't been able to get rid of that annoying feline, then those walking seafood platters don't stand a chance. I'm just annoyed she still chooses to put herself in danger for others, said Takanam, with Naruto nodding, but could hear an undertone of something in Takanam's voice. Yeah, you're probably right. Anyway, if we keep going this way, we should reach a place called the Coral Smithy. Sounds like the place we need to go to in order to get the flux bauble repaired, Naruto said, with Takanam nodding in satisfaction. Good, I need to burn something right now, Takanam stated darkly, eager to take out some of her frustration on whichever Marillion they'll get their hands on. It wasn't long until Naruto and Takanam made it out of the tunnels and into the open, where they could see what they guessed was the Coral Smithy just up ahead. A group of stone towers, with windows and spiraling walkways built into them. It kind of reminded Naruto a little of a Mount Pillar, in terms of design at least. Along with having windows carved into the walls of cliffs, with walkways along them, as well. Keeping out of sight, Naruto and Takanam made their way to the lower levels of the Coral Smithy, wanting to make sure they weren't at risk of a Marillion showing up. While they were forcing one of the workers to repair the flux bauble, or hear the following sound of Takanam burning them alive. Soon reaching the lowest level they could, the two found themselves in a large forge, with different types of battle gear lining the wall and shelves, none of which they could even begin to guess what they did. While standing at one of the work tables was a single Marillion, resembling either a crab, or at least some kind of crustacean, looking to be hard at work, making a new battle gear. What's the plan? Takanam whispered, tempted to just step out and attack the Marillion, but knew they couldn't risk starting a fight that'd likely attract unwanted attention. Right now, they needed to take them by surprise and force them to fix the flux bauble, then deal with them. Naruto thought of what they could do, knowing they needed to be quick and quiet, before an idea came to him. I'll scan him and get his attention while you sneak around. Once his attention is on me, you'll jump the Marillion and restrain him. Then once that's done, we get him to fix this, said Naruto, while holding up the flux bauble. And then I get to make steamed lobster out of him, Takanam said while smirking, with Naruto nodding, knowing they couldn't risk him alerting the other Marillions. With their plan made, Takanam snuck through the shelves to get in position behind the Marillion, so she can grab him once he's facing Naruto, while Naruto got in close to scan him. Once he was close enough, Naruto pulled out his scanner and aimed it at the Marillion before he began scanning him, with the sudden lights getting the creature's attention. Looking at the cause, the Marillion saw Naruto smirking at him. But before he could do anything, Takanam jumped out and wrapped an arm around his neck, while her other hand created a flame orb close to his face. You so much as squeal, and you're dead, got it? Takanam hissed, with the Marillion going completely still at being held hostage, as Naruto walked up. You're the intruders I've heard about. You're making a mistake, attacking me, said the Marillion before grunting, when Takanam pressed her claws into his neck. No, you see, the only one making mistakes is you, if you don't do what we say. Barakat and the Coral Smith, interesting title. I'm sure with one like that, you make quite a lot of battle gear, said Naruto, while looking at his new creature scan. Yeah, what of it? You need battle gear, go ahead, and take whatever you want. It won't do you any good, in the long run, Barakaten said, knowing that no amount of battle gear would help them stand against all the Marillions. We don't need any new battle gear, we need one fixed, said Takenam, as Naruto held up the flux bauble, with Barakaten looking at it, intrigued. And what happens if I say no? Barakaten said, only to flinch, when Takenam dug her claws deeper into his throat. Say yes, replied Naruto, with Barakaten grunting, knowing he didn't have a choice, otherwise they'd find someone else to do it, probably repeating the process, until someone finally helps them. Fine, fine. Give me the damn thing, so I can see what I can do, said Barakaten, with Naruto holding it out of his reach. You even think of trying anything. My friend, here, will burn you alive, Naruto warned, wanting to get his point across, if he tried anything. I'm not stupid, Barakaten retorted, knowing he'd die before he could try to destroy it, with Naruto nodding, and handed him the flux bauble, while Takenam shoved him back to the table. Get to work, ordered Takenam, with the Marillion grunting, as he cleared some space, and began fixing the damaged battle gear. Meanwhile, Naruto looked around the workshop, at all the battle gear around it, desperately wishing he could scan all of it. But while it would be nice to have some more scans of the Marillion, their battle gear, locations, and music, Naruto knew that it won't be wise to come back here often. But couldn't deny that it would be good to have some scans that the other players currently don't have access to. Then again, I can also just take some of it with me, Naruto thought, creating a shadow clone and handing it one of the few storage scrolls he had on his person when he first arrived in Prexarchasm. The clone immediately going around and sealing away one of each of the battle gear, with Naruto planning to scan each of them. And once he had all his scans, he'd be able to trade the gear to either Omer or Bodo for even more battle gear scans, along with allowing the overworld and underworld to research just what the Marillions have with them. As something told Naruto that eventually the Marillions would get through the doors of the D mines, and the rest of Param would need to be ready when they did. Even if it was years later, it'd be better to prepare for the eventuality as well. After the clone finished sealing away one of the battle gear each, Naruto pocketed the scroll and dispelled the clone before going back over to the table, arriving just in time to see Barakaten finish his work on the flux bauble. Here, you're lucky the damage wasn't too great. Otherwise, this thing would have been reduced to a paperweight, Barakaten said, with Naruto taking the flux bauble and looking it over, seeing all the damage was completely repaired, along with the gemstone once again glowing. Looking at Takenam, Naruto gave her a nod, making the underworlder smirk darkly. Before Barakaten could react, Takenam's claws raked across his throat, while her other hand created a flame orb, which she promptly shoved into his mouth. The Marillion thrashed about in pain, as the flames were forced down his throat and through his body, burning him from the inside out. All while Takenam held him down, while laughing lowly, enjoying that she not only took some small revenge out on the Marillions, but also robbing them of their top battle gear maker. Once Barakaten stopped moving, Takenam snapped his neck, just to make sure he was really dead, before dropping his charred corpse. While Naruto gulped at the sight of the dead body, knowing that it was necessary, but that didn't mean he had to like the fact that it happened. He then looked at what battle gear Barakaten was working on. Naruto saw that it was a sword, and one that he didn't see among the other battle gear. Meaning, it was the first, and only one, to be made. Sealing the sword away, as well, Naruto looked at Takenam, who seemed pleased that they could finally get out of there. So, we can get out of here now? Takenam asked. Yeah, but first, we're going to save Interest, then all of us will get out of here, said Naruto, with Takenam nodding in agreement, before being confused, when Naruto held out the flux bauble for her. What are you doing? Takenam asked, as Naruto handed it to her. Making sure that if something happens to me, you and Interest can get out of here. Once we have Interest, and if I'm captured, you can use the flux bauble to get the both of you out of here, said Naruto, with Takenam looking at him in disbelief. You're not serious? First, Interest chooses to stay behind, and now you're asking me to just leave you here? Takenam said, not believing what he was saying. I'm not asking anything, I'm telling you. You will leave me here, if it means you both can escape. Both of you are much more important than me, and are the only ones that Maxer and Chire will believe about the existence of the Marillions. Besides, I still have my scanner, so I will be able to port out of here, if I'm able to. said Naruto, willing to stay trapped with the Marillions, if it meant that Takanam and Interest got away safely, so they could warn Maxa and Chire of what's happened. Though he was surprised when Takanam forced the flux bauble into his hand and grabbed him by his collar. All of us are getting out here, got it? I already had to deal with Interest staying behind and getting captured. I'm not dealing with another self-sacrificing idiot. So either take the damn flux bauble and use it once we get Interest, or I'll knock you out and get Interest myself, then come back to get you. Takanam growled, with Naruto being surprised by this, not expecting Takanam to say that. Alright, said Naruto, not wanting to start an argument, or have Takanam actually knock him out and get captured herself. Good. Now, how do we find Interest? Takanam asked. It's likely they'll keep her with them, while hunting us down, to use her as leverage against us. Or taking her directly to their leader, and them coming after us, as well. Our best bet is to make as much noise as we can, to have them come to us, said Naruto, with Takanam raising a brow at this plan. And just how are we supposed to make that much noise? Takanam asked, only for Naruto to motion around them, to all the battle gear. This place makes weapons, let's see what happens when it gets blown straight to hell, said Naruto, with the underworlder looking around and smirking. You certainly know how to show a girl a good time, stated Takanam, as her hands were covered in flames. Castle Rathwack. Meanwhile, the Marillions that had been pursuing them had returned to Castle Rathwack, with Interest now under their control, to meet with their leader Aeon the Oligarch. Arriving at the throne room, the 5 Marillions saw Aeon sitting on his throne, standing taller than any of them. Aeon's body was yellow-green and blue in color, looking like a sea serpent, with a vaguely humanoid upper body, marked with tentacle-like hair, while having glowing eyes dot around his body. Oligarch, we have captured one of the Drylanders, Ihun Kalin said, motioning to Interest, who stood completely still, with a blank expression on her face, while her eyes had a pinkish-purple glow, showing she was under the Marillions' control. Really now? Said Aeon, smirking as he stood up from his throne and approached Interest, caressing her face and pushing her hair out of the way. And quite a beautiful one, even for a Drylander, Aeon said, his smirk gaining a wicked edge, as he looked Interest up and down, his intentions clear to the other Marillions. His eyes then glowed, as he reinforced the mind control on Interest, ensuring she has no hope of breaking free. And where are the other 2? Aeon demanded, with the Marillions trading looks. We don't know, Oligarch. This one sacrificed herself to allow them to escape, Nunkwon said nervously, knowing it wasn't wise to upset Aeon. This made the Oligarch frown in annoyance, that 2 intruders are still sneaking around. Before his frown turned into a scowl, when he was mentally contacted by his other subordinates, learning that the intruders were destroying the coral smithy. They're at the coral smithy! Nunkwon, Laminkle, Erdak, Ryoha, you 4, go and capture them. And bring our new guest with you, to show them what lies in store for them, Aeon ordered, with the 4 Marillions bowing to their leader. Yes, Oligarch, they replied, before rushing out the palace, with Interest following behind them. Shall we go, and ensure the intruders are captured, Oligarch? Questioned Milion, with Aeon shaking his head, as he sat down. No, the Drylanders have already shown they are no match for the Marillions, by choosing to flee instead. They will not be able to best those 4, nor will they be able to attack their own ally, Aeon said, smirking, while having no doubt that he'll soon have all the Drylanders under his control. With Naruto and Takanam ran away from the coral smithy, after causing a good portion of it to explode. In a chain reaction of the weapons and forges, they overheated. Pleased at the destruction they caused, along with taking out a good part of the Marillion arsenal, with Takanam hoping they also took out more Marillions, as well, with the explosions. Now, we just need to wait for them to show up. Or do we get to destroy anything else? Takanam asked, hoping to cause more destruction. We're just trying to get them to bring Interest to us, not bring the entire Marillion tribe down on us, replied Naruto. Ruin my fun, why don't you? Muttered Takanam, but nodded in understanding, her desire to get out of here outweighing her desire to deal more damage to the Marillions. Though the 2 then dodged to the side, to avoid a lightning blast and torrent of flame attacks from Nunkwon and Laminkle. Well, it took you idiots long enough. What were the giant columns of smoke? Not a big enough sign, Naruto said, while smirking at the Marillions. Laugh while you can, boy. But soon, the only ones laughing will be us, retorted Nunkwon. L'avalanche? Surprised at the sudden attack, Naruto and Takenam got out of the way of the lava, being shot at them. Only to be shocked when they saw the one who attacked them was Interesse, who was standing beside Erdak and Ryoha. Interesse, what are you doing? Takenam demanded, shocked to see Interesse standing with their enemies, with the overworlder remaining silent. It's not uses, she's under our control now, and soon you will be too, said Erdak, smirking, with Naruto and Takenam now noticing Interesse's glowing eyes, making the underworlder growl in anger at seeing they were controlling Interesse. I'll mount your heads on the gates of the underworld. Lightning burst! Shouted a furious Takenam, while launching a blast of lightning at the two Marillions. Rock wave! Interesse said, slamming her fist on the ground, blocking the lightning, before Takenam flew up and charged towards them. Well, I guess it's just you two against me. That doesn't seem very fair to you. Do you want me to only use one arm, so it'll be fair? Said Naruto to Nunquarn and Laminkle, who growled in anger at the insult. I'll enjoy breaking that spirit you have, boy. Rip Tide! Nunquarn shouted, while unleashing jets of water at Naruto. Hailstorm! Said Laminkle, adding shards of ice to the water jets. Seeing the attacks coming towards him, Naruto dodged to the side, before creating a dozen clones, with 6 of them being thrown towards the two Marillions, with 2 clones kicking them in the chin. Before a second pair of clones kicked off the first pair's backs, and kicked the Marillions again, pushing them higher into the air. With the final pair being thrown above the Nunquarn and Laminkle, and delivering axe kicks to their heads, sending them flying back down to the ground. Right where the remaining clones, and the real Naruto, were waiting to attack them with Razengans. Flame Orb! Nunquarn shouted, unleashing a barrage of fireballs at Naruto and his clones, with Naruto's eyes widening, before getting away from the fireballs, with clones not being so lucky, as they were destroyed. Lightning Burst! Said Laminkle, while launching a blast of lightning at Naruto, with Uzumaki crying out, as his Rasengan faded away. Grunting at being hit by lightning, Naruto stood, and looked around for something he could use, before seeing how close he was to the water. Looking back at the Marillions, Naruto got an idea of how he could at least stall them long enough to save Interesse, before diving right into the water. Ahahaha! You just made your last mistake, boy. Marillions are unbeatable in the water, shouted Nunquarn, before he and Laminkle dived into the water, after Naruto. Meanwhile, Takenam grunted as she was hit by a power pulse from Interesse from behind. Normally, such an attack would result in Takenam attacking her rival, but given she was currently being controlled, she'd let it slide, for now. Come on, Interesse. Are you really so weak that you'd let yourself be controlled like that? And here I thought you were stronger than this, Takenam said, hoping to get through to Interesse and bring her out of their control, only for Interesse to continue attacking her. Pebble Storm! Shouted Interesse, releasing a barrage of pebbles at Takenam, who flew up in the air, to avoid them. Fine then, you wanna play, let's play! Ash Torrent! Takenam said, unleashing a cloud of ash at Interesse, blinding her, with the Underworlder, then rounding on Erdak and Ryoha. Fluid Might! Ryoha said, while launching a giant water fist at Takenam. Rain Spears! Said Erdak, while throwing several spears of water at Takenam. Wind Slash! Takenam shouted, sending a blast of wind at them, cutting through their water attacks, and crashing into the Marillions. Shriek Shock! Yelled Takenam, before hitting them with a high-pitched shriek, as Erdak and Ryoha covering their ears from the noise. Flame Orb! Said Takenam, continuing her assault, by hitting them with several fireballs. Erdak and Ryoha groaned, as they crashed into the ground, with Takenam landing in front of them, with her claws burning bright. Just know, I'm going to take immense pleasure watching you burn, Takenam said while preparing to finish them off. Rust Oxic! Shouted Interesse, having recovered from the ash torrent, and hit Takenam from behind, with the attack. Takenam cried out, as she felt her body begin to be covered in rust, freezing her in place. Seeing this, Erdak and Ryoha smirked, as they got up, their eyes glowing, as they looked at Takenam. Back with Naruto, he swam as deeply as he could, fully aware that Nunquarn and Laminkle were following him. I only have one shot at this, Naruto thought, while creating 2 shadow clones, before holding out his hand, to begin forming a Rasengan. Looking, Naruto saw the 2 Marillions gaining on him, as the Rasengan began forming. Come on, thought Naruto, while pushing more chakra into the Rasengan, as the clones kept it stabilized, as the jutsu began growing bigger. Though that wasn't Naruto's goal, instead he watched in satisfaction, as water began swirling around the Rasengan. with the speed growing, with each passing second. "We have you now, Boh!" Nunkwon shouted in surprise, when he and Lamminkle were suddenly jerked around, and began spinning around Naruto. The reason being, that Naruto's Rasengan was rotating the water around it, pulling in more and more, as a whirlpool formed in front of Naruto, with this causing Nunkwon and Lamminkle to be thrown around, as they were caught in its pull. The two Marillions shouting in shock that they were trapped, and couldn't escape the pull out the water. Once Naruto saw the whirlpool was fully formed, he swam up, and allowed himself to get caught in the pull, with the blonde facing towards the two Marillions, waiting until they were close enough. "Rasengan!" Naruto thought, while slamming the Rasengan into Nunkwon's chest, with Lamminkle crashing into him, before both Marillions were thrown outside of the whirlpool, from the force of the attack. This also freeing Naruto from the pull of the spinning water, before swimming up to the surface. Breaking through, Naruto eagerly breathed in the air, before swimming to the shore. Pulling himself up, Naruto wanted to take a moment to catch his breath, only to shout in surprise, when he was suddenly restrained with vines. Looking, Naruto's eyes widened, when he saw Interest still under the Marillion's control, with Takenam now standing beside her, with the same glowing eyes. "Takenam," Naruto said, only to see his friend not reacting, and simply looked on blankly. "It's too late, they're under our control now, and soon you will be, as well," Erdak said, while cupping Naruto's face, before her, and Ryoha's eyes glowed again, with Naruto grunting, as he felt them trying to force their way into his mind. "And no, I won't be controlled," Naruto said, trying to resist their mind control. "Just give in, and it will all be over soon," cooed Ryoha, as their eyes glowed brighter, surprised that he was even able to fight off their power. Naruto grunted, as his eyes began glowing, as well, before his head slumped forward. Mindscape. Erdak and Ryoha were confused, when they suddenly found themselves suddenly appearing, in a completely different location. "What is this?" Erdak said, confused as to what just happened. "I believe we have somehow entered the boy's mind. This will be quite useful, in controlling him," said Ryoha, smirking, with Erdak smirking as well, upon seeing they could directly influence Naruto's mind now. Though the two Marillions suddenly froze, when they heard a loud growl, behind them. Turning around slowly, their eyes widened in shock and slight fear, when they saw a gigantic cage behind them, with two large blood-red eyes, with slit pupils, glaring down at them. What is this?" Ryoha said, moving back at the sight of such a massive creature. Before either of the Marillions could do anything, the Kyuubi unleashed a loud rage-filled roar. "Get out!" Kyuubi roared, flaring its chakra and forcefully expelling the two Marillions from Naruto's mind, angered that these creatures would try and control its host, and by default, the Biju itself. And if there's one thing the Kyuubi hated most, it was anyone daring to try and control it. Once the two Marillions were gone, Naruto himself appeared, and looked at the fox, as it stepped out of the shadows. "Why did you help me? I thought you hated me?" Naruto asked, with the Kyuubi growling at him. "I do hate you, but I hate being controlled even more. And those creatures, those Marillions, have now earned my anger for trying to control me, through you. I also know how to break their control over those two girls, as well," revealed Kyuubi, merely offering its help, if it meant ruining whatever the Marillions had planned for Interest and Takenam. "How?" Naruto asked, wanting to help save them. "Channel my chakra into them, and that will break the Marillions' control over them. The feline must have been placed under stronger mind control, so you'll need my chakra to break it," Kyuubi answered, with Naruto nodding in understanding and gratitude. "Thank you," Naruto said, with the Kyuubi grunting, before lying down, as the blonde vanished from his mindscape. Real world. Naruto's head snapped up, his eyes now burning red, before roaring at the two Marillions, throwing them back, as his body was coated in the Kyuubi's chakra. Standing up, Naruto snapped the vines around him, before grabbing Takenam and Interest by heads, the two crying out as he channeled the Kyuubi's chakra into their minds, breaking the control over them. Once he felt the control break, and that they were now free, Naruto pulled out the flux bauble, and quickly activated it, taking them far away from the Marillions. Glumuk Swamp. Appearing in a flash of light, Naruto, Takenam, and Interest hit the ground, panting. The two female creatures looking around rapidly, only feeling relieved, when they finally recognized their surroundings. "Oh, thank the Kathika. I never thought I'd actually be happy to see Glumuk Swamp," Takenam said, relieved that they all managed to escape the Marillions, and make it back. "If I ever see another water creature again, it'll be too soon," said Interest, swearing she isn't going anywhere near ocean, lakes, rivers, or anything with a large amount of water for a while. Are you both safe? You're not under any mind control anymore, right? Naruto asked, just wanting to be sure, with Takanam and Interest shaking their heads as they stood up. No, we're free from their control. And thank you, both of you, for coming back for me. If it wasn't for your distraction, I would have become the Marillion leader's concubine, said Interest, having been screaming within her own mind, when Aeon touched her, wanting nothing more than to get away, but she couldn't move her body, and was beyond relieved when she was sent away to find Naruto and Takanam. This made Naruto and Takanam wince, feeling even more relieved that they were able to save Interest when they did. With Takanam feeling especially relieved, as that very likely would have happened to her, as well, if Naruto hadn't broken the control over them. Speaking of which, Takanam thought, while looking at Naruto. Naruto, how were you able to break the mind control on us? How were you even able to resist it? Takanam questioned, with Interest looking at him, also curious about this. I almost wasn't able to. But I was able to break free, since the Marillion's mind control was similar to Genjutsu, answered Naruto, while keeping quiet about the Kyuubi, as learning he had powers was one thing, but learning he contained a literal living force of nature was another thing, entirely. Genjutsu? Interest asked. Yeah, where I'm from, they're basically illusions that affect a person's senses, making them see, hear, smell, or touch things that aren't real. They can also put a person under another's control, if the user is powerful and skilled enough. Naruto explained, with Takanam and Interest nodding at this. It sounds similar to attacks that affect one's wisdom and courage, Takanam said. Indeed. And I must thank you again for freeing us and getting us out of there, Naruto, said Interest, with her respect for Naruto almost matching the respect she has for her trusted overworld allies, and even Maxer himself. Yes. This is the second time you've helped me, when you had no obligation to, and I won't forget that any time soon, Takanam said, with her own respect for Naruto going even higher, for all he's done to help them. You don't have to thank me, I wasn't going to leave either of you behind, even if I was left behind, I wouldn't care. As long as you both made it out, safe, replied Naruto, with the two female creatures smiling slightly at this, before turning to face each other, with neutral expressions. I suppose you did well, Interest, Takanam said, while reluctantly holding out her hand. You, as well, Takanam, Naruto did say we make a good team, and I suppose he was right, said Interest, while shaking her rival's hand. With them standing together like that, they actually look. Naruto thought, while looking between Interest and Takanam, as an idea entered his mind before he shook his head, while chuckling quietly to himself, doubting something like that was possible. But the thought stayed with Naruto, in the back of his mind. Though don't think this changes anything. Next time we see each other, it will be as enemies, Takanam warned, with Interest merely smirking at this. I'd expect nothing less, replied Interest. They then went to find some shelter, before they sat down, their exhaustion finally catching up to them, after everything they went through. I don't know about either of you, but I don't have the energy to even port back to Chaotic. How about we rest here, and then leave tomorrow? Naruto suggested. Agreed, said Takanam and Interest, both wanting to rest, without worry of suddenly being attacked. Cool, muttered Naruto, before falling backwards, followed by the two female creatures. Time skip one day. After waking up the next morning, feeling fully rested and relaxed, Naruto, Interest, and Takanam were ready to go their separate ways. Naruto to port back Chaotic, while Takanam and Interest needed to report to their leaders. I'll be sure to return this back to Omer, since I'm sure he'll enjoy having it back. The beating I'm also going to give him, not so much, Takanam said while holding the flux bauble, planning to return to Omer, along with beating the little psycho into the ground, for inadvertently causing all this. As much as I'd love to see that, I have to get back. Though Interest, I was wondering if I'd be able to come back and get a scan of you, since I already have a scan of Barakaten, said Naruto, not wanting to delete his now one-of-a-kind scan, but also wanting to scan Interest as well. You may scan me, Naruto. I'll be waiting here, after reporting back to Maxer, Interest replied, with Naruto nodding in thanks. The female creatures shook Naruto's hands again, in thanks for his help, before looking at each other, and nodded once. Both knowing the next time they meet, they'll be enemies again, but also knowing that things were now calmer between them. With that, Takanam and Interest took off, back to their respective homes, while Naruto ported back to Chaotic. Port court. Sighing in relief once he appeared in the port court, Naruto began walking to find his friends, soon finding them at a table together. Hey guys, I'm back from my skin quest, Naruto said, still feeling mentally drained from everything that happened, while Tom, Kaz, Sarah, and Peyton shot up and looked at him with wide eyes. Dude, where have you been? Peyton asked. We tried calling your scanner, but you wouldn't pick up, said Tom. We tried porting to Param to find you, but none of the creatures we know knew where you were, Kaz said. We were worried something might have happened to you. And what happened to you? Sarah asked, as they all took notice of Naruto's haggard appearance, and his clothes being torn in places. That is a very long, very painful, and very exhausting story, said Naruto, sitting down, with Sarah handing him her drink, which he gratefully took, having not eaten or drank anything for an entire day. Naruto then began telling them about what happened, from scanning the flux bauble at Ulmer's castle, ending up in the Forest of Life, to see Takanam and Intressa's battle, and the three being sent to the Marillions' territory. All the way up to when they finally escaped, while omitting certain parts, even showing them his scan of Barakatan as proof. It shocked the four to learn what their friend went through, along with the existence of a fifth tribe. Along with being worried, as Naruto, Intress, and Takanam's encounter with them showed that the Marillions clearly weren't friendly. Wow, that's a lot to take in, Sarah stated, while looking at Naruto with wide eyes. Trust me, it was a lot more to experience it firsthand. The Marillions aren't a joke, and are a very dangerous threat. I already planned to tell the Codemasters if I ever got back, to let them know, so they can be ready in the event that the Marillions ever get through the doors of the D-Mines, to get any and all chaotic players out of Param, said Naruto, with the others nodding in agreement. Yeah, if these Marillions can control mines, there's no telling what kind of damage they could do. Not just to Param, but chaotic, if they manage to control any players, Kaz said. Yeah. And I won my match, by the way, and with Bodil, actually, said Tom, while changing the subject, to take their minds off the rather dark topic. Really? How did it go? Naruto asked, with Tom pulling out his scanner and showing Naruto the recording of his match. With Tom being glad that Naruto asked him and Kaz to record the match, as he was able to prove to Bodil that he'd beat Tanguth Toborn with him and get a scan of the Aerodrome. Naruto watched the match in amazement at seeing Bodil defeat Tanguth using his brains over bronze. Guess it's not about how powerful a creature is, but how a player uses them, Naruto thought, with everything he had gone through, and seeing Tom's match, his desire to enter matches was finally reignited. Kira City. Meanwhile, Intress had arrived back in Kira City, and headed straight for the palace, to meet with Maxer, and tell him what happened. Not even waiting to exchange greetings, the feline creature immediately told Maxer of her encounter with the Marillions, their abilities, along with Naruto's own powers, making sure to include that he was the only human that had those abilities, and if not for his help, she'd likely be little more than a mindless slave. It had shocked Maxer to learn that the Marillions actually exist, locked away behind the doors of the D-Mines, and posed a very real threat to the rest of Param. Even more so, with their mind control abilities. The Marillions, to think they're actually real. And yet, no one remembers them. How's that possible? Maxer wondered, while frowning in thought at this. I believe it was their mental abilities. It's likely that the Marillions erased all knowledge of their existence, leaving behind only a faint recollection, making it so we'd be defenseless against them when they finally make their return, answered Intress, with Maxer nodding in agreement. Yes, that makes the most sense. And in regard to this human Naruto, I will keep the knowledge of his powers a secret for the help he's given us, Maxer said, since he felt indebted to Naruto for saving one of his oldest friends from such a terrible fate. Thank you, Maxer, said Intress, glad that Naruto's secret was safe, with Maxer nodding. Though I'm sure you wish to rest, after everything that just happened, Intress. I need you to go to Najurin to tell him of the Marillions, and have him find any and all information he can on them. This way, if the Marillions ever show up, we'll be ready, Maxer said, with Intress nodding understandingly and in agreement. I'll set out at once, replied Intress, while mentally planning to stop by Glumuk Swamp to allow Naruto to scan her, like she promised. Once Intress left, Maxer leaned back in his seat, deep in thought. While he would keep Naruto's abilities a secret, the overworld leader was also thinking of ways to get him to side with their tribe, knowing he'd be a great ally to have. Or at the very least, side more often with them, than their enemy tribes. Underworld City. Meanwhile, deep in the underworld, Takenam had arrived and told Chire the same thing Intress had told Maxer. The underworld leader was shocked, after hearing everything his advisor was telling him, knowing Takenam wasn't one for telling stories, and knew what she said was true. This is the second time this human has saved you, Takenam. For that, the knowledge of his powers will be safe with me. But now I need you to speak with Kopond, have him find any and all information on the Marillions. Chire ordered, with Takenam nodding at the order. Right away, Chire. Takenam replied before leaving. With that, Chire leaned back in his throne, while having the same thoughts as his archenemy. Wondering how he could get Naruto to ally with the underworld, or at least, more often than the overworld. Later, Glumuk Swamp. Naruto ported back to Glumuk Swamp, after getting something to eat and registering his new scans, to meet Intress, and get a scan of her, as well. I see you made it, Intress said while jumping down from a tree in front of Naruto. Yeah, sorry if I made you wait, but I just needed a moment to relax, replied Naruto, with Intress waving it off. It's fine, I can relate to needing time to relax. And I only arrived a few moments ago, so it's no problem, said Intress. Nodding, Naruto held up his scanner and scanned Intress, while smiling when he got a scan of her. Though he was confused when he noticed that her stats were stronger than when he saw other chaotic players use her, along with it being called Intress Nature Force. Intress, why are your stats stronger, and what does Nature Force mean? Naruto asked. That's the form I'm currently in. While in Nature Force, my disciplines are enhanced, along with able to use earth attacks, alongside my water attacks. I was actually in this form when I was fighting Takenam, and when we were in the Marillion territory. Though I also had a friend of mine use the Song of Focus on me, since I was still a bit fatigued from our encounter with the Marillions, which further enhanced my disciplines. I thought I'd let you skin me like this, as a reward for your help in saving me, replied Intress. Like I said, you don't have to thank me. You and Takenam being safe is all the thanks I need, Naruto stated, with Intress smirking at this. You're just becoming more and more interesting, Naruto Uzumaki. Until we meet again, said Intress before jumping into the trees and took off to Najurin's castle. Watching the overworlder leave, Naruto soon ported back to Chaotic, once she was out of sight. Ara moved through the lower levels of Mount Pillar, with a headlight around her forehead and a map in her hand. Stopping for a moment to look at the map, Sarah saw it wasn't much farther from her destination, marked by an X. I hope Wama's right about this, Sarah muttered, having gotten the map from her Danian friend, leading straight to the Danian armory, where she'd be able to find a completed Stingblade, the more powerful and completed version of the prototype Stingblade that she got before, with Naruto. Moving on, Sarah soon reached a stone grate, which she kicked a few times, breaking the bars, and allowing her to look inside. With the girl smiling, when she saw it was in fact the armory, before climbing down into it. Man, I wish I could scan all of this, Sarah thought, while looking at all the different battle gear, wishing she could get multiple scans, before settling on the one that she's here for. The Stingblade. Right where Wama said it'd be, said Sarah, upon seeing the sword before pulling out her scanner and scanning it. Hee, the guys are gonna be so jealous. Though I might bring Naruto here, to get a scan as well, if he lets me get a few scans of that Marillion battle gear, Sarah said, since they all tried asking Naruto to let them scan the Marillion battle gear he brought, only for him to say no, since he was planning on giving it to Ulmer and Bodil to look at, in exchange for more battle gear scans. Though she's sure that getting a Stingblade scan will convince him to let her scan some of them. Turning to leave, Sarah froze as her eyes widened when she saw a Danian guard standing right behind her. Oh crap, muttered Sarah, while stepping back, as the Danian aimed their staff at her. With Naruto, Riptide, Hailstorm, Rain Spears, Fluid Might. Naruto ducked and dodged the various attacks sent at him by the Marillion guards that had found him, after he ported into the Chamber of Waves. He hadn't bothered to stay and fight them, and simply took off running towards the Numen Void Lands to get a scan of the location. Which, thankfully, didn't take long, given Naruto was more familiar with Marillion territory than his first trip here, allowing him to reach his destination much sooner and scan it, with the whiskered blonde smirking at his new location. Later, Calamari, said Naruto, while waving at the Marillions, before porting back to Chaotic, just as they launched more attacks at him. Port Court. Reappearing in the Port Court, Naruto looked at his newly acquired location scan, while going through the other Marillion scans he has. 2 locations, 1 creature, and a hell of a lot of battle gear. Naruto thought, pleased that he's finished scanning all the Marillion battle gear he had taken from the Coral Smithy. With him already having traded a few to both the overworld and underworld, getting more scans as well, including his own Vile Driver, after a trip to Ulmer's castle. Flashback. Thanks for the Vile Driver scan, Ulmer. It'll definitely be fun, using this in drone matches, said Naruto, while smirking at the mad scientist, with his smirk only growing when he saw Ulmer's black eye, busted lip, swollen cheeks, along with the X-shaped bandage on his exposed brain. Takenam having made her displeasure with him very clear, for his unintentional part in nearly trapping them in Marillion territory. Oh yes, by all means, laugh it up, human. Please, I insist, Ulmer said sarcastically, while looking over the Karal Amber Shard and Karal Magma Shard that Naruto was letting him look over, in exchange for scanning the Vile Driver. Though he did suppress a shiver after remembering the beating Takenam gave him, having woken up in a cold sweat every time he so much as thinks about it. Before smirking, as he looked at Naruto. Just be glad you're close with Takenam, and she got you Chiyo's favor. In fact, you seem to have gotten very close to her, with how highly she talks about you, which is quite often, said Ulmer, cackling when Naruto's face turned red in embarrassment. While he may not be able to try blowing Naruto up anymore, Ulmer is still a genius. And he could always find other ways to torment the chaotic player that didn't involve physically hurting him. Whatever. Jay, just hurry up and finish looking those over, Naruto said while crossing his arms to retain some of his dignity, as the underworlder laughed to himself, before resuming his work. End flashback. Thinking about what Ulmer said, Naruto couldn't help but blush at the idea of Takenam talking about him, before shaking his head. He was just saying that to mess with me, thought Naruto, believing Ulmer had just been getting back at him for breaking into his lab, and accidentally taking his flux bauble. Given that he and Takenam hadn't met that long ago, along with just being good friends, she probably just respects him for all the help he's given her. Other than that, Naruto highly doubted he and Takenam were close, in that regard. Assured with his logic, Naruto nodded to himself, before looking through his new scans again, which also included a scan of Bodil, as well. Having also visited Kira's city and met with Bodil, giving him the Karal Chime Shard and the Karal Shard of the Tidal Crest, to study. Along with getting a scan of the Overworlder, after seeing how well Tom used him to win his drone match. Thankfully, both the Overworld and Underworld were understanding when he wanted the shards, he gave them back, after they were finished with them. Not only so he could give them to the other tribe, to study, as well, but because Naruto wanted to also provide the shards to the Dainians and Mypedians, wanting to remain entirely neutral in the tribes, rather than looking like he was favoring the Overworld and Underworld. Plus, Naruto figured it'd be fitting to let them study the shards that best suited their respective tribes first. Though he was also waiting to let them look over the Reef's Hard, Karal Husk Armor, and the Karal Shard of Chance. At least, until they could meet on neutral terms, and decide what to do with those pieces of battle gear. Especially the Reef's Hard, since it was the only one in existence, Naruto would prefer not taking any chances of it being damaged or destroyed. There's also the fact that the tribes will likely have to work together to face the Marillions, should they ever be freed. Thought Naruto, as given everything he saw while he, Interesse, and Takenam were trapped, the Marillions were a very dangerous threat, especially with their mind control abilities. Though from what Takenam and Interesse have told him, while Maxa and Chiyo were hesitant about allying with each other, they also understood his reasoning, and were currently working on an arrangement, with Naruto acting as the go-between, by speaking with Interesse and Takenam. However, this didn't mean the Underworld and Overworld were friends, or allies by any means. They'd only agree to an official alliance once, or if the Marillions are freed, and if there's no other choice. And until then, they would remain enemies. Naruto understood this, since it's all he could hope for, at the moment. As while a new threat has appeared, one which may require them to work together to defeat. It'd still take time for the Overworld and Underworld to look past their long-time feud, and put aside their differences. Plus, Naruto was also willing to admit that it's even possible that the Marillion wouldn't even escape in their time. It could happen in 5 years, or 500 years, for all they knew, given how long the doors of the deep mines have been closed for. But at least now, they were aware that the Marillions did exist, and posed a potential threat. But if the Marillions do show up, I'll be ready as well, Naruto thought, having begun training his shinobi abilities again, when he isn't trying out his new scans in the Betadrome. Knowing that he's been neglecting his shinobi training, and needed to get back in shape, Though Naruto also admits, he's probably lucky he hadn't been able to summon as many clones as he intended. After he was forced to reveal his abilities, to help Takenam and Interest escape the Marillions. Rather than summoning a few hundred, which would have only hindered their escape, by getting them trapped and stuck amongst all the clones, leaving them open for the Marillions. He's taken to training in places, like the Glumuk Swamp and other remote locations, that hardly any creatures or players go to keep his abilities a secret. And surprisingly, the QB has actually offered its assistance in his training. Since the two came to an understanding, after the Marillions tried taking over his mind. With it helping, with how old the QB was, the Biju having a large plethora of jutsu that it's seen over the years. Along with those, it's seen used by its former hosts, and jutsu they in turn have seen used, as well. The QB having learned all these jutsu, despite having no use for them. Naruto had also begun working on improving his current jutsu, such as working on being able to perform the Rasengan on his own, without the use of shadow clones. Along with recreating those, he's seen used by his enemies and allies alike. Though, while Naruto's made good progress in bettering himself, and preparing the overworld and underworld for the Marillions, he's still encountered a few problems. I still need to find a way to make ties with the Dainians and Mypedians, as well. Naruto muttered to himself, knowing he needed to let those two tribes know about the Marillions, as well. As while the overworld and underworld might be able to put aside their differences, that still may not be enough to face the Marillions, if they showed up. And unfortunately for Naruto, the Dainians won't have much of a reason to believe him. They'd probably be more likely to kill him, or imprison him, if they see him in Mount Pillar. That's not even counting the Mypedians, as while they wouldn't be as hostile as the Dainians, they'd have even less of a reason to believe him. As he has absolutely no ties to the Mypedians, at all. At least with the Dainians, he's friends with Wama, through Sarah. Though even with that, Wama is still just a mandibler, who doesn't have much sway amongst the tribe. Naruto thought, knowing it'd be difficult to earn any Dainian's trust, or at least enough respect, that they'd listen. And speaking of Sarah, thought Naruto, as he arrived at a table, where Kaz and Peyton were sitting. Hey guys. Where's Sarah? Naruto asked, getting their attention, before looking back at the screen. She's probably off, on one of her secret skin quests to Mount Pillar, again. Kaz answered, all of them knowing that Sarah tended to go on her own skin quests, if they were at Mount Pillar. Naruto nodded in understanding at that, before looking at the match they were watching, only to wince when he saw that Tom was facing off against a Dainian player. Oh, that's not good. Naruto thought, seeing Tom only had Tanguth Toborn left, while his opponent had 4 creatures, being painfully reminded of his own defeat, leading to his break from drone matches. It actually made Naruto wish he had been defeated earlier, before that match, so he wouldn't have gotten such a big head. Instead, his ego got the better of him, from his prior winning streak. Only for it to come crashing down around him, as a result of losing in such a humiliating way. I was a literal bug, that got crushed by another bug. Naruto thought dryly. While he probably would have still been salty about his loss, he also wouldn't have crashed and burned either. If it wasn't for the ego he got from his winning streak. With his training and experience as a ninja, also not helping matters, as it made him believe he was above the other chaotic players, in terms of skill. Something he was ultimately proven wrong about, showing that while may know how to fight, they definitely knew the game better than he did. But I suppose it's not all that bad. Now I'm ready to start entering matches again, and have gotten better as a chaotic player. Now if only I could get someone to challenge. Thought Naruto, having tried getting someone to go against him, but hasn't had much success, which is why he's been going to Param so much, to get more scans. Come on, Tommy, go for Juanda, put Tanguth Toborn across from Juanda. Peyton said, pulling Naruto from his thoughts, as he looked at the screen, seeing that was Tom about to move Tanguth Toborn across from Juanda. That's it right there. Said Peyton, before covering his eyes as he let out a groan, when Tom immediately placed Tanguth across from Lad, instead. What's the matter, Peyton? Tanguth Toborn is stronger than both those Dainians. Tom still has a shot. Kez said, believing Tom could beat either Juanda or Lad. Oh, you're absolutely wrong. Tom just cost himself the match, and now he's about to be squashed like a bug by a bug, said Peyton, adamant that Tom already lost the match. I have to agree with Peyton. Dainians can be rather unpredictable, and have great teamwork. Which is probably even better than the overworld is, thanks to their hive ability. But who knows, maybe Tom will surprise us. Naruto said, knowing firsthand how tough Dainians can be, especially with their hive ability, but also knew that Tom could surprise them and win the match. Though after a few moments, Peyton was proven right, when Tanguth was reduced to code by Lad. Oh. Beaten by a Danian, that's gotta sting. No offense, dude. Peyton said to Naruto, knowing he also was beaten by a Danian, as well. It's fine, I know the Danians aren't to be messed with, and now, hopefully Tom does too, said Naruto, not that broken up about his first loss, now knowing how strong Danians can be. Though that doesn't help, that he was still beaten by giant bugs. Tom's gonna need some cheering up, Kez said, while feeling sorry for his friend's loss. Let's see if Sarah wants to join the pity party, suggested Peyton, calling Sarah's scanner, only to gasp in shock at what he saw. What's wrong? Asked Kaz. Is Sarah stuck somewhere? Naruto asked, worried that something might have happened. The two looked, only for their eyes to widen, when rather than seeing Sarah, they saw a Danian guard. Later Mount Pillar, after Tom had shown up, Naruto, Peyton, and Kaz had informed him that Sarah had been captured by the Danians, and is being held at Mount Pillar, with the four immediately porting to Mount Pillar, to rescue her. They managed to get inside, after Peyton lured the guards at one of the entrances into a trap, with Naruto, Tom, and Kaz knocking them out, before taking their staffs. With the four sneaking inside to find Sarah, before Naruto looked at his friends. You guys go on ahead, I'm gonna see if I can find mine and Sarah's Danian friend, Wama, to see if he knows where she is, said Naruto, with the three nodding and wishing him luck, before they split up. Sneaking through Mount Pillar, Naruto went to where he and Sarah met Wama last time, thankfully finding the Mandibler was once again patrolling the area. Wama, over here! Naruto whispered loudly, this getting Wama's attention as he saw Naruto, with the Danian giving a quick look around, before approaching him. Naruto, it's good to see you here. I take it you know about what happened with Sarah? Said Wama, with Naruto nodding in confirmation. Yeah, we tried calling her scanner, but saw a Danian on the other end, so me and our friends ported here to rescue her. Do you know where she is, and where her scanner is being kept? Naruto asked. Yeah, she's being held in the prison, and I know where her scanner is too. Originally, I was going to grab it and give it to her. But Mandiblers like me are forbidden from entering where it's located, unless permitted by a battle master, answered Wama. Okay, we can worry about getting Sarah's scanner back later. Right now, let's go meet up with the others, to free Sarah, and figure out a plan from there, Naruto said, with Wama nodding before the two went to find the guys. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before they were forced to duck behind a corner, as Tom, Peyton, and Kez came running by, followed closely by the Danian battle master, Uchiha Bathax, and some Mandiblers firing at them. All while Naruto felt his eye twitch, realizing what happened, given his past experience with Van Blut and Stiluk. Yeah, I'm taking Tom's scanner, when we get back to Chaotic, Naruto muttered, swearing this is the last time he's letting Tom get skin happy, and expose them. What are we gonna do now? I doubt your friends will get far, with Uchiha Bathax chasing them, said Wama, knowing Uchiha Bathax wasn't one to tolerate trespassers in Mount Pillar. Well, we can't just go to the prison now, as the other Danians will be on alert for other intruders. So, you'll have to escort me, as your prisoner, said Naruto, while holding out his hands to let Wama cuff him, with the Danian nodding, and doing so. Alright, then get moving, prisoner, Wama said, while pushing Naruto forward with his staff, to sell the act to any other Danians they may encounter. Thankfully, they reached the prison, without any issues, with Wama taking Naruto up to Sarah's cell, as the blonde female looked up in surprise to see Naruto here. Naruto? What are you doing here? And why are you cuffed? Sarah asked, while looking between the two. I'm here with Tom, Kaz, and Peyton, after we tried calling you, only to see a Danian instead. So, we ported here to rescue you, while I went to meet with Wama, to find out where you were, along with you scanner. But before we could come here, we saw the others getting chased by Uchiha Bathax and some Mandiblers, meaning Tom likely got skin happy again, and exposed them. So, I let Wama capture me, and bring me here as his prisoner, Naruto explained, as Wama opened the cell door, letting him in, while Sarah facepalmed and groaned. Well, I appreciate the offer. I would have been fine, as long as Wama got my scanner, Sarah said, with Wama sighing at this. Okay, Sarah, while I appreciate the faith you have in me, I couldn't get to where your scanner was being kept. Don't forget, I'm still just a Mandibler, without any real authority. So if I'm caught somewhere that I shouldn't be, it'd mean big trouble. Not just for me, but you as well. Even more so, with Uchiha Bathax around, and he's known to use Mandiblers as target practice, What do you think he'd do if he found out I was helping you escape? Wama asked, needing to drive home the point that despite the help he's given Sarah in getting Danian scans, he's still a mandibler and has to be careful. This made Sarah grumble and cross her arms, but admitted that Wama made several good points. Their attention then turned to the sound of several blasts and lights from down below. What's happening down there? Naruto wondered, with he and Sarah moving closer to the bars to see if they could get a better look, but couldn't see anything, with Wama looking over the edge to see what happened. It's your friends. They were nearly cornered by Odayu Bathax and his squad of mandiblers, but they ducked down when they fired at them, leading to them taking each other out, Wama said, upon seeing the downed Battle Master and his fellow mandiblers. Wait, seriously? That's hilarious! Naruto laughed, not believing they were taken out by such a simple trick, with even Sarah laughing at hearing this. Okay, yeah, that's pretty funny, said Sarah, finding it funny that their friends could outsmart a Danian Battle Master and train mandiblers like that. Even if it was by complete accident, due to them getting lucky. It wasn't long until Tom, Kaz, and Peyton came running up the ramp, before immediately aiming the battle gear that they stole at Wama, after seeing him standing in front of Naruto and Sarah's cell. Wait guys, it's fine. He's on our side, Naruto said, stopping them, before they could shoot Wama. Yeah, this is Wama, a friend of ours, said Sarah. If he is, then why is Naruto locked up too? Tom questioned, only to get two dry glares from the blondes. Oh gee, I don't know. Does the incident with my angry pony ring any bells? Said Sarah. Or where we got locked up, in an underworld prison. Just because you couldn't stop being skin happy, Naruto said. This made Tom blush in embarrassment at the accusations, and knew what they were talking about. With it happening again, when he tried scanning the battle gear that Odayu Bathax had. He come on. That's not fair. How do you know it wasn't Kaz or Peyton? Said Tom, trying to shift the blame, only to shrink, when Kaz and Peyton glared at him as well, with tick marks on their foreheads. Are you kidding me, Tom? You're the one who wanted to scan a battle gear, being used by Odayu Bathax, exclaimed Kaz in annoyance, that Tom trying to shift the blame onto them. Everyone knows you don't go near Bathax, dude, Peyton also exclaimed, while making his annoyance known, as well. How did they do that? Naruto wondered, surprised when he saw Kaz and Peyton's heads suddenly grow in size, when they shouted at Tom. Having believed that was a unique jutsu, that only Irika knew. Hey, hate to break up the reunion, but Odayu Bathax and the Mandibless are waking up, Wama said, after looking over the side, and seeing the other Danians regaining consciousness, with Tom, Kaz, and Peyton tensing, and gripping their staffs tightly. Guys, poured out now, said Naruto, getting surprised looks from them. What? But we can't just leave you guys here, Kaz argued. Yeah, we didn't come here, just so someone else could be captured, added Tom. And all of you will be captured as well, and have your scanners taken. If you don't leave right now, Naruto stated. And what about your scanner, dude? Peyton asked. It's hidden somewhere safe, where the Danians won't find it. Once we get Sarah's scanner back, we'll port back, as soon as we can. Trust me, now go, said Naruto, with the three looking between their friends and the approaching Danians. Guys, we'll be fine. Just go, before you're captured as well, Sarah said, having faith that Naruto can get them out this mess. Hearing this, the three sighed, before nodding as they dropped their stolen battle gear and pulled out their scanners. Though once they started porting back to Chaotic, Wama fired at them with his staff. Shoot! They got away, Wama said, while playing along with the act of having tried to stop them, as Odayu Bathax and the other Mandibless arrived. What happened here? Odayu Bathax demanded, as Wama stood up straight. Sir, I captured one of the intruders, though the other three managed to escape before I could capture them, as well, said Wama, with Odayu Bathax looking in the cell, seeing Naruto inside with Sarah. Humph, good work, Wama. You too, search him for his scanner. Odayu Bathax ordered two Mandiblers, who nodded and entered the cell, aiming their staffs at Naruto, as they searched for his scanner, only to come up empty-handed. We can't find it, Battle Master, said one of the Mandiblers. What do you mean you can't find it? Where else would it be? Human, where's your scanner? Demanded Odayu Bathax, with Naruto looking at him with a completely straight face. It's in my ass, Naruto answered, getting disturbed looks of shock and disgust from the Danians and Sarah, with the two Mandiblers backing away from him. Oh, by the hive, Are you serious? Said Odyubathax, with Naruto maintaining his serious look, before laughing at their expressions. Of course, it's not true. But you should have seen your faces. Naruto laughed, simply having wanted to say that, after Tom and Kaz showed him some episodes of a show called The Venture Brothers, and couldn't resist the chance to say it. Plus, as good as he is, Naruto knows that he can't beat up a bunch of people, whether they're humans or creatures, by clenching his ass around a person's hand, and use them as a flail. Like how Brock Samson beat up those pirates. Grr, where is it then? Odyubathax shouted, now getting annoyed at the games. It's hidden somewhere safe. I hid it, before entering Mount Pillar. Said Naruto, smirking, since it was technically true, having sealed his scanner away into a storage seal on his wrist, after he and the others ported to Mount Pillar. Now even more annoyed, Odyubathax merely pointed at the two chaotic players, and motioned for them to be brought with them. Later, Naruto and Sarah were brought into Odyubathax's throne room, where they saw Sarah's scanner on a table. We don't take kindly to spies, who invade our territory, said Odyubathax, while looking at them with narrowed eyes. I already told you, I'm not a spy. I'm a fan of the Danians, and Sarah said, only to be interrupted. Quiet! Shouted Odyubathax, before standing up and jumping in front of them. I have enough problems around here, without humans taking up space in my jail. Along with the rest of you chaotic players, I find snooping around Mount Pillar. Odyubathax said, having always been annoyed when he finds chaotic players moving around Mount Pillar, despite all the security they have in place. Wow, careful there, big guy, that sounds like treason. Claiming those prisons are yours, when the queen is the true ruler of Mount Pillar. Not to mention the fact that you have a throne room. Anything you want to share? Naruto asked, smirking, with Odyubathax's eyes widening at the accusation. Why do you never I am loyal to the queen you? Do you think this is funny? Odyubathax said, while glaring at Naruto, as his irritation with the humans slowly rose. Well, I was known as a prank master, back in my old village. So yeah, I think it's pretty funny. Naruto said cheekily, with Odyubathax growling, before shaking his head and got back on track. Anyway, since I have enough to deal with, without having to deal you both, I decided I'll let you both go. Especially if it means you'll be leaving, said Odyubathax, while pointing at Naruto, wanting the whiskered blonde out of Mount Pillar, while Sarah smiled hopefully that they'll be able to leave without any trouble. Only for her hope to fade at Odyubathax's next words. But then I thought, I still need to send a message to your fellow chaotic players, that trespassing into Mount Pillar will not be tolerated. So instead, one of you gets to leave, and the other stays here as my prisoner, permanently. Odyubathax declared, with Naruto losing his smug attitude, seeing they wouldn't be getting out of here as easily as he'd hoped, before thinking of a plan of how they can both get out of here. Here's a counteroffer. You against me, in on-on-one combat, pure hand-to-hand. No music, no attacks, no battle gear, no hive ability, said Naruto, giving his own offer to get their freedom, with Odyubathax being surprised at this for a moment, before he immediately started laughing loudly at being challenged by a human, with the other mandiblists laughing as well, except for Wama, who looked at Naruto like he had a death wish. Are you crazy? You can't challenge Odyubathax, he's a battle master for a reason. Not to mention what happens if you end up exposing yourself? Sarah whispered to Naruto, not wanting to put himself in danger by revealing his abilities. Don't worry, it'll be pure hand-to-hand combat, so I won't reveal anything too suspicious, replied Naruto, before looking back at the still laughing battle master, showing that Odyubathax was definitely underestimating Naruto. Well, are gonna accept my offer or not? If you're so sure you can beat me. Or maybe you're scared that you'll be taken down by a human. Naruto taunted, with the laughter coming to an abrupt stop, as the Danians began wondering if this human either very brave or very stupid, while Odyubathax was seeing red at the insult to his power. Alright boy, if it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. And if by some miracle, you manage to win, you'll both get to go free. But when I win, you will both stay here as my prisoners. Odyubathax said, this making Naruto pause, now hesitant of risking Sarah's freedom. Though, looking at his friend, Naruto saw Sarah nod at him, placing her trust in Naruto to get them out of this mess. Fine, replied Naruto, while nodding in acceptance. Humph, you're either brave or stupid human. Take them back to their cell, so he can prepare himself, and so they can become familiarized with their future accommodations, said Odyubathax, as Naruto and Sarah were escorted back to their cell. Once they were back in their cell, and they were alone, Sarah looked at Naruto. Naruto, are you really sure about this? I know you're strong and with those restrictions, it'll be more even, but Odu Bathax isn't a joke. Even without music, battle gear, attacks, or the hive ability, he's still physically strong. Are you sure you can beat him, without exposing your abilities? Sarah asked, as while she had faith in Naruto to get them out of this, she was also worried he might be getting in over his head. Sarah, trust me. I can do this. I'll knock that overgrown ant down a couple pegs, and get us out of here. And even if I can't beat him, I'll make sure that you can at least get out of here, said Naruto, refusing to leave Sarah trapped here, even if it means exposing his abilities to the Dainians. And what about you? Asked Sarah. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters, Naruto said, knowing he'd be taking a risk if he ends up forced to reveal his abilities and attack the Dainians, but he wouldn't hesitate to make sure Sarah got back to Chaotic safely. Sarah was both surprised and touched at his answer, but also didn't want him putting himself at risk for her. The female blonde then hugged Naruto, surprising him for a moment, before he returned. Just promise me that we'll both get out of here, okay? Said Sarah, with Naruto pulling back and looked at her, with a smirk. I promise we'll be out of here, before you know it, Naruto replied before smirking. Besides, you should have a little more faith in my abilities, my queen, said Naruto, with Sarah giggling at this before nodding. I do, but that doesn't stop me from worrying when you rush into something, Sarah said, feeling more assured that Naruto could beat Odu Bathax and get them out of here. Meanwhile, unknown to Naruto and Sarah, word was quickly spreading across Mount Pillar that Odu Bathax has been challenged to fight, and by a human, at that. With most of the Dainians either being curious of what human would be foolish enough to challenge a battle master, or dismissive and believes there'd be one less human running around. With this news also reaching one certain Dainian, who was intrigued at hearing this, before deciding to go to see this duel for themselves. Time skip one day. The next day, Wama went to Naruto and Sarah's cell to bring them to the training area, where Naruto and Odu Bathax will have their duel. Though, when he reached the cell, Wama couldn't deny his amusement at seeing the two sleeping, with Sarah resting her head on Naruto's shoulder. Clearing his throat, Wama watched as they stirred awake, before realizing what position they were in, and quickly separated, blushing in embarrassment. You know, I believe humans have a saying for this. Get a room, you two, Wama said, with Naruto and Sarah's heads snapping towards him, their embarrassment growing, upon learning that he saw them. Wama? How long we were YOUST standing there? Sarah asked, with Wama smirking, as he opened the cell door. Long enough. You both looked so adorable, said Wama in a teasing tone, with the two chaotic players' blushes intensifying. Let's just go, Naruto said, now wanting to get out of here, more than ever. Wama nodded before guiding them out of the prison, towards where the duel would be held, all while he continued smirking the entire time. Odu Bathax was already present, along with quite a crowd of Dainians having shown up as well, to see the duel. With Sarah standing off to the side, with Wama acting as her guard, while Naruto stood across from the battlemaster. Humph, and here's the big man himself. Ready for a beating? Odu Bathax said, while cracking his knuckles. Are you ready to shut up and fight? Retorted Naruto, with Odu Bathax chuckling lowly. Oh, we aren't fighting yet, Odu Bathax said before motioning to one of the mandiblars to step forward, along with revealing a music they had. I said no music, Naruto said, with a frown, believing that Odu Bathax was cheating. Oh, it's not for me, it's for you. Consider it a gift, just so this won't end too quickly. Do it, Odu Bathax ordered, with the Dainian nodding, as the music floated into the air. Song of Mandiblar, the Mandiblar said, as the music activated, while Naruto suddenly felt his power growing, along with feeling that it was connected to the rest of the Dainians around him. What was that? Naruto asked, warily. The Song of Mandiblar boosts the target's power, speed, courage, and wisdom by the number of mandiblars around. This way, this fight can be somewhat even, said Odu Bathax, while Naruto mentally smirked at this. You just saved me a lot of trouble, thought Naruto, knowing now he could cut loose more than he planned, with it being put down as the effects of the music that was just used. With that, the two stood across from each other, waiting to see who would make the first move. After a few moments, Odu Bathax let out a battle cry and charged at Naruto, throwing his upper right arm at his face, with Naruto blocking it, before grabbing the Dainian's wrist. Only to block a punch from Odu Bathax's lower left arm, this leaving the Uzumaki open, as the battle master slammed his second right arm into his stomach. This made Naruto double over in pain at the strike, before shrugging it off, and quickly swept Odyubathax's legs out from under him, then followed up by kicking him into a pillar. Odyubathax dug his claws into the ground, skidding to a halt, before leaping into the air, and holding his clasped hands over his head to bring them down on Naruto. Jumping back, Naruto wasn't prepared for Odyubathax to quickly grab hold of his leg, and swung him around, before throwing him at another pillar. Seeing this, Naruto readied himself, before he was close enough to the pillar, and grabbed a hold of it, before spinning around. When the whiskered blonde let go, he flew straight back towards the battle master, slamming his feet into his face. Grunting at the impact, Odyubathax stumbled back, and grabbed his jaw, while Naruto smirked at him. "What's the matter, big guy? Not used to feeling pain? Get used to it, 'cause there's a lot more where that's coming from," said Naruto. "You really got a mouth on you, don't you, boy? I'm gonna enjoy shutting it," Odyubathax shouted, before charging towards Naruto, crossing his arms in front of him, acting as a battering ram. Seeing this, Naruto ran from the charging battle master, running around the area, with Odyubathax still following him. Thinking of a way to get him off his tail, Naruto smirked as he ran towards a wall, and stood in front of it. Waiting for the right moment, Naruto saw Odyubathax closing in on him. Before running straight towards Odyubathax, and used his back as a stepping stone to get behind him. With the battle master being unable to stop his momentum, and ran right into the wall, before falling back, and groaning at the impact. Naruto smirked at this, hoping that he'll just need to do a little more damage to take Odyubathax out. Only to be surprised at how quickly the Danian recovered, before slamming his fists onto the ground, making Naruto stumble slightly at the vibrations. "I said no attacks either, GH," Naruto said, only to gasp when Odyubathax rushed him, and wrapped his arms around his boy, restraining him. "Haha. Sorry to disappoint, boy, but that wasn't an attack, just pure physical power," said Odyubathax, before holding Naruto over his head, and slamming him down onto the ground, Naruto biting back a scream of pain from the impact. Before he had a chance to recover, the battle master grabbed him by his hair, and threw him against a pillar, before pinning him to it, with an arm held at his throat. "Gotta admit, kid, you have some talent, and had a good strategy of trying to get inside my head to make me reckless. But you aren't the first one to try that. Now I'm gonna be ending this, but not before I knock you around a little," Odyubathax said before delivering a double uppercut to Naruto's chin, knocking him into the air, with the Danian then kicking Naruto across the area, once he fell back down. Once again, Naruto was denied a chance to recover, when Odyubathax grabbed him by his leg, and began repeatedly slamming him into the ground. The battle master only stopping once Naruto was embedded in a crater. "Humph, let that be a lesson, punk. Even with that music enhancing you, you still don't match up to a battle master. Now you can either forfeit right now, or I'll keep beating you until you're knocked out," said Odyubathax, while punching his palms, making Naruto grit his teeth. Damn it! I can't give up. I have to beat him," Naruto thought, desperately trying to push his body to move, knowing he can't use the Kyuubi's chakra as a power boost, as that'd only cause more problems, and likely lead to the other Danians attacking him, as well. "Come on! Move, move, move! I have to win, I will win!" thought Naruto, before his eyes widened. "Well, what's it gonna be?" Odyubathax questioned, only to be surprised when Naruto suddenly vanished from the crater, in a burst of speed. Before he could begin looking around for the human, the Danian felt a hand on his shoulder, and saw Naruto now standing behind him, only he looked different. His whisker marks now having a darker color, along with his eyes now having jet black sclera and crimson red iris, while having a dark and demented smile on his face. Not knowing that Naruto wasn't in control anymore, and instead, his darker half, Yami, was in control. "My turn, bug boy," said Yami, in a raspy version of Naruto's own voice, before smashing his fist into Odyubathax's face, sending him crashing into a pillar. Grunting at the impact, the Danian then gasped in pain, when Yami reappeared, slamming his elbow into his stomach. With the battle master falling to his knees, before Yami jumped up and kicked off the pillar, kicking Odyubathax in the side of his head, sending him skidding across the floor. Only to come to an abrupt stop when Yami jumped and descended down onto him, smashing his knee into his chest, before slamming his head into the ground. "Hehehe, you told me either to forfeit, or be beaten into unconsciousness. Well, here's a choice for you, you lay there and get beaten into paste," Yami said wickedly, before began raining punch after punch on Odu Bathax, refusing to give the battle master a chance to recover or defend himself. All while the surrounding Danians and Sarah watched in shock at what they were seeing, with Sarah also being horrified at how brutal he was being. That's not Naruto. He would never attack someone like this, or take joy in inflicting pain. Sarah thought, refusing to believe this was the same Naruto she had just talked to yesterday. Naruto, please stop this. This isn't you. Sarah called out, hoping to get through to the real Naruto, only for Yami to not even glance at her, as he continued beating Odu Bathax. Though soon, Yami stood, and lifted the battle master off the ground by his throat, smiling wickedly, as he groaned in pain from his injuries. I believe it's time I ended this. Say goodnight, bug? Said Yami, rearing his fist back, to punch straight through Odu Bathax's chest. Don't do it, Naruto. Please, I know you're in there, somewhere. Shouted Sarah, with Yami's fist stopping just before he could hit Odu Bathax, before he dropped him and stepped back, grabbing his head. What are you doing? I was winning. You could have won. No. I won't. Go back. Yami grunted, trying to keep control, before suddenly slumping forward. Fine, you win this round, King. But next time, you won't be so lucky, said Yami, before Naruto regained control, his eyes turning back to their normal blue and white, along with his whisker marks returning to normal, as well. Panting in exhaustion, Naruto looked at Odu Bathax, who had stood up looking at him in surprise. I'm sorry for that interruption there, for a moment, said Naruto. Right, interruption. Odu Bathax stated, knowing full well what just happened, and could recognize a split personality, when he saw one. And from what he saw, that other personality was much more brutal than Naruto was, being less likely to hold back, and would beat their opponent without remorse, before finishing them. Which would have allowed Naruto to win the match, and go free. But instead, he took back control, so he could earn the victory, rather than get it from his other self. While Naruto didn't know it, he just gained some of the battle master's respect. Looking at each other, Naruto and Odu Bathax could see they were both at their limits, and wouldn't be able to go on much longer. But they still had enough energy left for one last attack. Knowing this would decide the victor, the two charged at each other, with Odu Bathax throwing a punch straight for Naruto's head, to knock him down and out. Only for Naruto to duck under the punch, and uppercut the battle master in the chin, knocking him back into the air, before hitting the ground, not getting back up. Panting, Naruto looked at his defeated opponent, before standing up tall, and held his fist up in victory. Before he stumbled slightly, when a tearful Sarah rushed over and hugged him, which Naruto returned, and smiled at her. Hey, I told you there was nothing to worry about. And sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry, said Naruto, with Sarah pulling back, and wiping away her tears. It's fine. But what was that? What happened to you? Sarah asked, worried about what made Naruto act like that. I don't really know. But I can take a guess, Naruto said with a frown, having an idea of what just happened. Given the childhood he had in Konoha, it'd be stupid to think he came out of it unscathed, and mentally saying, but why did it show up now, of all times? Why not sooner? Naruto thought, knowing he's been in more than his fair share of desperate situations, where he wanted to win, desperately. Could this be a side effect, from when the Marillions tried to take over his mind before? Well, whatever it is, we can worry about it later. As long as you're alright. Sarah said, just glad Naruto was fine and alright, before leaning in and kissing him on the cheek, surprising him. What was that for? Naruto asked, surprised at her action, while Sarah smiled at him. It was a thank you for helping me, and keeping your promise, replied Sarah, with Naruto smiling at her, and nodded. Though Naruto then tensed up, when he looked around, and saw some of the mandibulists muttering to each other, before aiming their weapons at him and Sarah. Believing that with Odu Bathax currently taken out, they could take it upon themselves to overrule the deal that he and Naruto made. Given it hadn't been approved by the queen herself, then they felt it didn't need to be honored. Despite Wama's, and a few other Danians' best efforts to convince them otherwise. Thankfully, before a fight could break out, the Danians all froze, and immediately bowed, when someone spoke. Stand down, immediately. Confused at their sudden action, Naruto and Sarah looked to see who spoke, only for their eyes to widen, as they had to look up at who it was. The person was another Danian, clearly a female given her frame, with her exoskeleton being slender and elegant, along with being more humanoid than other Danians. She was a towering Danyan, easily standing at 9 feet, with a black and red chitinous hide, somewhat resembling a black widow spider. And if just her appearance wasn't intimidating enough, then the fact she had 2 very large and dangerous-looking Danians flanking her only added to her intimidating image. Pre-Princess Assel. One of the Danians stuttered, while Naruto and Sarah's eyes widened upon seeing that they were standing before the Danyan princess, and likely, the future queen as well. Assel's red eyes swept across the bowing mandibulars, looking at them in displeasure. Correct me if I'm wrong, but was the deal between Odu Bathax and this human child, being that, should he win, both he and his companion shall go free? Assel said while looking at her guard. You are correct, princess, answered the guard, with Assel nodding, before looking back at the mandibulars. And yet, I believe these mandibulars intended to violate that agreement by attacking the humans? Not only dishonoring themselves for breaking a battlemaster's agreement, but all Danians, with their actions. Assel said, with the mandibulars in question, shaking in fear at being punished for their attempted actions. I shall deal with you all later, but first, said Assel, while looking down at Naruto and Sarah, approaching them. Then to their surprise, she pulled out Sarah's scanner and handed it to her. Please forgive the actions of my people, they are loyal, but can tend to show that loyalty with rather dishonorable actions, Assel said, with Sarah looking at her in shock and amazement. It's really no problem, Your Majesty. Thank you for the help though, said Sarah, while bowing to the princess, with Naruto nodding in agreement. Yeah, thanks for showing up when you did, Naruto said. There is no need for thanks. I had actually come here to witness the duel between you and Odu Bathax, and I must say, you were quite impressive, child. Not many have fought Odu Bathax, and lived to tell about it. As for the mandibulars, who attempted to go back on the agreement made between the both of you, is there anything I may do to make up for their actions? Asked Assel, surprising the chaotic players at her generosity. Well, if it's not too much trouble, could I get a scan of you? Sarah asked, unable to contain her excitement at being the first person to get a scan of the Danyan princess. Would I be able to get a scan of Odu Bathax once he's recovered? Asked Naruto, wanting to add Odu Bathax to his deck after seeing how strong he was, and wanted to see what he can do when not being limited. These requests are acceptable. Very well, you may scan both I and Odu Bathax once he has recovered, Assel replied, with the two smiling thankfully, before Sarah quickly scanned Assel, smiling in amazement at her new scan. While Naruto went to retrieve his scanner, before coming back to see Odu Bathax fully recovered, thanks to some music, before getting his own scan as well. But before we go, I must tell you about something that I encountered in a scan quest, where I had a mishap with a damaged flux bauble, Naruto said, as he began scrolling through his scans. And what may that be? Assel asked, before she and the other Danians found themselves shocked when Naruto showed them his scan of Barakatan. Having never seen a creature like that before. A potential threat to not just the Danians, but all of Parim. The deep ones that reside behind the doors of the deep mines, the Marillions, Naruto said, as he soon began explaining his encounter with the fifth tribe, to the Assel and the others. Port Court. Reappearing in the Port Court, Naruto and Sarah smiled in relief at being back, before they looked at each other. The memory of Sarah kissing him on the cheek made Naruto blush, while Sarah also blushed at what he did, having not thought about her actions, and simply just did it. Not only that, but as soon as Naruto told Assel of his encounter with the Marillions, alongside Takanam and Intress, she and Odu Bathax had Naruto taken to the Danians' High Muge, lore, who proceeded to look through Naruto's memories to verify what he told them. With the Kyuubi making sure to modify those memories, so the Danians won't learn about Naruto's abilities, or the Biju's presence yet. Since while Naruto may have gotten Assel and Odu Bathax's respect, they knew that he didn't get enough of their trust yet, to where they may not perceive him as a potential threat with his abilities. Once lore had confirmed what Naruto had told them, Assel and Odu Bathax told the chaotic players that they will inform Queen Alexia about the Marillions, while being sure to convince her to contact Maxa and Chire about this. That was now 3 of the 4th tribes down. Now, he needed to see about finding out how he can get in contact with the Mypedians, and inform them about the Marillions, as well. So, I guess we should go find the others, and tell them how we managed to escape Mount Pillar, said Naruto, with Sarah nodding in agreement. Why yeah, let's go find them, Sarah replied, before the two walked off to find their friends. Though the two glanced at each other, and smiled, knowing that they were still okay. Thank you for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to see the next part, don't forget to turn on notifications by hitting that bell icon. Please like, subscribe, and comment below to let me know your thoughts. Check out my other videos for more content you might enjoy. Until next time, take care.